a message for my people.
Nick Dad, baby. We the new label.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, son.
Now this the black sheep sticking its home. I need a crib like I'm Gatsby.
I need it.
In hand, just understand my
Pockets that deep.
with nothing to prove. I ain't got nothing to do. When they can't compete and I got nothing to lose. You see, they told me I'm the one that's
Let's go.
Yes, we're back, baby.
Let's go.
No, we're not back. We're so fucking back. Veterans
We are.
Minimum, the #1 sports betting vibe on the internet. If you're a fan of the show, you know what this means. It's the anniversary. It is 10 years of Veterans Minimum. George, this is the longest relationship I've ever had.
Committed, ladies.
You know,
committed.
I'm loyal. I'm committed. I'm dedicated. I'm persistent. All them fun fucking words. That's what I am,
That
right?
dude.
Outside of my relationship with my parents, close friends from back home, I've never dated a girl this long. I didn't play soccer this long. I didn't play football this long. You know, I broke up with Xbox for a couple of years there in the middle. This is the longest relationship I've been in. And it is the backbone of everything that I do. It has given me every opportunity. I've said it from the beginning. I'll say it now and I'll say it forever. Thank you all so much. Trust and believe in your audience. 1,000 people is what has built my career. Luckily, more people consume the content now. But until I got to Vegas, that was the number every episode. So don't be thinking you need millions and millions. It's nice.
Yes.
But if you have a foundation, believe in your audience, be honest with your audience, and a lot could be done. So 10 years. I'm very excited. I'm very grateful. Shout out to you. This is the third football season you'll be with me.
Contract year.
Contract year.
Contract year every year.
I'm glad you're not holding out.
I contemplated, bro.
Did you really?
Seeing what a couple of people have been doing, I'm like, psh, I got to put some stipulations. Like, anytime touchdown parlays last year crushed. Okay. I did so good that TikTok imploded our account. All right. I don't know how much better you want me to do. I mean, now we're posting on LinkedIn for those people. We are so not LinkedIn people, and I'm making us LinkedIn people.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just, I thought about it for a second, then I was like, you know what? It's not about me. It's about the audience, like how you started the show. So, we're back to it. I'm more excited than you are, dude.
Yeah.
I really think that this is the most prepared I've been for an NFL season. I have a very good pulse of the teams that I feel are going to, surprise us this year. And I feel like last year I learned a lot from the long shots that I did take, like my Travis Etienne to win Offensive Player of the Year. Like I learned stuff that, is just not possible.
Listen, bro, the Jets
But I
were my
still
Super
chase.
Bowl pick.
hey, we had our shots. And I'm going to be honest, tonight we're taking what? Probably 150, 160. Like this is a rack of shots that we're about to be taking. Let's hope to be 65% correct this year.
No, absolutely, man. And listen, for those of you that might be new to this show, this is the longest show of the year. I know there's newer people that consume the content and watch the show. Not every show is about 3.5 hours long, but this is the only time of the year where like the Titans are going to get about 9 minutes.
Yes.
Right? Like
yes.
we have breakdowns of every single team, best bets for every single team. Maybe they're not going to win the division, but kind of like this guy to lead the league in yards, right? So that's what it is. We have a lot of fun guests on the show. But before we really get going, George.
Yes.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to time travel.
Mm-hmm.
The last episode that we put up was our award show. I'm going to give you a mulligan. I'm going to give you a do-over. If you'd like. It was about a month ago, maybe 5 weeks ago that we filmed who's going to win Offensive Player of the Year, who's going to win Coach, Lineman. Is there one you would like to change or double down on?
Okay. There is one that I want to double down on. Because before I had made my insanely bold prediction of Brock Bowers winning Offensive Player of the Year, being the first tight end to ever do it, I didn't know he went bald. And then I saw the photo of him bald because he was one of the ugliest motherfuckers in the league. Like he was pretty unbearable to look at on the sidelines. He was 22 years old. Not even Turkey would have saved this kid, you know? So he just did what a man does when the hair's going back, and he shaved. Full bald. Nick, I have removed myself from number one bald guy in the world. I will now concede to Brock Bowers. Forever may he reign as long as he wins Offensive Player of the Year this year.
Dude, listen.
This could be my Stone Cold. See, I don't have like a all-time bald guy like that.
Yeah.
You and Stone Cold, maybe this is me and Brock, and like that's my 1-1 forever.
I like that you're calling him Brock. First name basis means you're friends. So that's a good start.
Mr. Bowers.
Mr. Bowers. Look, dude, everything you're reading about him is like he's just continuing to just light it up. I know you said in the past how you're already archiving Nick Saban being like, it was impossible to stop this kid, right? Like
he was 19 years old. He was giving Nick Saban fits. Bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. So look, man, I like it. I think it's definitely possible with that team and that system. I think he could definitely have a monster year. Consensus number one tight end heading into this season for you fantasy football players out there. I'm sure you took him high in your draft. I got to give you your flowers on this one, bro.
I've convinced you.
You have. And listen, I'm not going to be this guy that's going to give out 9 different names for an award and then claim it. All I'm saying is ever since you mentioned Jalen Hurts for MVP, I feel like an idiot for not seeing it that way, because in the past it's been like, yo, he won the Super Bowl. He's getting dumped on, being dragged on Twitter, the Cam Newton beef, just all this like, he has so much talent around him. That's why it's like, who the fuck does well with no talent?
That is true.
You know who does? Cam Newton. But we'll save that for another episode.
Yes.
Cam Newton had people believing Philly Brown and the corpse of Jericho Cotchery was like a big addition.
Kelvin Benjamin.
Right? Kelvin Benjamin got hurt his rookie year, and they're like, bro, fucking Kelvin Benjamin's coming back. It's like, well, they'll be fine, right? Yeah. He was out the league in like 3 years. So I love the Jalen Hurts pick, man. My official MVP pick is Stafford. However, I have tied a lot of parlays together to Jalen Hurts MVP, and I like Caleb and Stafford as like long shot MVP. So that's my only sort of do-over if I had to pick one.
I'm glad you had the realization, because it's the primetime dream. It's at Washington, it's at Buffalo, and then it's hosting Washington in the year. And they have a lot of primetime games even before that. Their schedule is crazy. They're showing them no love. But I think that Eagles team, how can he not succeed, Nick? And not only that, the number's amazing. I could see why you missed it, because you were talking so much about he's not a regular season quarterback. And I think you were psychologically conditioning yourself to be like, he can never win that award.
And the other thing, too, is I think they lessen the load on Saquon Barkley. He hit about 400 total touches last year, and that's when you factor in the playoffs also, there's always like not a fall from grace, because the other thing that sucks about Saquon is he could have 1,500 yards this year and people would be like, oh, he sucked. You're like, what?
Yeah.
It's just that last year was so ridiculous. I do think it's going to be maybe more of the passing game to get him into the red zone, and then it's less QB sneaks, more Saquon there.
Right.
But I mean, the tush push and the Philly brotherly shove is like fucking,
yeah, come on.
It's 90%. So
you're going to do it.
Yeah, that's the one for me. I would like to sort of kind of, am I doubling down, or I think I'm just co-signing yours.
You're strong cosign.
Yeah, strong cosign.
Like, I didn't even need to be scared to ask you, like, hey, would you cosign on this? Because you're always told don't cosign, but like you preemptively cosigned on this one.
Yeah, dude. And I mean, the one bet that we drove to Arizona, you guys probably have seen the vlog already. MVP Jalen Hurts, one that we agreed on. And then we did Bijan for Offensive Player of the Year, one that we agreed on. But I think more so you're just like, Nick's on fire with this one.
Yeah, dude. Come on now. I'm not going to be sitting there all fucking sad.
Yeah.
Sad eyes at the end of the year.
And then we did one with Jared Verse, your pick for Defensive Player of the Year, which I love also. Yeah. And then I did one with Aiden Hutchinson. So like,
he looks like just a superhuman.
Yeah.
I have good takes for him.
Yeah,
So
let's save it.
yes.
Let's save it. Let's start, though. Let's start with the... I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I want to start with the AFC South. Let's just get it out the way, kind of, right?
That's a good mentality to have, because I was like, it's not the most exciting way, but, for people that are watching this in a segment, welcome to it.
Yeah,
NFL
welcome
preview
to it.
show.
We're going to build up to the main event.
Yes.
Right? How about that? So this is like a featured prelim.
Yes.
We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Houston Texans, plus 210 to win the division. AFC, 16-1. Super Bowl, 30-1. They have a win total of 9.5. The biggest handicap for me, George, is which CJ Stroud is more the CJ Stroud we can expect moving forward. Is it the year 2 or the rookie year? Now, he has won a playoff game in every year he's been in the league. Pretty good accomplishment. Very good accomplishment. They haven't really fixed the offensive line, and they lose Tunsil.
Mm-hmm.
Now, later when we talk about the Commanders gaining Tunsil, I'm kind of dumping on it too. Like, is he on the wrong side of his prime or is he entering it? Like, we don't know. But their offensive line, they haven't done much to change it. I love Nico Collins. Hot take. Ready for this one? I think he's the most valuable wide receiver to his team against the point spread.
It's a good take. I would agree with that. And that's why this team, they need to recognize what their true identity is. And people just aren't talking about the fact that Joe Mixon being a prolific back in this offense is the difference between winning and losing. Like, they were 6-2 last season when Mixon rushed for over 100 yards. That was also in games later on in the season, must-win games that they needed to have, and that's why they were going into the playoffs with some momentum, and it was all because of Joe Mixon. And that's the part that I think just gets lost in the shuffle because they bring in a Nick Chubb, and everybody's like gawking over that. And then, like you said, with Nico Collins, it's obviously he's great, but you had stated it in your statement that the offensive line was terrible last year, and if they're bad again and they try to pass the ball, it's over. He, like, CJ Stroud is a very good, remember the first year, CJ Stroud's rookie year, he didn't throw an interception for the first 6 weeks, and we're like, this is kind of a problem too. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be somebody that's trying to extend plays. He's a very reserved quarterback. And so what CJ Stroud are we going to get year 3? I don't know. I want him to run more. In college, he was a stud. Yeah.
And you know what? Round of applause for you, because you were telling us about Joe Mixon from like week 1. You're like, bro, it's his team. They run through. He's the one that gets them going. Couldn't agree with you more. Jaden Higgins, rookie, has some upside. Got to wait and see. I just feel like they only have one legitimate weapon. On defense, they got some bowlers, bro. Stingley just got paid. Anderson, we know about that. I think for you to have a really good defense in 2025, you need a shutdown-ish corner, an elite corner, which I think he is. I mean, they paid him like one. And then you need a pass rusher, right? Like, if your linebackers are kind of mid, I could live with it. But you need to get after the quarterback and then cover these receivers, and especially in the AFC. Mm-hmm. They probably have the best QB and defense in the division, but that's also because there's a lot of unknown in the rest of the division with the quarterbacks. To me, I have the Texans at 10-7 winning this division. But it's also important to note, and I've said this in years past, and again, if you're new to the show, I hope you can understand this in the betting space. There's things that I think are going to happen, and then there's things that I'm going to bet on. And in rare cases, both could be the same. The team I would bet on to win this division, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Win total, 8.5. Division, plus 300. AFC, 35-1. Super Bowl, 85-1. Bro, what the fuck happened to the Jaguars? When we first started doing the show together, remember they were 8-3? And then I made them the thumbnail against the Niners. I'm like, why is no one respecting the Jaguars? Well, since then, they're 5-18.
Yeah.
They're 5-18. Brian Thomas Jr., I believe, is a superstar already. I think, the LSU pedigree, everyone loves Neighbors, but this dude balled out. He had Mac Jones throwing to him. Now they add Travis Hunter. Running back room is a little suspect. Etienne, I loved him rookie year, but the more I watch him, the less I'm like.
Yeah, he doesn't. He gave me Alvin Kamara vibes the year one, and then I was just like.
And now you're like Devin Singletary.
Oh, that's being generous.
Hey, New York Giants running back right now.
That's being generous.
But Liam Cohen, new head coach, you
Yep.
get the bump. Offensive line is probably closer to the bottom third than the top third.
They added Mercari from the Ravens, though, which I felt was solid. And I think they, like, when you lose Scherf and Morse, and then you add somebody who's like a veteran presence to your offensive line, I'm a fan of that. And they also got like Hainsey from Tampa Bay. The secondary, though, here's the thing. Do you feel like the Jacksonville Jaguars need Travis Hunter to be the superhero that they expect him to be? He is without a doubt wide receiver 2, cornerback 2, without a doubt on both sides of the ball. Like, there's no better talent at those positions currently. I mean, that's the only way I see this team really being successful. Like, he's got to shut down half the field. And then he's got to have to produce on offense. Like, he's going to do something that's unreal. It's going to help me out with my long shot Travis Hunter to win MVP award. But that's just the way I'm envisioning this Jaguars team. At this moment in time, with the pieces that they have, they need him to be different.
Nah, totally. He definitely has to be different. I think Liam Cohen has to help Trevor Lawrence a lot. Because, like, bro, a year and a half ago, this was the team of the future, right? They make that crazy comeback against the Chargers.
Yep.
And then they go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. They just were outclassed and outmanned.
Yep.
Ended up covering the spread, by the way. I remember that. And then, they have that game against the Niners, and then everything just collapsed. Trevor Lawrence, like, what is it? He's a $50 million quarterback now, and he's proved nothing. Like, he hasn't proved shit.
Yeah.
You got a lot of pressure on you, bro. Ton of pressure. And you're in a division that's kind of winnable. Like, you look at the rest of the AFC North, loaded with the quarterbacks, especially the top two. And then you got a grizzled vet in Rodgers. Forget about the West.
Yeah.
You're probably worse than the Raiders.
Yes.
And they're going to probably finish fourth in the division. But that's like the Raiders being in a different division could be a sneaky playoff team. Yep. And then, you don't have a Josh Allen in your division. You got CJ Stroud, cool, but you were supposed to have the next guy.
Yep.
So you got a lot of pressure if you're the Jaguars, and in particular, Trevor Lawrence. And then the other thing I would say is, like, bro, they got shit on when they took Walker out of Georgia, number 1 overall. Back-to-back years, double-digit sacks. It's
right.
Like, he's doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Just wasn't a fancy pick at the time. So, again, maybe because I said the Jaguars to win the division a couple of years ago, like the last year before I moved to Vegas, they were like plus 900 to do so, and I just have a soft spot for them. I'm going to bet the Jaguars again to win this division. And I think the only way you could bet, they're like plus like 200 to make the playoffs. Nah, you're not going to get 2 AFC South teams with how loaded the AFC is. If you think the Jaguars can make the playoffs, you got to bet them to win the division at plus 300. That's how I would approach it. But they're 8-9 for me.
Last couple of things that I wanted to talk about with the Jaguars. Cam Little, Arkansas kicker, greatest kicker of all time now. 70-yard kick, even in preseason. That counts in my book.
That was crazy, by the way.
Could be a good method for Trevor Lawrence. Can he just hit the opponent's 45-yard line? That's going to be the goal. On a touchback this year, you get at the 35. Yeah. You just need a first down, and you're in range. That's going to be good for him.
Listen, for $50 million, you better be able to pick up 12 yards.
That's
to be honest. True. I need 12 yards.
That is very true. And I was watching the Jaguars-Saints preseason game last week, and it ended with the Jaguars getting into field goal range with 14 seconds left. This is good because I get to see how Liam Cohen decides to operate under the confines of like getting the ball forward more. There was 14 seconds left. They're in field goal range and they had a timeout. Liam Cohen, instead of running the ball, throws a slant that was intercepted by the Saints and the game ended in a tie. He better not be calling slants with 14 seconds left. And I don't know if this is like, what are you doing? I know that coaches like to win. I don't give a fuck if it's preseason. If that's in your game plan, I promise you Trevor Lawrence isn't going to be able to make that throw. So I would, cautionary tale. The very, very last thing on the Jaguars, because you're going to love this one. Right now, the Jaguars are 26th overall in the NFL in net profit according to Forbes. They're worth $4.6 billion. Travis Hunter will get them within the next 3 years to be a top 5 franchise in the NFL. And in order to do that, they need to increase their profits by roughly $2 billion.
No pressure, bro.
No pressure, but you're probably going to do this. Just a fun little thing to keep track of.
My only pushback would be it's Jacksonville.
Did I say Jagsville?
No. Like
Oh,
for you to be a top 5 franchise being in Jacksonville, no disrespect. I went down there for the Super Bowl in 2005. Y'all didn't have enough hotels in the city. We had to stay on yachts and boats, cruise ships. So not exactly. And the way to the stadium was like, make sure you stay on this road, because if you turn left, you're like in the slums of Jacksonville. You're probably going to get stabbed, robbed,
wow.
shot. So pretty rough area around there. It's like Atlantic City.
I just thought every place in Florida was perfect. Like
the weather's nice.
How could it not?
The weather's nice.
Yeah. I guess there's shitty parts of California too.
Hey, what do you have the Jaguars?
The Jaguars, for me, are going to finish 6-11.
Whoa.
Yeah, I have them bottom of the division. I can hit you with my winner in this division.
Yeah, give me your winner. I have them
Yes.
at 8-9. I got them second in the division. Don't have them making the playoffs. Who's winning the division for you?
The Colts at 10-7 are winning the division for me. And
Real quick,
yes,
plus 360 to win the division, 50-1 for the AFC, 100-1 for the Super Bowl, 7.5 win total.
yes.
Okay, tell me.
Huge that they made the decision to go with Daniel Jones 2 weeks in advance and with no plans of a quick kind of experiment with him. Shane Steichen knows quarterbacks. Played quarterback for the Rebels out here. I watched him my entire childhood growing up. He got the pick, He had the chance this offseason to find that person that would best fit his offense that, wasn't named Joe Flacco. But he has a type. Daniel Jones in 7 years, if he stays in the league, will be this generation's Flacco. Just a quarterback just floating through the wind of time, whatever, though. Anthony Richardson not being upset about the situation, I think also says a lot. I think he understands that he's not that level of a quarterback. Lots of hype behind this Colts team in the offseason, and not in like this team has problems. It's like, oh, this receiving core is actually better than what people could think. I think it's the best young receiving core in the league. You had Downs last year that popped off. You have Michael Pittman. You got Pierce. And now you got Tyler Warren, who becomes like your Taysom Hill. I mean, giving me remnants of Dallas Clark back in the day. Like, let's revolutionize he should have went with 44, bro. He should have. I don't know if it's retired or not, but I don't think it is. But he should.
Sure. Yeah.
He should rock 44. It would just be fitting. No gloves too. That would be awesome. I didn't realize this last year, that Jonathan Taylor had as good of a season as he did. This is just going to be a copy and paste repeat, because this offensive line coming back and they're solid. The defensive line solid. They're just a team that returns a lot of people that were able to produce wins last year. And I know the quarterback position was the one part of the puzzle that was holding them back. But whatever Joe Flacco could do, I think Daniel Jones could also do when he's like being treated the right way. I can only imagine how good it feels as a quarterback to go from the New York media to just literally any other type of media. It probably just feels like such a weight off your shoulder. You have people smiling at you, telling you that they like you, that you're doing well. Shit goes a long way. And you won the job. I think this Colts team is going to shock people. Just like the way they shocked us last year. They were a team that you almost can never bet against the spread against them. Because you're like, well, fuck, they're going to keep this close.
Yeah. I mean, bro, that was a beautiful rant. Kind of swung me a little bit. Can I give you another handicap?
Yeah.
Last time we saw someone leave the Giants to go to another team, it worked out well for them. I just know that 30-1 comeback player of the year for Daniel Jones is very live.
Oh, it's so alive.
It's
Nick.
so alive. It might be back. Look, man, it's a Giant curse. They were down bad. I say they were because we might be back also. We'll save that for a little bit later. Dude, to your point, I like the weaponry.
Yeah.
Right? Taylor in the backfield, Warren, Pittman, Pierce, Downs. We've seen this before where a dude was a cast-off, linked up with an offensive mind, and then flourished. We saw it last year with Sam Darnold.
Yep.
Right? Like, if you're a Colts fan, you're probably wondering, all right, look, we don't have no Justin Jefferson. We don't got no Addison. But we got some weapons, and Steichen is this offensive mind. Pair him up with Daniel Jones. Fresh start, no New York media, to your point. They're a very intriguing team. Now, I don't know if they're winning the division intriguing. I would have liked like a 6-1 odds on them to win the division. I would have liked that. I know they were like your long shot to be the top seed in the AFC, which is 45-1.
Yeah.
If you want to dabble in that.
I've faded that hot take.
Yeah.
I have.
Listen,
but them making the playoffs is still crazy.
Yeah, yeah. But and you know, to win the division, way better bet than to make the playoffs.
Yep.
So I like that. Defensively, I think they have a lot of guys that are good. They're just not household names.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember through 8 weeks last year, they had about 4 of the defensive backs, Nick Cross, Moore. Like they had these guys that were really, really solid in the secondary to carry them. So look, for me, they are a 7-win team. I got them at 7-10. But if Daniel Jones could turn into Sam Darnold 2.0, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's kind of led us to the only team that we haven't talked about here. And
Titans plus 800. Win totals 5.5. AFC, they're 100-1. Super Bowl, they're 200-1. You ready for this?
yeah.
Do you know what their record was against the spread last year? Worst in NFL history.
They won 3 games against the spread last year.
2-15.
Yikes.
Which led them to Cam Ward at number 1. Their wide receiver room is Calvin Ridley, Van Jefferson, Tyler Lockett. I think if it was 2018, you'd be like, sign me up. But, you know, Ward is being praised. They do play a last place schedule in the worst division in football. Opening week, they open up against Denver, one of the worst spots for any team, let alone rookies. High altitude, still hot, on the road in September. Might be the trust me pick of the week. They're 8.5-point favorites. I usually don't like big spreads, but because of those reasons. Look, man, my biggest handicap, and I'll tell you this much. Instead of betting Ward for Offensive Rookie of the Year at plus 300, I would much rather bet them to win the division at plus 800 than him for Offensive Rookie of the Year, because it could be a Jaden Daniels type situation. Bro, let's not forget. Mason Rudolph, fucking Will Levis.
Mm-hmm.
I know these are serious allegations, but what was his name? Who was the Falcons quarterback a couple years ago? I'm blanking on his name. Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder and Will Levis.
Shaven.
Point shaven.
They're shaven.
And if not, I mean, very close. Very suspect. So, like, bro, they go from the worst quarterback situation in the league to now Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick. So,
Yeah.
just say I haven't bet this. I don't think I'm going to bet it. But just an approach I would take is Titans to win the division as opposed to him winning Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because there's a lot of good promising rookies where I think if it's like, yo, Titans worst pick in the draft to fucking winning the division, it's going to be him. but I'd rather take them to win the division. You get better odds. So
Yeah.
not much I could say about the Titans. Look, I think if you leave this year and Cam Ward is your quarterback, I think they're a 5-win team. They go over their win total. And again, they just like be careful with them against the spread. Like they're going to be covering some games they have no business covering because they went 2-15 last year against the number.
Yeah.
It's just hard to replicate that. What else do you have on the Titans?
The end zone boys will be the best thing about the
Titans.
Titans.
Love these guys.
They'll be the best thing about Titans football for the second, maybe even third season in a row. These guys that go and talk shit on behalf of one of the worst franchises in the NFL. They got a chance to go to the NFL draft, and they were there. They got a chance to shake Roger Goodell's hands, and Roger knows how important the end zone boys are to the Titans fan base. They literally are the best thing about the Titans. The defensive line is second. My only other thoughts is Tony Pollard. Hey, do you need Ezekiel Elliott to motivate you to be a good running back? I have completely lost faith in you. You made me a believer in the Titans last year, and I'll never forget that. And I don't also agree with that little thing he wears around his neck. It looks so weird, bro. He's got one of those
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I know it's probably for safety. Just a weird look.
Yeah.
When you're not playing good at running back, like that looks odd.
Can I tell you something about these end zone boys? You put me on. George is a big fan of the end zone boys. He told me about this. Fan clubs of shitty teams tells me a lot about their character, bro. For you to like rep a 3-win team like that, like they do.
Yeah.
Well, you know, yeah. Like in New York, if you're a Met fan, you're like, you've been through some damage in your life.
Right.
Like it's not fun. You have the option of being a Yankee fan in the pinstripes, 27 rings, but you chose to be a Met fan. It says a lot about your character. And that is one of the things I usually have in my bio on the dating apps. I'm loyal. How am I loyal? I'm a Met fan. But I had the options. So just to wrap up on this division, I'm at 10-7 for the Texans winning it. Jaguars 8-9, Colts 7-10, Titans 5-12.
I'm at the Colts winning the division 10-7, the Texans being 8-9, the Titans being 6-11, and the Jaguars also being 6-11.
Okay, staying in the South.
Yes.
Let's just do that. We'll pair all the divisions
Down
together.
south.
Staying down south. Shout out to the SEC. Shout out to the Razorbacks. We are a Razorback podcast. Good luck to Junior on his last year at
Yeah, this is it. This is it. Final run, final dance.
Final dance.
Final dance, some could say.
Pin and pull. Support the show.
Do
You
it.
support VM. You support that show. It's all in the family. George,
Yeah.
your boy Baker and the Bucks plus 105 to win the division, 13-1 to win the NFC, 30-1 to win the division, a win total of 9.5. Liam Cohen leaves to become the Jaguars head coach, like we mentioned. This is the third straight new coordinator for Baker. The Bucks really wanted Liam Cohen. Baker really wanted Liam Cohen. They wanted to make him the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league to keep him. Baker had a massive year last year, career year.
Yeah.
Threw a lot of interceptions, but you know what, bro? To your point, when you were talking about CJ Stroud, like, I'm pro interceptions. I've had this take my whole life. If you throw a lot of interceptions, I'm cool with it. Now, context. Don't throw them in your red zone.
Correct.
Don't throw them in your 20.
Yep.
So now your defense is first and goal. No.
Bad.
Anything
Those are
else,
bad.
bro, you can make a legitimate argument. It's a bona fide punt. It's a punt and they got a good return.
Yes.
Everything else, I'm cool with. So Baker threw a lot of picks, but remember, he didn't have Godwin for the majority of the year. Evans was banged up. They signed Ibuka out of Ohio State. Add to a strength. It's something that I love teams doing. They continue to build on a strength. I think undoubtedly the best team in the division, top to bottom.
No doubt. Nick, I have to ask you this because you already know how I feel about the Bucks. They are the division winners without a doubt. Is this going to be the best offense in football? Is my question to you. I think it has the sneaky capabilities of doing so. Ibuka is definitely starting to stand out to people. This was coming from reports in training camp, and then you see what he does in preseason games. And it's just like, this dude is going to be a candidate for Offensive Rookie of the Year, without a doubt. Bucky Irving last year doing what he did. I get that the new offensive coordinator in Baker, it might take a second to get on the same page, and that's why you should definitely be hesitant. Adding a rookie receiver isn't a good enough case to be like, this is the best offense in the league. I just think that, you know how every quarterback that floats in the middle has that 1 year where it's like, you'll never forget Baker Mayfield 2025. That's the point that I think I'm at with him. I think he's experienced that much football. I've seen him become a gamer and switch it to a point where it's like, no matter what we do, I'm not going to be the reason we lost. I'm going to fight for every first down, run people over, do all the crazy shit that Baker did last year, breaking sacks and finding receivers on third down. Like, he was insane. I think it's a repeat. And yeah, 3 road primetime games scares me a little bit. I think they'll definitely be battle tested in that regard. Their secondary isn't necessarily one of the best secondaries I've seen in the league. Dark horse Super Bowl team. Now, this is something, when I looked back at the list, Nick, and you're like, over the last, 8 years, that it's the top 6. If you don't crack the top 6, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. That's just the way it is. They're at number 9 right now at 30-1. I'm not saying that they're going to win the NFC. You do not want to play them in the playoffs. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. And they're a team that I have going all the way to the NFC title game and competing with the Rams. Like I said, I think this is the year for Baker and the Bucs.
Look, it's hard to disagree with you. I just vividly remember maybe a year or two ago when he first got to Tampa Bay, we were talking about Baker, and I was like, he used to be trash. And you were just so adamant. You're like, bro, he was never trash. I just remember, and that's why on the graphics last year it was like Baker Mayfield truther. Look, man, I think they have a lot of good pieces across the board. That's why I said I think they're the most talented team in the division. They also have the best quarterback in the division that we know of.
Yep.
Right? That we definitely know of. Todd Bowles, I think, was an underrated, overrated, now properly rated coach. No one thinks he's Bill Belichick, but no one thinks he's going to get fired.
Correct.
Right? Like, he's kind of safe in Tampa Bay. Like, I think everything, he controls the locker room. No one is out there saying like, oh, the game plan wasn't all, like, people respect him. And let's not forget, wild card weekend last year, Baker don't have that turnover in the end inside his red, like in his 20. Washington don't win that game. I think we feel different about the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. Right?
Agreed.
So it's important to remember that stuff, right? So look, to me, I have them at 10-7. I don't have them winning the division though. Now, is this a hedge off my Offensive Player of the Year pick and wanting the Falcons to win the division? Yes, it is. But let me defend it also, because I'm getting more and more excited about the Atlanta Falcons. Plus 220 to win the division, 35-1 to win the NFC, 70-1 to win the Super Bowl, 7.5 win total. The handicap is simple for me. Penix at quarterback. Bro, Kirk Cousins, from like week 3, I was like, bro, he's trash. Yeah, but he has take away the 2 Bucs games where he threw for like 9 million yards and 100 touchdowns, where they were lighting up Tampa Bay. His numbers were below pedestrian. Now, he was so bad that he was costing them games. If you watch the quarterback documentary on Netflix, you're like, oh my God, bro. So many games they have a lead. They just need a first down, and like he's missing Pitts wide open, or like Drake London is just like, what the fuck?
He's calling the coaches saying, hey, what are you guys seeing that I'm not seeing right here? Because this is really aggravating me. Like, the way he would talk to his coaches. If I was his coach, I'd be like, hey, stop being such a pussy.
Yeah.
Literally. You're acting like a pussy.
Like, dude, you're a grizzled. You've been in the league for 12 years.
Let's stop with the voice memos about what are you guys seeing that I'm not seeing? Bro, the defense is what we're seeing.
So I think it's a massive upgrade with Penix. And again, Penix is an unknown. They lost their center to the Bears, but he was injured a lot last year. Can they rush the passer is my biggest question mark for them defensively. But they addressed the defense in the offseason via the draft and free agency. Pitts, this is year what of us wanting him to break out. Drake London. Atlanta did well last year with no quarterback, and they were in the division race until the last week.
Right.
And now they get Penix in for a full season. I just think it's an upgrade. That's why I have them beating the Bucs for the division at 10-7. And everyone knows how I feel about Bijan Robinson. I think we're going to go for the 4 years in a row of picking Offensive Player of the Year. And I have Bijan Robinson being a 1,000 guy, winning Offensive Player of the Year, and being the reason why they make the playoffs and win the division at 10-7. So that's how I feel about the Falcons.
I'll hit you with a quote from Zach Robinson about Bijan Robinson, the Robinson connection. There are plays on the script today that he's lining up in a number of different locations and activating him in different ways. Perfect. When you have OCs talking about, oh, yeah, he's not just going to be in the backfield, as if he ever really was in his career, but this is just further reaffirming that they're going to need to get him a lot of different ways of getting the ball. Out of these receivers, Mooney, McLeod, London, and Pitts, which one of them is going to make me a believer in this team? Like, one of those guys just has to step up. There's no wide receiver ones right there. I feel like it's a bunch of wide receiver threes that could fight for it. It should be London. Like, it should be him. But at the same time, I don't get wide receiver one energies from him. Regardless, they have the pieces in place to be a team that should not only cover the spread but win a lot of football games. I'm just the secondary is one of the main reasons for it too, Nick. I mean, AJ Terrell, Hughes, and Bates, like they have a defense that is comparable to stop and slow down the Bucs, especially. So winning the division is not out of the realm of the possibility. I mean, it was wild last year seeing the way that they stayed in contention just because of what they did with the Bucs. But
go and watch the Netflix Quarterback if you haven't.
Yep.
The amount of times that they play the voice over the announcer and the Falcons walking off the field and they're like, how did Atlanta lose this one? It was like 7 of them. It was a lot of that. And I just think with Penix, remember, they took him in the first round. And to your point, bro, it gets me excited for Bijan hearing that. And there was something very profound that you said that I really liked when we were doing the awards. Or it might have been earlier in the summer where you were like, he has the holy shit plays too.
Yep.
We've seen him juke someone and it looks like that guy blew both Achilles and a knee out.
Yes.
Because he juked the shit out of him. And you're going to have Bijan do some shit like that, which is what we need. We need the Barkley hurdle.
Yep.
Right? You need the Barkley running for 60 yards and the hand in the air because he knows no one is catching him. And like Bijan could do that.
Mm-hmm.
And their schedule is okay. Nothing crazy, nothing bad, nothing good. Also, they play a lot of games indoors too.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that he's gonna be a problem this year, man. And that's why I got the Falcons at 10-7 with the Bucs. However, the Falcons winning the division.
Wow.
Who we got next?
We got to talk about the Panthers because actually, you know what? Let's talk about the Saints.
Let's go. Your squad,
Let's
bro.
talk about the Saints.
What do we have for the Saints?
Okay, Saints to win the divisions 14-1. To win the NFC's 150-1, and to win the Super Bowl, they are the longest odds on the board at 400-1. With their win total being at 5-5, this Saints team is obviously still searching for quarterback one. That's an issue, you know.
A little bit.
I've seen worse. I've seen worse. I've seen no quarterbacks. I've seen we're going Wildcat all game. Maybe we do that. We don't have Taysom Hill, though, because he's injured. So, like, that sucks. Kellen Moore is so opposite of New Orleans. It is, like, hilarious to me. He played at Boise State. He just looks like a Flat Stanley character brought to life. It's not a coach that I feel like can change and evolve into, like, a coach from down south, which you need When you're a coach for the Falcons, when you're a coach for the Saints, there is like a twang in your voice that needs to shift.
You can't be from New York City.
Yes. What
Agreed.
Nick just said.
Agreed. Yeah.
What Nick said.
Yes.
And then you also can't bring Brandon Staley in to run the defense and be like, we're revolutionizing New Orleans.
Come on now.
It feels like gentrification.
Who are you fooling?
Bro, that's literally what this team feels like, where it's like we didn't buy into that culture, and I just I don't think that Kellen Moore is going to produce a lot with this offense. This offense has a lot of weapons. I'm like Kamara, Olave, Rashid Shaheed. Like, those are like legitimate people that other teams want.
Yeah.
And that's not worth nothing.
And that's why I think if I'm the Saints, complete reset. You're still paying Drew Brees.
Oh my God.
Like, complete reset, blow it up, get rid of the Olaves, get rid of the Camaras. Put it to you this way. How bad were the Pats, Browns, and Giants last year, this time?
I mean,
like how we felt about them. We gave them no chance, right? We're like, yeah, there's no way, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The Saints have worse odds than they did to win the Super Bowl.
That's insane.
If you and I were to go to any sports book in town to throw $100 on the Saints to win the Super Bowl, they'd be like, this is the biggest action we've taken.
Yeah.
Ben Fox, shouts to Ben. He's been on the show before, does great work for Bleacher Report and Yahoo. He would write an article on us. No one is betting the Saints to win the Super Bowl. And I just feel like it's a complete reset.
Yeah.
You have some assets that you could get, and you go from there, man. You go from there. Derek Carr retired, like we said. Tyrann Mathieu retired. Taysom Hill. And they have like the Cam Jordans of I know he's a lifer, but like, does he want to maybe go to a team and contend with someone else? So I can't. We wasted too much time. I have them at 2-15. They're the number 1 pick in the draft.
I got the Saints at 4-13. Somehow they're gonna
cautiously optimistic.
Somehow,
squad.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
That's it. But I mean, I know you probably you're higher on the Panthers this year than you were last year, and last year you were high on the Panthers.
Look, man, I think the Panthers are one of the more intriguing teams for me this year. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Last year I gave them out as a long shot, 15-1. They were my favorite worst to first candidate in the NFL. This year, they're plus 400 to win the division, 50-1 to win the NFC, 120-1 to win the Super Bowl, win total of 6.5. Last 9 games last year, bro, 7-2 against the spread, 4 wins in that run. There's Bryce Young before the benching and Bryce Young after. I think if you're a Panthers fan and you're getting Bryce Young post the benching for Andy Dalton, I think you feel really good. I think he's a viable starter now, which is what you would want. He made plays with his legs. He improvises well, which is something I really like a young quarterback to do. He's always been accurate. Like, that was the tail of the tape. The first thing was like pinpoint accuracy coming out. They add T-Mac, McMillan. Renfro could be a very intriguing piece in the slot. Defense might be the worst in the division, one of the worst in the league.
Yeah.
Canales, remember, he was with Baker, the offensive coordinator. Now it's year 2 with Bryce Young. I think the Panthers, they play the Bucks in like a 3-week stretch. They play them twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's at the end of the year. I think the NFL might be saying, yo, this could be a division battle.
Interesting.
Because you made the comparison with the Commanders and the Eagles because of the Jalen Hurts MVP factor.
Sure.
It's like, yo, they close out the year with two of the 3 last weeks of the season is with the Commanders. So NFL's probably like, I'm being a super conspiracy guy now, but it's like, oh, let's showcase this matchup for MVP in the division.
Yep.
I like what Carolina is doing. They might be a year away, but if you look at the rest of the division, they're the one that's the most unknown for me, but unknown in an improvement. Where like the Saints are an unknown, but like
we know.
Yeah. They're unknown.
Sure, yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel about Carolina.
Okay, a better way to describe it is like how long until we know, like how long can they fake the funk type of situation? I don't know, man. I think it's a pretty, tough stretch of games to go on the road at Jacksonville, at Arizona, and then versus Atlanta to start the season. Like, I think it's like, okay, First 2 out of the 3, you're not at home and comfortable. If you're 1-2, oh, the Bryce Young chatter is back. It's back, dude. So the thing that I felt looking into this team is just like, what is your identity? I don't know if you're flashy. I don't know if you're a run first team. It seems to me like from the outsider's perspective, Xavier Legette and Bryce Young need to pop off this year. And like that is a big focal point of our offense. I was looking through their articles that are talking about the team. I guess there was a moment recently at one of the training camp practices where Chuba Hubbard led a player-led conditioning, like he made the offense run gassers. And then the quote was because like we weren't listening to the things that Dave Canales has been preaching to us. So we had to stop practice and condition ourselves, which unheard of at the NFL level. You know, usually they do like meetings and stuff, but like the players to be like, get on the line, guys.
Yeah.
That's an issue, Nick. That's some Pop Warner level shit. Like,
is it like, yo, let's be better for each other?
I get
and police ourselves.
Of course, that's the way it sounds, but that is like red flags, bro. That is red flag city. So that partially made me not as big of a believer in the Panthers, and I'm playing way too hard into that. It means nothing. It was one day, one random moment at a training camp, but I've seen it happen before where it's like if your players are your leadership factor, that's one thing. If you guys aren't doing the things that your coach is saying to do, that's another issue. And, I think Chuba Hubbard's been there for a while. Chuba Hubbard, however the hell you pronounce his name. I want McMillan to be an unguardable force on the outside. I don't think he is that. Like, I think I don't want to say big for nothing, but like it could be a Kelvin Benjamin situation later on down the road where it's like big for nothing.
Well, here's the one thing I'll say about McMillan, and we'll wrap with the Panthers. There's just certain things I don't want to hear about a player when he plays a certain position. So like a wide receiver, I don't want to hear that you have trouble separating, right? That's one of those things where like it should be a given. Like, you know what else I hate? This quarterback can make all the throws. Yeah, no shit. I would hope so. Like that's it's like a UFC fighter being tough. Like, oh, dude, his attribute, he's tough.
Really?
You're a fighter.
Shocking.
I hope so.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Of course.
It's like, tell me that he's great at jiu-jitsu, or like he has a spinning wheel kick no one's ever seen before.
Right.
Tell me that. Don't tell me, a wide receiver has good hands. Well,
no.
Yeah. So a wide receiver not being able to get separation, which was a big knock on him, that's concerning. That's concerning. But you know what? He's a big body, goes up and contests. That's also important. Let's wait and see. My division standings, though: Falcons 10-7, winning the division. Bucks 10-7. Panthers 8-9. Saints 2-15.
I got the Bucks at 11-6, winning the division. Falcons at 9-8. Panthers at 6-11, and the Saints at 4-13. And the Saints, bro, this is it. I mean, I'm literally watching like a building implosion. Every game that they play this season, just the pieces will crumble, and before you know it, I don't know who I'm most excited for. Maybe they get Taylon Green out of Arkansas for this next year. The person that's going to win the Heisman that nobody's talking about right now. Be a great fit for New Orleans, baby. So let's pray. Let's pray that into existence. All right. That's that. NFC South is over.
All right. So that's the South divisions, AFC and NFC South. George, we have a very special guest. Ironically enough, back-to-back years, our AFC East features a special guest.
Yes.
And you're super hyped about this one.
Of course.
Because you told me who you wanted to have on, and I was like, bro, he's kind of friend of the podcast through a friend of the podcast.
Of course.
I don't like many sports betting shows, but the SGPN guys, Ryan and Sean, and everything that they're building, they're just like us.
They're
D-gens,
guys
baby.
that understand the vibe, degenning, and I am very grateful to bring on, for the second time that I've got a chance to talk to him, CJ Sullivan.
Thank you, fellas. I like that introduction. I like any introductions. Like, I normally hate everything you guys are about, but the way you do it, I love. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's the good vibe. But I understand what you're saying. I also don't like technical gambling shows myself either. I like
Listen,
Right.
I want to have fun.
Absolutely.
I understand that parlays are sucker bets.
Right.
Let me be a sucker.
Exactly.
They're 90 to 1 for a reason. All right. I don't care about closing line value.
I know. Get your plus EV somewhere else. I'm
Yeah,
at the
that's a
table.
different show. Here we're trying to have fun. We're trying to give some long shots, and we're trying to rage. That's
Yes.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? CJ, what's your favorite team, by the way?
I'm an Eagles fan. I'm from Philly originally. I know. All right. Whatever.
I'm a Giants fan, but I did have Barkley Offensive Player of the Year.
I'm
so I
on you
have a soft
tonight.
spot.
I'm on you guys tonight. Preseason. It's a Tommy DeVito show tonight. I can't
Oh
wait.
yeah, dude, he's got to
Yes,
earn his stripes again.
It's a showcase for DeVito. They want to trade him. I don't know the trade market for him.
Not much.
No, but maybe. I mean, I don't know. Send him to the Colts. Let him back up Daniel Jones again. That'd be fun.
Hey, keep it in the family, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the AFC East before we really dive into it? You excited about this division?
It's an interesting division. I think obviously the Bills are clear. Run away. I know they're like minus 330 for one division. I actually think that number is actually kind of low. I think they should honestly be like minus 500 or something.
Yeah.
I don't
Biggest favorite of any of the division leaders.
and they should be. Their schedule's a joke. They're kind of like San Fran of the AFC schedule wise, and they're clearly better than all three of those teams. If you combine those rosters of the three, maybe they'd have an opponent against Buffalo.
Yeah.
Not that I like
That's
Buffalo
a
to go
fun
too
game.
far, like whatever, but like that division, they should walk through it.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. 11.5 win total, minus 300 to win the division. AFC plus 350, Super Bowl plus 700. We're just using consensus there. The handicap is pretty simple for me. Easiest road schedule for first place teams: Falcons, Panthers, Texans, Steelers, Browns, and then the in division matchups. Most of the big matchups, they have it at home. Like they got Kansas City again at home. Josh Allen stays healthy. They're a 12-win team, I think, bare minimum. They focused on the defense in the draft and in free agency. And, ready for a hot take? That first game against Baltimore, tough, right? Win or lose, I think they rattle off 12 straight out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for them.
Because that's like the teams that they're playing on there. It's like the Jets, the Pats, Dolphins, the
crazy.
Texans. All right, Kansas City's going to be tough, but it's in Buffalo, and he's beating them every time regular season. He's just 0-4 against Mahomes in the playoffs. But bro, for me, to his point, man, the schedule is a cakewalk for a first place schedule.
Oh yeah.
I know you're gonna like this because you're an Eagles fan, but I'm a Giants fan. Fourth place schedule. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right,
did we
Giants have an impossible schedule, and you guys don't deserve it.
Yeah, we don't deserve that.
Exactly.
What the fuck? So, look, I think it really comes down to Josh Allen just staying healthy, and George, biggest gap between a favorite in the NFL and second place of any of the divisions.
Yeah. No, I wonder though, because I really had this feeling at the end of the following year where it's like Sean McDermott's on the hot seat if he doesn't get over the hump again. And like that's just one of those positions that he puts himself in after just never getting past Mahomes. And I think it is a coaching issue. I think that every time it has gotten to that point in time in the season, there has been obvious deficiencies in play calling and time management, and it always is him at the end of the year being like, this one's on me.
Right.
Again, it's like that team, they're going to, like you guys said, dominate the regular season, but I don't see Sean McDermott ending up with the Bills again next year.
Yeah.
Especially a new stadium. They want to kind of turn the leaf,
Especially if they don't make Super Bowls and shit.
They do the same thing that they've been doing, like you said, lose to Kansas City. It kind of reminds me of like a Tony Dungy and Tampa Bay situation where they're there every year, but they couldn't get over that last hump.
Yep.
Then they brought in Gruden. The the Bills is like, they have, obviously the great home field advantage and the cold in the winter, but they're not built for that style of weather. They're almost better off in a dome or on the road, like in those warm weather games because of their offense. They're not really like a tough style team, And so when it comes down to those late January games, that's what bites them. That's what got them last year in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And convert that 4th and 1.
They're way more finesse. And also like, it was crazy. I vividly remember because I had all those Bills futures. Like I had Bills Eagles at the start of the playoffs, 20-1. And I just knew that Philly was going to beat the shit out of the Commanders. I'm like, do I hedge with Kansas City? I'm like, they're not going to beat them again, right?
Right.
Gamblers,
Yeah, of
fallacy,
course.
that dumb
Impossible.
shit. But I'm just watching the coverage, and they're like, oh, they love to do the tush push like Philly, but Josh Allen always goes to his left.
Yeah, he does it wrong.
He does it wrong, and he always goes. And I'm like, bro, the fact that the announcer can see, you don't think millionaire fucking defensive coordinators are gonna tell him, hey man, 4th and 1, he's gonna go that way. And then on the crucial one, he fucking got stuffed.
stunned to it.
And then, bro, you know what else I was thinking about? Because James Cook just ended up re-signing, and they were showing the 4th down touchdown that he scored last year.
That was sick.
Which is like, isn't that like an all-time TD if they end up winning it?
If they win a game, that
dude gets tackled at like the 4 and just Space Jam MJ's stretches it over the goal line. You're like, that's an iconic touchdown, but no one remembers it because they lost.
Right.
Yep.
So, you know, it's going to come down to the end. What I've done with Buffalo is this. They are my Super Bowl pick. They're my Super Bowl winner. I haven't bet them on their own at plus 700. I've done a lot of matchup props. I've done Bills-Rams. I've done Bills-Eagles, Bills-Niners. And then I got like a Bills and Spain for the World Cup, 55.
All right.
Right? And my logic is like, I'm not a favorites guy.
Okay.
Right? Like we said before, keep your positive EV and all that. I'm not going to bet plus 700. Let me pair it with something else. I really do think that the AFC this year, it's them in Baltimore.
I agree. I like Baltimore a little bit better, but I mean, obviously you can make an argument for Buffalo, especially because they probably will have that 1 seed. Like you were saying, even with that schedule, they have 4 top 10 opponents all at home.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they lose all 4.
And even Baltimore, they got them at home too.
Right. They got them at home too. You know what's a nice Buffalo bet there? So that's opener versus Baltimore at night. I kind of like Baltimore there, but it doesn't matter. For Buffalo to start out 5-0 is plus 350. And so you're basically getting plus 350 on that game against Baltimore because their next 4, I have it written down here with the paper, at Jets, then 3 straight home games, Miami, Saints, Patriots. I mean,
really, that's a good.
So you're getting 350 basically just to beat that on a pick'em game versus Baltimore at Sunday night. At home. And then
that got me a little horned up, bro.
Stadium, right?
That's a good one, yeah. And that's the kind of bets that you always be coming up. You're like, listen, bro.
Yeah.
After the bye week, they can run the table, could get plus 800. And I'm like, oh shit, you know, because last year we had 2 pretty dope calls when the Rams were like 1-4. Remember, no Cup, no Puka. I had said that they can make it was to make the playoffs at plus 400. They ended up winning the division. And then the other one was he was on the Bucks. He's like, look, man, that schedule is wacky, but like after week 10.
We saw what Kirk Cousins was starting to do and what he was turning into. I was like, oh, there's no way they're winning this division.
You know, somehow they beat that twice. The Bucks also had the same schedule this year where it's like it's pretty tough in the middle, like beginning and middle. Even if they go like 6-5, whatever, their last 6 games is like a cakewalk. They don't even leave the state of Florida once. It's just to go to Carolina.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
We were talking about that.
I like finding those bets like in the middle of the year.
That's the one like think for later on in the future. You'll get a nice number, obviously.
Nah, totally, man. And then the last thing I'll say is, the last couple of years I've been dumping on him, but dude, I like Joey Bosa going there, bro.
Yeah.
I like Joey Bosa
there.
You with Bosa, you hate Bosa. You've hated Bosa for the last 3 years that I've known you.
Okay. Bosa for $32 million, I don't like it. Right. Bosa for $11 million, 1-year deal,
He's a perfect Von Miller replacement. It seems like the same kind of guy.
For sure. And it's a contract. Same archetype. And it's a contract year for him, right? Yep. I'm in. Look, I like to go to Colombia. If a girl tells me 300, I'm like, no. She tells me 100, I'm like,
bang.
Shuffle up, let's play. Right? I'm willing to take the risk there. You're buying low. It could be a good investment. I just don't like it at 300. I don't like it at 33 million. So that's what I'm saying with Joey Bosa. And look, I feel like we spent way more time on Buffalo considering that they are a big favorite, but I love that approach, dude. Bet that plus 350 now. You're getting that on a pick.
Normally, I fade a Hard Knocks team too. Anyone's featured on Hard Knocks, but this one is the dullest Hard Knocks of all time. They're just showing Buffalo eating ice cream and it's just nothing going. I haven't even seen an episode. Nothing going. There's nothing to watch. It's nothing going on. So I'm not worried about the fade. There's not even hyped up because no one's even watching it.
Makes sense.
There you go.
Totally. Last thing I'll say: Bills for me, 14-3. Top seed in the AFC.
Bills for me finished 14-3 as well. There's no way they're not.
Yeah. And I look for losses. I can't find them.
Yeah.
It's gross.
I do have a big surprise for the second place in this division.
Okay, talk to me.
It's got to be the Pats. It's got to be the Pats, way over exceeding expectations. The Pats are giving me like the that vibe that you get from all these college football teams now with a whole bunch of new transfers, where it's just like there's so many new faces that until you tell me they can't play well together, I'm gonna keep remembering Drake May running around to win a game at the end of last year on a 4th down play that is etched in my brain forever. Like, this team is going to run the ball well. I think that all the hype is real, and I mean, say what you will about Stephon Diggs and the type of player that he is. I just think he's going to, in this offense, be the primary target, and I think he's going to get the same love that he got when he was in Minnesota, where it's like, you are it. Then Justin Jefferson came and he wasn't. And then he goes with Nico Collins, and he's like, shit, I want to be the number one guy. He gives number one guy energies because of the cocaine or whatever he does on boats during the summer.
Pink. It was soft. There was a gender reveal. I heard it.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna go with.
It's a gender reveal. Yes. I didn't even know what the drug was at the end of the day, but I didn't care. I just know the Pats are going to be the second slot behind the Bills.
I had to snap some girl much younger than me to ask, well, what is this? Is this what's on the market now? Let's go. Well, you're in the rave scene. Help me out here. I got a show to do.
The gender reveal. I think we got to start running with that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Plus 500 to win the division, 35-1 for AFC, Super Bowl 75-1, win total of 7.5. I've been, from when he was with the Titans, to use the MMA term, pound for pound, best coach in the NFL for me is Mike Vrabel. Talk about a guy who does a lot with shit. The fact that them Titans teams was, beating the Chiefs or taking them into overtime with like Malik Willis and then, making the AFC title. I think he had no business being in the AFC title game. Pound for pound, best coach in the league. I think he's a 2 to 3 game increase. He's going to do, how like he's known for like a Belichick disciple, where like they know this loophole in the rule book. We're like, that's never happened before. Right. But they know that if you take a knee with, it's like dumb shit. He'll have something up his sleeve. I think the offensive line still might be bad. Weapons, Diggs off an ACL, wrong side of 30. Not the biggest fan of it. Their schedule is easy, but like, bro, if my team is playing the Pats, I'm kind of feeling like that's nice easy. Too. You know what I mean? And I think they have a defensive player of the year candidate and Christian Gonzalez. I mentioned Columbia in the last segment. First Colombian-born player in the NFL. Fan of it. Maybe we could become friends. You could show me around Medellin a little bit more.
Hey.
But I got
you gotta put it in though.
I got the Pats at 9-8. They're a borderline wild card team for me. If Drake May does take that leap and maybe, like Kyle Williams is this wide receiver. I think he played at UNLV and then he transferred because Will, shouts to Will. He's been on the show. He was like, yo, bro, I remember this kid. I was coaching this kid as an assistant coach. So maybe he could be like the wide receiver too for the Pats. But, until proven otherwise, I need to see more from that O-line and the weapons. Like, look, man, Diggs, it don't excite me now.
No, I know. And right, to push back a little bit because the Pats are hyped. You know what I mean? You said it right there. Vrabel's worth 2 or 3 wins. They're jumping from 4 wins last year, and the total was 4.5 last year, to 8.5. Yeah. That's a huge jump that they're taking in there because of the hype. And I agree with that. O-line is going to be a problem. Like, Will Campbell's not at number 4 there or whatever. And Will obviously hasn't played yet, but like, I think it's going to be issues. Like, there's a lot to like in May, obviously, and the weapons are an upgrade. They spend a lot of money on defense too, but free agency isn't always the answer when it comes to that. They're not as explosive as you'd want them to receiver. Just to get to 9 wins is a lot, I think, for New England. If that was at 5.5, 6, if that was like 6.5 or so, I'd be jumping all over it. But I think I have a sat here on my piece of paper. I'm an analog man. I see you guys have laptops. I bring paper and a passion to my shows. Only 13 teams since 2001 had a 4-game jump where they from their win total where the total was set the next year. 4 games actually higher than it was since 2001, and like all 12 of them did not reach that number. 12.
I feel like a lot of them happened recently.
Yeah, probably. That's
like
Commanders
are definitely.
And the other one too is like they're a really trendy team,
right?
Like it's them and Denver.
Yeah,
are like the darling. Oh,
sure.
that's the team this year to become a contender.
Right.
And that scares me a little bit. But
Yeah, I don't like we have exactly when too many people are on it. But there is a lot to like in New England. And that division is, I mean, you can run right through it. That schedule is easy, but
For sure.
yeah.
yeah.
Well, who do you guys have at 2? If I have them at 2.
No, I had them at 2 as well. I just had them at.
I have the Jets at 2. That is my hot take sizzle, if you will. I know. What I like, I'm saying I like a lot of things about the Jets, but they're and obviously, I like that they're doing something different. That are going to run, they're going to run the ball. Aaron Glenn recently came in a press conference. He was hilarious. He's like, "Who said this league's a passing league?" Like, well, everyone did. He's like, the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. They ran well. Like, yeah, but they could throw the ball. It's like, you have the ability to throw it, to threaten it. You know what I mean? And like, I like Justin Fields. I always root for him. He's not obviously the most accurate quarterback, but I mean, that O line is young and athletic, and they're going to run. They're going to run a lot, and they're going to. Speaking of running, and they got 3 backs back there, and I mean they're gonna. I mean, like, I think maybe I'm not saying they're going to trade Brees Hall, but like who knows? I like Braylon Allen a lot. I took a lot of his props. Took a lot of Justin Fields to lead a division and rushing touchdowns, like stuff like that. It's gonna be a different style of game, like almost like when a Wildcat like broke out. Like they're like because people aren't used to people running the ball like 50 times like this. So and the defense obviously it fell off once Robert Saleh left, but they still have the talent there. I think they can rebound there in that division. I mean, we'll get to Miami. I think they're ready to collapse, I think you're just battling it out with the Patriots to get that second place, so why not take a stab at a much better price? And their total is what, like 5.5?
Yeah, 5.5 win total. Division 15-1, 80-1 AFC, 200-1 to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's ambitious.
George, like I was telling you before about the Texans, I like when my defense got a pass rusher and a corner that could like take out a number 1. They got that with Williams and Sauce.
Yep.
Yo, Aaron Glenn last year, I was so wrong on Detroit until the playoff game. But I was like 0 for 10 on them.
Yeah.
So I can't take the victory lap against the Commanders. But, bro, that defense was losing guys every week.
They were decimated.
And he kept them competent.
7th overall. They were 7th in like EPA all year on until the back end when like everyone was just gone.
Yeah, eventually it's like they got guys off the practice squad, linebackers playing corner, like all this crazy shit was going on.
And he's standing on business, Aaron Glenn. He came in, what I mean? Like he's changing the culture a little bit, obviously, and like
For sure.
starts it right off by having Aaron Rodgers fly in and tell him to go to hell. That was great.
Yeah, no, and I think if you're a Jets fan, I think it's cool to feel optimistic.
Yeah.
For moving forward this year, like
I'm not saying they're doing big things, but like they're gonna compete every game for sure.
Definitely.
And Fields, he's a gamer. He's obviously not. He has his deficiencies. Obviously, you don't see too many young star quarterbacks like that go on 3 different teams in 3 years like that. There's a reason for that.
For sure.
But there's also no one who's ever really adapted his style of running like to make that their entire offense. And there's no threat of anyone coming in behind him now. No Russell Wilson or anything like that. It's him. It's just him and those 3 running backs. And that O-line's different too. And they're young too. And young O-linemen like to run block. Like old veteran O-linemen, like,
Yeah, let me sit on an island.
I'm not trying to get in that car crash, These guys like knocking people around. So I don't know. They're going to be interesting.
And to your point, CJ, he's 26.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Right? Like
he had
if you're the Jets,
he's had the
Jets,
for sure.
Yeah, Bo Nix is
right.
probably.
Bo Nix
if you're the Jets, if you're the Jets, like fuck it, man. Let's to his point, we haven't had this style of quarterback.
Right.
Let's do that read option shit with Hall or with Allen. Put both of them back there, get really crazy.
Yep.
You got Garrett Wilson. He played with him at OSU. It's like you got some pieces. Tamper expectations. Look, I got them at 7 and 10, but I could see them being like a cover monster.
Absolutely.
And a team where you're like, let's head to the Meadowlands where the Jets are up 14-13 on the Chiefs. You're like, how the fuck is that?
Because they're holding on to the ball.
So, 8 and 9, cautiously optimistic for moving forward.
Yes.
But this year, unless Justin Fields comes in there and just lights it up, running the ball, and the new Wildcat, we haven't seen this before. But I think 8 and 9. What else you got on them?
No, man. I wrote down. I was like, I just feel like Aaron Glenn is nowhere near as cool as Ben Johnson. Like that's what I learned coming into this season, and obviously hearing about what you said, I'm like, man, running isn't the cool aspect of this team, but Brees Hall was supposed to be otherworldly last year, and he was rather non-existent with the way that Aaron Rodgers controlled the environment.
Right. That
Whatever.
team
It
had
was
no
a
problem.
curse. Like Aaron Rodgers went in there.
Right.
The building
Complete
was
cancer.
literally cursed, and now
1,000%.
you have to re-cleanse that. But this team literally can be over 500, in my opinion, if they can average 20 points a game.
Yeah.
If they average 14.5 points a game, which is what I think they will average, they will be 2-15. Like it's going to be like one of those things where it's like the low, take the under every single week.
Yeah.
This defense is incredible. You know, hopefully I'm wrong about like the way their offense produces. And, you know, if they do have a good running attack, I think it bodes well. It's very much what Detroit did a lot of last year.
Yeah, like they're not going to try. They're not going to try to put up 30. They know they're not. They have Garrett Wilson, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I believe Mason Taylor, the rookie tight end, is like their number 2 option right now, like which is insane. You know, but I'm telling you, they're going to be running like wing T and stuff. They're going to be doing things. You're like, what? And I sometimes I think, why don't other football teams, like NFL teams, try it? At least try something. You know, that's not the standard.
Especially if your offense only has that ability,
and if you're limited like that, right? Of course.
Nah, I'm with you on that, man. I'm with you on that. You know, we've been getting, well, I've been getting a lot of hate from my Dolphins take. We did a hot take episode, CJ.
What's the
12
Dolphin
to
take?
1, McDaniel to be the first coach fired.
I mean, they want him fired now. It's crazy. I've never seen a team ready to quit before the season even started. They're acting like he's a substitute teacher in there. They're just like, I mean, everyone's just ripping on him. He's doing press conferences talking about we're closer to death. You know, he's got that recovery energy going anyway. You know,
He definitely has recovery.
you know what I mean?
Sure.
It was like, what is going on
If I had one bet to make for my life to depend on it,
Okay.
I've hit this 3 years in a row.
Three life bets.
3 life bets. Yeah. Last year was Titans under 5.5.
Yes.
So I didn't go too crazy. Dolphins 8.5 wins. I can't see
It's
it.
a wild number. It's already down at 7. But I still like under. I'm playing
AFC East 8-1, 40-1 for the AFC, 75-1 for the Super Bowl. After their bye week, Jets, Steelers, Pats, all on the road, cold weather. I think they completely blow it up. At best, they're a 6-win team. McDaniel, first coach fired. I said it over the summer. Tua's an injury risk every time he steps on the field, and I know that applies for all football players, but him in particular, it's even more so.
He's played 13 games. He hasn't played 13 games in 4 of the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's wild.
Now, if he does play 17 games, their offense is very, very good. And
Sure. But they're so they're so thin. Like if him, Tyreek, any of them get hurt, it is just done. It just collapses. You know, and like the problem with Tua too, his injuries are so visible. It's always like on a Monday night game or something, and he has like the most crazy concussion where his fingers are crumbling. Like, do this on a 1:00 game in Carolina or something. We're not all watching this. At this point, it's like Evil Knievel. We're like I feel bad looking at this thing. Like you know what I mean? Like it's like we're like he just needs to be alive.
Yeah. It's always a Thursday night. That was another thing I said.
Right, Thursday night game,
Thursday
something
night,
like that.
Monday.
Like,
It's the prime time game, Amazon Prime game. It's always that. It's never 1:00 in Carolina where they go Tua's down and it's like 80-yard touchdown by Justin Jefferson and it cuts to
Right,
Minnesota,
exactly.
right? No, listen, bro, it's true. Like I couldn't tell you who's in their secondary, and I think that the secondary was bad last year too.
Right.
Regression. They obviously got rid of Jalen Ramsey. They got Fitzpatrick back.
Yeah.
They brought him back in there. But I just think to his point, man, like it's a lot of just weird vibes coming out of there. I still think that they're going to trade, if not both, one of the 2 receivers on the deadline. Like Tyreek's been on the trade deadline for 18 months now. And anytime someone says like, yo, I'm not happy where I'm at and like shits on the team and then like backtracks, you know that's really how he felt. You know what I mean? Like
giving coaching lessons. He's like, we should got A-Chain out of there on 3rd and 1. He's like, all right, Tyreek, whatever.
Yeah, dude. No, the inmates are running the asylum right now, which is kind of like how McDaniels probably likes it. He likes that chaotic, like recovery energy. Where, you know,
They are a soft team though for short yardage. They've always been like that, and their O-line is actually really bad too. I think only 2 of their offensive linemen have even played 1,000 snaps of their entire starting 5.
Jesus.
And I mean, bro, they brought Darren Waller back.
Yeah,
bro, what a dangerous city. Well, talk talk about another recovery.
Yeah, another recovery. Yeah, bring them on in.
Oh yeah,
come down to Miami.
Yeah,
for the 3rd period of your career, I guess.
I think if we could be promising about one thing, I think they could get to the pass rusher. I think their front is really good.
Sure.
They just signed Matthew Judon.
Yeah, and they got
also.
Chop.
Yep.
Chop. They got
Bradley
Chubb,
Yeah.
Phillips also. So like they'll be able to rush the passer, but
They got talent. That's the thing with Miami. I mean, they had the second best talent in that division.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
to your point, thin. Like
they're very thin. They're
Waddle
they're
pulls a
top
hamstring
heavy.
for
Yeah.
4 weeks. They're in
Right.
deep
Do you
trouble.
see Tyreek going to the Pats at the trade deadline?
That'd be interesting.
That'd be interesting. Everyone always talks about like, yo, I'll never trade in division, which I think it's the dumbest shit ever.
I do too. Get your value as you can.
Because if you're Miami and I'm the Pats, I'm like, hey man, here's 3 first-round picks. You're gonna sit there and be
Right.
like, well, you're in my division. It's like, no, fuck that. I'm
Exactly.
getting 3 ones for a
I
31-year-old
know.
receiver.
They did the same thing when the Eagles traded McNabb to Washington. Like, we can't wait to play McNabb twice. Who cares?
Yeah,
First of all,
We're gonna play. We're playing this McNabb, not the 8 years ago
exactly.
McNabb. Yeah, like that shit is always dumb to me. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna trade him in conference
No.
because I'm like, who the fuck cares?
All right,
bro?
get your value.
You're not gonna get the 5 assets because of the off chance you play him in the divisional round.
No, for sure.
Get out of here with that. Anyway, 5-12 for me, last in the division.
Yeah, they're 6-11 for me. I do think that the talent is good enough to put up points on any given week. The one last thing I wanted to say about them though is like I wondered this as I was typing everything up about the Dolphins is like how often does the offensive line coach show the sacks given up that almost kill their quarterback?
Right.
Like as like a cautionary tale, like every day, fellas. You guys are this could be you because if he dies, that offensive line will never be forgotten.
Exactly, and you can't play again. We're already questioning if we should be if we shouldn't be watching this. You know, like,
Yeah, no,
you're gonna be responsible. It'd be like who was the boxer that killed a guy? Was Macho Camacho? Did
Oh
he
my
kill?
gosh, where he loaded up the gloves.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's going to be a similar situation. I was just I was thinking that that would be good like fear that you can instill in the offensive line just like on a random Tuesday
Yeah.
morning.
Their charges could be brought up.
This
Yeah.
Chargers would be nuts. They arrest him on the field.
What do you guys
Oh.
think about playing an exact like the 1, 2, 3, 4 where you have Bills first, Miami fourth, and then you just flip flop Jets and Pats? I think it's like plus 850 for the Jets in second. It's like plus 750 for New England in second. Because Miami actually isn't the favorite to be last place. The Jets are, so you kind of get a little value with that. That way you can play them both ways. I'm pretty locked in at Buffalo and Miami 1 and 4. You know.
I'm taking that stand with the AFC West. My hot take is like I'm nowhere near the Broncos this year.
Okay.
I think they're my fraud check team.
I
of
like
the
that.
year. Last year they went 1-8 against above 500 teams. The one win
Right.
was Kansas City.
Week
when no one
18.
played.
Yep.
They went 0-8 against everyone else.
Yeah.
Don't like their weapons. Their defense is good. I'm just taking a
Their
stand.
defense is really good. Their O-line's good, but their skilled players are unproven,
Right.
for sure. You know,
So
and
I'm
Bo
doing
Nix,
that-
I mean, Bo Nix is set
Yeah.
up for a sophomore.
I got a couple where I got the Chiefs 1, Denver second, Denver last, and I'm flip flopping the other two.
I like that.
I'm getting like 15-1.
Yeah.
With the Raiders in second.
Yeah, no, I like those Raiders.
But you got to take a chance. Yeah, those exactas are pretty sick.
Yeah.
We don't do as many, but they're
No,
fun.
for sure.
Division standings: 14-3 for the Pats. For the Bills. 8-9 for the Pats. 7-10 for the Jets. 5-12 for Miami.
I had said Bills at 14-3, but I realized I was looking at yours. Bills 13-4, Pats 10-7, Dolphins 6-11, Jets 2-15.
2-15.
2-15.
Averaging, and you have how many points they're averaging with
They're
that.
averaging
That-
14 and a half
there's
points a
an
game.
asterisk next to that 2-15.
It
If
could-
they average 6 more points, they're 9-8.
They are a 9-8 team. Asterisk.
I like that.
Yes.
CJ, your standings?
I have Bills 13-4. I have the Jets 9-8. I have the Patriots 7-9, and the Dolphins 5-12.
I like
Love
it,
it.
man.
Yeah.
I like that idea. Bills and
Yeah, we got to
Bills
start
first,
putting some exactas in
Dolphins.
when
Mhm.
this shit starts.
Dolphins last.
That's a good one.
CJ, you're the man. It was great to finally connect.
Thank you. Good-
your,
good
your
times.
Rant, your
Welcome
rant with
back to the
Justin
old
Tucker
studio.
was amazing. I love that. You make me laugh my ass off every time I tune into the show and you're on there. Let the people know where they can find you and all the stuff you're working
Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, I'm on the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. My show's called The Bottom Line Bombs. I'm the man in the box. You can find me over there. You can find me on my Instas. I also do stand-up, so my dates are on there. Insta, CJ Sullivan was taken, underscore in between each word. at CJ Sullivan _ on X as well. But yeah, bottom line bombs, man, in the box, and yeah, let's ship it this season.
George, shout out to CJ. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he's a very funny dude.
And also shout out to SGPN, man. Ryan and Sean. I stand by this. The betting space is very toxic. Truthfully, it's pretty fucking annoying also. I love those guys. They show love when you give out a good pick. They give you credit for your pick. A lot of you guys don't be doing that, and it gets me upset. And they have a pretty big platform. So them shouting out us, coming on the show in the past, like that means a lot. It's all about collaborating. And yeah, shouts to CJ. Make sure you guys check out all the stuff that he's working on with the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. Sorry,
Dropping
I'm
bombs.
out there for a second. Our next guest,
Yes.
another friend of the show,
Yeah.
gave us a really cool nickname, which I'll let her introduce it when we bring her up.
I love it.
George, I have said in the past that I love football, and I've lied to my audience because I don't. I love NFL football. Our guest right now fucking loves football, bro. Because it's NFL, it's college, it's maybe CFL, XFL.
Yep.
Any FL she's covering. One of my favorite people in the football space, creeping up to one of my favorite people in general. Arabia.
Arabia in the building.
Wow. What an introduction. Thank you so much. So happy to be here with the amazing whites.
Yes.
The amazing whites and black.
Bro, let's go.
I'm an amazing black and white. So
Yes.
we this is special.
Let's
This is
go.
special.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
A division that Arabia knows really, really well.
Absolutely.
The NFC East, a division that I know really, really well as well. Both of our favorite teams are in here. Arabia, I'm going to just start off with this. My team might be back. That's all I'm just saying. Jackson Dart just threw another touchdown in the preseason. I don't know how to act. It's been bad. It's been bad. The last time you came on the show, you cut like a 90-second wrestling promo on me. That was then. This is now. Do you think the Giants might be back?
Unfortunately, you won't have any pushback with me with the Giants might be back. But you know, them being back really starts with their defense.
Yeah.
I am extremely excited to see that defense with Sexy Dexy. You know, that line there, I think is really, really special. The secondary is what it is, but the Giants very much may be back. Now, last year they went 0-6. They got swept by the entire division. The only other team in the NFL to get swept by the entire division was the Raiders. But at least the Raiders won 3 conference games. The Giants only won 1 conference game against the Seahawks. But I think this year will be different. I don't see that happening again. The Giants very much may be back.
Well, since this is, I'm not going to disagree with the lovely lady. You know what I'm saying? Anytime someone
Hey, you
hypes
gotta
up the
roll with it,
Giants,
man.
I got to go with it. And usually we start with the favorite in the division, but it is our show. And I'm going to start with my team first. The New York Giants, 5.5 win total, 25-1 to win the division, 80-1 to win the NFC, 200-1 to win the Super Bowl. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not someone, Arabia, that's like, yo, they're going to win the Super Bowl. They're going to do this. No. This is the most optimistic I have been, definitely since you've known me.
Yep.
Because even when they made the playoffs a couple of years ago, I was like, this is a joke. This is going to set the franchise
this
back,
serious.
which it did, because then they paid Daniel Jones and they lose Barkley and yada, yada. We know about that, right? Record in 1-score games last year, 1-8. Right? There's going to be
Reverse it.
regression to that.
Yep.
Okay. It's a way better quarterback room than they had last year. They get Andrew Thomas back at the O-line. Not a lot of people watch the Giants because why would you? They won 4 wins, right? They're not the best team. They're not the most exciting, but the offensive line wasn't playing bad when he was in there. When he got hurt, that's when it started being a little funky. To her point, the defensive line. I was telling you this when they drafted Abdul Carter. Arabia, they're going to be in games this year they have no business being in because of that defensive line. Lawrence, Carter, Burns, Thibodeau on a contract year. Oh, do I love it. I love guys on contract years, especially when they're young. You know he's getting like 14 sacks. then he's gonna want 35 million, and you're gonna be like, oh, you gotta go, bro. You gotta go. Listen, we would love to, but you gotta go, right? So I really think that defensive line is going to be the key to this team. Going back to the glory days of the Giants when they had good defensive lines that kind of covered up the shit in the secondary. To Arabia's point, it's like, who is in this? I couldn't tell you who's in the secondary. I like Phillips. in the secondary. He's a baller. But again, it's like nowhere near Pro Bowl caliber player.
For sure.
My one big concern is, boy, does that schedule suck. For a fourth place schedule, usually you're like, yo, this could be it. But no, the Giants open up against the Commanders on the road. They play Dallas on the road, Chiefs at home, Chargers at home, at Saints. Okay.
That was going to be our toilet bowl game.
Yeah. Then home to the Eagles, which they haven't beat the Eagles since I was in high school in a game that mattered. Honestly, I'm not kidding. I think the last time they beat them, I was in high school in a game that mattered for both teams. And then they play at Denver, at Philly. You're like, what the fuck? Right? So the schedule sucks. I know I've been long-winded because it is my team. I'm cautiously optimistic. George, how do you feel about the New York Football Giants?
I think they're going to be one of the most exciting teams to watch in football, just from the fact that there's going to be somebody on the field at all times that you are going to see in the headlines the next day. Like Malik Neighbors is that dude as far as it comes to quarterback. Jameis Winston on the sideline holding a clipboard, still entertaining. Does Jackson Dart come in? You know Jackson Dart's going to come in because of how tough the schedule is. Now, my question to you, because he popped off a little bit last year, is Tyrone Tracy legit? Is this a RB1 that is competent? There was moments in time last year where he popped off, but I don't know if that's just every dog has its days. Is he a legitimate threat and somebody we should watch out for?
Do you want him to be Saquon Barkley? No. But can he be a running back that you could give the ball 200, 250 times and be competent? Yeah, I think so, with Scatterbo in the backfield.
Another thing.
Right?
There's so many names on this team. Public perception, just based on names alone, you guys went from worst to first. Even though you guys will come nowhere near first, public perception-wise, you guys should be better.
So I'm glad that Arabia is on the show with us for this one, because to me, right, I don't want to start Russell Wilson. We know what he is. The buzz around Jackson Dart, he's literally dominating the preseason. No one's had a better preseason than him. And then when you factor in some of the other quarterbacks in this class, people are like, yo, if they did it's way too early for that. But
right.
Arabia experienced this 12 months ago with Jaden Daniels. They're saying the same things. The team is saying the same things about Jaden that they're saying about Jackson Dart now. And Arabia, my question to you is, do you think they should just go with Dart? As someone that's not involved with the team, obviously I want them to go with him because I'm like, yo, let me just see what the kid got. But if you had the option of the two, why are you starting Russ?
Yeah, I would definitely go with Jackson Dart because you're not playing for some Super Bowl window right now. So you have the benefit of being able to see what your rookie has. You can develop him a little faster in game than behind a veteran. You know what your veteran is. We've seen him in several different situations. I will go with Dart before I would go with Russell Wilson because, like you said, we know who he is and we can develop Dart faster and see him better in game day situations than having him sit behind someone who we already know how he gets down. Yeah.
Exactly, bro. I just feel that way. Have him go in there. You know what you're going to get with Russ. It's a 1-year deal anyway. And if he's clearly outplaying him.
Yeah.
The players are talking him up also. And why not? And if you're Daboll and showing.
Bro, Daboll goes with whoever gives him the best looking press at the end of the day. I mean, he'll buy into the DeVito thing. When Danny Dimes popped off, he was wearing the chains and shit. He definitely rides the hot hand. He loves the New York media.
Yeah.
I think he might be a little too in love with it because but it bodes to playing Dart first.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this: if they start Russell Wilson, they're a 7-win team. If they start Dart, they're an 8-win team. But
yeah, and I definitely no, go ahead.
No, but to that point, right? Like I know people might be like, yo, it's a 1-game difference. Yeah, but one is a 13-year vet with no plan for the future. And the other one is the rookie you took in the first round. And I'm much rather with that. Like Arabia said, we're nowhere near a Super Bowl. So let's build with him. I think they've crushed last year and this year's draft based on what we've heard and seen so far. So yeah, like why not? Why go with Russ? I think it'd be crazy. But what were you gonna say, Arabia? Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think that's a really great point. I was just going to say two things. Number one, we talk a lot about the D line and those guys up front, but that second level of defense also is worth at least mentioning with, Bobby Okereke, who's leading that linebacker room. McFadden, I think, is better against the run than he is in coverage. And so, that they're also worth mentioning that there are several levels of the Giants defense that could perform at least good, but I think that defensive line will be special. And then also speaking of the Giants schedule, they have the number 1 toughest home schedule in the NFL. If you look at the start of just their home schedule, they have the Chiefs, they have the Chargers, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Packers. All 5 are projected to win at least 9 games. And if you layer that, taking into account the Giants have bottom 10 home field advantage when you look at refs, penalties, and performance. So the Giants' home field advantage isn't much of a home field advantage that it could be for other teams, again, when it comes to refs, penalties, and performance. So that home schedule is especially terrible, the worst in the NFL.
Yeah, we were talking about that with a previous guest about how the better in me, this would be a team I would bet on to win the division if it wasn't for this schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Like 4th place team, the unknown of a rookie quarterback coming in. You have a strength in the D-line where it matters.
Right.
They would check the boxes. But you also have a defending Super Bowl champion in there. You have the Commanders, which was last year's darling team, and then you got Dallas with all their guys coming back.
Yeah.
So between the schedule and them still probably being the 4th best team in the division, it's really the schedule, truthfully, because like 1-8 and 1-score games too. It's like,
we're going to definitely get at least 3 of those.
Yeah, it just always happens year over year. I've been talking about this forever. So, to me, I got the Giants.
I think that was Austin Rivers, by the way.
7-10. Yeah, it might have been. There's always crazy people walking by. 7-10. Russ led 8-9 if Dart is in. That's how I got the Giants. But I think the main event here is Arabia's Commanders. So I'm going to lead it off for you. Arabia, 9.5 win total, plus 250 to win the division, 12-1 to win the Super Bowl, 12-1 to win the NFC, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. How do you feel about your Commanders?
I think this year will be a course correction. I think people forget because of the overachievement last year that we are still very much in a rebuild. So I think this year they will course correct. We may not even win the playoffs. And I think people will freak out. I think fans will freak out. I think the media will freak out. I think they will say all kinds of things. But ultimately, they have to understand that they're staying the course and trust in Adam Peters and the Josh Harris group. I think one very impressive thing that I saw last year with this offense, yes, they were the best with 4th down conversions. They attempted it 23 times, were successful 20 times. But the most impressive thing was that none of those were quarterback sneaks. And quarterback sneaks are the most efficient conversion concept for 4th and short. Now, sometimes it's because it wasn't always 4th and short. Sometimes it was 4th and 4, 4th and 5. But that's extremely impressive. Not just that they did it, but how they did it. So I think they're just going to build on that. Again, number 1 easiest schedule. They played 12 teams that did not make the playoffs. They were 11-1 with those teams. So I will say at least they did what they had to do against those easier teams. But this year they had the number 2 biggest increase in schedule difficulty of any team in the NFL. And I think it'll kind of knock us in the face back, and kind of knock us on our butt and be like, okay, here's a reality check. You guys are good, but I think that Packers game, particularly in the beginning of the season, will tell us how good we really are.
Short week, Thursday night football. Oh, bro, in Green Bay.
This is why, truthfully, bro,
and
and I've told you this off the record when we're not filming. This is why she's really good. because like a lot of people that when they root for their team, they just have these goggles for them.
Yep.
And the fact that she said like, yo, it might course correct, because I think they will, right? 8-4 in 1-score games. To her point, now they're playing a second place schedule. There's tape now on Daniels. I think, ready for this, most valuable quarterback against the spread in the NFL. So like
his big play, late game ability.
Big play, late, composure, looks the part, looks like a 9-year veteran, the way he was carrying himself, and how he elevates everyone around him. Now, one of my other big handicaps is, are you ready for the quarterbacks they beat last year?
Oh. Uh-oh. Arabia.
She knows. Yeah, she brought it up, right? They beat Dalton, Daniel Jones, Caleb Williams. Cooper Rush, they lost to him. Hayner, Will Levis, Rattler, Trey Lance, Joe Burrow, Deshaun Watson, and Kenny Pickett, right? Like, and they went 8-4 in 1-score games. Best 4th down conversion. Remember what happened with Staley and the Chargers that first year? Dude, 4th and 15 were going, and they'd get them.
Yeah.
They were like 80-something%. The next year, they couldn't pick up a 4th and inches. They couldn't convert it.
Yeah.
So there's always regression to that. And the other thing is, I like the approach of getting Debo for a young quarterback. I just don't like Debo.
Yeah.
Now, I think he's banged up, because it's dope when you have a player like Debo Samuel Arabia and you're giving him handoffs and he's getting all this. But it's like, yo, that wear and tear, it might have caught up to him. And then now they get Laramie Tunsil. The Texans like didn't even debate keeping him, and I'm always a little hesitant when a team is like, "Yeah, I could have him. It's cool. We're not tripping if we lose him." I think there's going to be regression. I think they're a 7-win team for me for those reasons, and I still think they could be. They could be. It's going to sound crazy, but they could play better than last year and go 7-10.
Agreed. Yeah, where it seems like just a more put together, not like it was like a media wave that they rode last year, and the fashions that they were beating team at all, starting off the Hail Mary, right? I need to ask you this, Arabia. How do you feel about this Terry McLaurin situation? Because I feel like with a new organization, the fact that this is happening when it's like, you guys, this is a fresh slate. This is a new Commanders team. There should be no issues. If you guys don't figure it out, I feel like you will end up being the new Bengals, of just not being able just to give your guys that deserve it the most. Because Terry McLaurin is everything to that Commanders team and that Commanders offense. So how do you feel about that situation?
I disagree with Terry McLaurin being everything to this offense. I think at this point, by nature of talent and position, of course, Jaden Daniels is the force multiplier. He was giving my dad 800 pass receiving yards and a couple touchdowns. You know what I mean? So I think he can throw to the milkman, throw to this guy, and still make something work as far as the pass game. I think my fan base gets caught up in what he has done for the organization instead of projecting forward to what he will do. That's not to say that he doesn't have anything left in the tank. There's no reason to think that. But I think for me, I don't have attachment issues with Terry. I'm okay with letting him go if we don't come to an agreement. I don't want to, but I think Terry mostly wants guaranteed money. I think that's his issue. I don't think it's just the number. He wants 30, he wants 35, he wants 28. I think he wants his guaranteed money for this last year, if his, for an extension, just in case he gets hurt or whatever else happens. But I'm okay with letting him go.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that, because it's like he's done his part. Like this, he served his purpose. I just think that, you guys are building a new legacy. Like I said, I really feel like this Commanders team, when I explain it in 20 years from now to my kids, it's like they turned the leaf here. Like that, they made bad decisions as the Redskins, and then they became the Commanders, and they were giving Terry McLaurin the big contract. They were not afraid to like keep that legacy, and that's the way I view it as an outsider. Also, just because it's like, man, he stuck it out with the Kirk Cousins days. Like, you got to give this guy his flowers, and I know it's a lot, but I think he produces well for the offense. Another question, though, I had to ask you about, because nobody's brought him up yet at this point, and it gives me like Joe Mixon with the Houston Texan vibes, but Austin Eckler is a legitimate factor and big piece of that offense. He performed extremely well towards the end of last season, and in the playoffs being the dump off valve and getting some big time carries. Like, I felt like Eckler was a bigger piece than what the stat sheet or the fans may feel. How do you feel about him?
I love Austin Eckler. In that running back room, he was my personal favorite back. I also really like Chris Rodriguez. To be very honest, my least favorite running back was Brian Robinson Jr. He has a size advantage, but he's statistically mid, but with the eye test, he has horrible vision. He's not like your average. He's not like a good one cut running back. I love Austin Eckler for sure.
Okay. Yeah. No, I wanted to get the feelers out, because, I mean, I don't know if it was just me just hyping him up for his years at the Chargers, but like last year, I think he was definitely in my anytime touchdown parlay a couple of times down the stretch, just because I was like, hey man, he scored a shit ton of them with the Chargers. But I have this team finishing 8-9, below 500 this year, for all the schedule reasons. And I think they're just old. Like, I think when you look at their defense with Wagner, you see that they got my boy from the Saints at Lattimore and Will Harris and Von Miller. I just feel like it's the wrong side of their prime. And you could kind of say the same thing about those offensive weapons too now, after I heard what she had to say about Terry McLaurin. So 8-9 for me.
I mean, to her point also, like Zach Ertz became a competent tight end again. Where the hell was he for 5 years? And then
we all knew Julie.
Yeah,
Zach
Julie
went away.
Ertz, yeah, she became the main attention with the women's national team.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to be interesting, because, like, you know, if all goes well for them, they could be like the Texans last year, where like the Texans, the hype. I just think that the hype is scaring me also, and everything that we've mentioned is a reason to just be a little bit concerned. You know, the team. I want to end with the Eagles. So, Dallas Cowboys. 8.5 win total, 6-1 to win the division, 25-1 to win the NFC, Super Bowl 50-1. If I'm a Cowboys fan, I think I'm the most excited for Dak and the passing offense in a very, very long time. Because, like, Pickens in this role is an 1,100-yard receiver.
Agreed.
He's not a number one, because he showed it in Pittsburgh. But, like, Pittsburgh was so trash weaponry. We're like, bro, Pickens isn't playing. And you're like, really? That matters that much? And then you see, you're like, oh, shit, it really does matter for Pittsburgh. Now he's going to be a number 2 wide receiver with Ferguson at tight end. And then you're going to have, obviously, CeeDee Lamb's the top 5 wide receiver. So I think the attention is going to open up a lot of things for both of those guys. Because now CeeDee also has a guy that you got to respect. I think it's the weirdest coaching hire any team made with Schottenheimer. They have no running back, right? It's like Javonte Williams from Denver. Like, we've seen him for 4 years in Denver. Like, he ain't, might as well keep Zeke at that point, right?
Facts.
Injuries killed them last year, and the first 8 games are not really crazy this year unless you're higher on those teams. Not for nothing, Dak is a punching bag, Arabia, but he's 76-46 as a starter. And when he's healthy and he plays, they win. September through Christmas, it's everything after that we're worried. I kind of feel like if Dak plays, they're a 10-win team. But I just don't know what Dak looks like, Arabia, in 2025. How do you feel about Dallas?
Are you asking Arabia or all 32? Because you could get potentially 2 different answers. Like, Arabia thinks the Cowboys don't deserve anything nice and loves Marty's son as a head coach hire, because keep doing it. Like, keep Jerry, hire Marty's son, all that, like, terrible. But all 32 says Dak is actually a respectable quarterback, and he is a punching bag in the media because The Cowboys tend to be a punching bag. They have this main character syndrome. The Chiefs, the Cowboys, and the Commanders are tied for 8 standalone games this season, the most in the NFL, the most in Commanders franchise history. So there's a part of me that hates that automatically people just give Dak crap, but he performs well. He performed really well the year before, protected the ball and everything. But ultimately, I don't see them doing anything because they have to prove it in the offseason. And like you said, after Christmas, they're pretty much done. So I actually have the Commanders and the Cowboys kind of fighting for 2 and actually, I think after the Eagles, and we'll get there soon, I think the Giants will be better than people are projecting, and that it might be a battle between those 3 teams for how they layer in the division. But I think it'll be pretty close between the Cowboys and the Commanders, who's going to get on top of the other in polls.
Yeah.
It's giving the Jersey Shore fist bump over here.
Yeah, baby. We're back.
Oh, dude.
Listen, we're back.
Dude,
that was all 32 NFL that said that the Giants might be. That wasn't Arabia.
Of course it would.
Right?
Arabia would never.
At least for me, editing purposes, that was all 32 NFL.
Dude.
But no, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Like, the Cowboys, there's just Dak, to your point, he's a punching bag. It's easy to make fun of him with some of the playoff mishaps that he's had, disappearing in big moments. But like I said, 76-46 as a starter, dude, he wins when he plays in the regular season. George, let you talk about them. I don't know what he is in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, this team is obviously going to need him. They had 6 rushing touchdowns last year, which, I can't even begin to comprehend that you can score that few of rushing touchdowns in an NFL season. It just goes to show that is their offensive style. It needs to be flashy. It needs to be on the outside. Dak Prescott for comeback player of the year not just scares me, Nick. It scares the shit out of me for my Daniel Jones to win comeback player of the year, just because of the weapons differences night and day. I mean, Jerry Jones has proven it this entire training camp. He is the most popular person in the NFL. I don't see, maybe it's Patrick Mahomes and then him, but Jerry Jones has full control of the narrative, the media, this whole, running Micah Parsons around trying to do deals with just him and not the agent, and the documentary that just came out that I'm excited to go home and watch. Like Nick told me about it before this, it's going to further my Jerry Jones glazing that I'm doing right now, but it's the truth. This guy has made it all about him forever. So a team that we might consider just being middle of the road and trash is going to be talked about week in and week out once again, because that's the way that he likes it. I also found this to be hilarious. Matt Eberflus going to play going to be the defensive coordinator, right? And it's amazing because we always talk about the Batman and the Robin thing. And I know this analogy might not fully make sense, but it's tough to be Robin when Alfred isn't paying Batman, and he needs that to happen. And Matt Eberflus, the fucking punching bag of the century, goes on Hard Knocks, looks like a loser, now is going to Dallas and can't even get the best player on their defense signed. Yeah. It's got to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw recently, Jerry Jones was talking to Michael Irvin and was like, Mike, can you go grab Micah, come over here and mediate between us and be kind of like the middleman between Jerry and Micah. And of course, Mike is all Cowboys down, very loyal to the organization, and I respect it, even though I know if he wasn't drafted there, he wouldn't care about the Cowboys either, but that's a whole different story.
Big fact.
And I'm like, well, you're asking Mike to do what Micah's agent has been trying to do. You have it's called his agent. So I will always be 10 toes, and Jerry Jones is the Cowboys' weakest link. I don't care what's happening on the field. If they scored 2 rushing touchdowns, and Jerry's looking around in his division and seeing the Eagles and the Commanders, 2 of the most rushingest teams in the NFL, and he has the weakest, running back room in the division. It's just,
Yeah.
But good for the Cowboys. I hope they keep Jerry. Arabia hopes that they keep Jerry.
Yeah.
Arabia, have you seen the new Cowboys documentary?
I have not. I've been trying to keep up with Bill's Hard Knocks, which has been
Yeah.
really, really amazing. I've been really loving that.
I'll tell you this much without spoiling. Michael Irving is even wilder than I've come to know and hear the stories. And also, when you watch that documentary, you'll understand why he's ride or die for Jerry Jones.
Oh, Jerry's probably pulled him out of.
Bro. And what's dope about Mike is there's one part that's really funny, and Arabia calls into It Is What It Is all the time with Mason Cam. And Cam always like pokes the bear like, yo, tell me about the White House, this like infamous party house that they had. They show all the players. This is my favorite scene of the whole doc. It's like they go to Eric Williams, the lineman. He goes, you're going to need to talk to someone else. They go to Troy Aikman. You'll need to talk to someone else. They go to Emmitt Smith. Michael Irvin's like, how much time y'all got? Shuffle up and play, baby. And he just started going in. He described it like, bro, it was great. And obviously Arabia and I, we've heard the stories, and people that listen to It Is What It Is, they've heard the stories that he said, but it was just funny because there's like 8 different players. Even Jimmy Johnson's like, I wasn't the big fan of what they were doing there. And Michael was like, yeah, so all the players, we pulled in our money and we were just, it was crazy, bro. It was crazy. Shout out to the playmaker, man. It really made me understand why he rides for the Cowboys the way he does. It really does.
And I do think that is what takes place with Jerry Jones behind closed doors, where he's like, hey, Dak Prescott did this, right? He has allowed me to make him the star in Texas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? CeeDee Lamb, same thing. Micah Parsons, you're going to need to play by my rules, and I will eventually make you, worth 3 times the amount that you should be worth after your playing career is over. Maybe that's the deal.
Yeah, I've also seen like that whole sentiment be a crutch for a specific UFL player. I won't say his name because I just hate the negative media that's around it already. But there's a UFL player who was a Cowboy who got in trouble when he was in the NFL as a Cowboy and got out of it. Like there was an unaliving and everything, and he got out of it, leaves the league, doesn't make it. He's in the UFL now. Once again, there's an unaliving, and he doesn't have that same NFL Jerry Jones support, and it's been harder for him to climb out of it. And I can totally see Jerry Jones being like the guy who the guys can lean on as far as support. So I can see why they love him.
Yeah, that it's very, very well put. I was a big fan of it. Like halfway through it, I'm like, damn, am I developing a soft spot for the Cowboys? I was like, nah, fuck that. Fuck that. We ain't doing all that. Let's not get crazy.
Never.
We're back, baby. We're back.
Yeah.
All right, let's end with the Super Bowl champs, rightfully so, Philadelphia Eagles. Win total of 11.5. Arabia, they're minus 150 to win the division, meaning $150 wins you 100 for those new to the betting space. NFC plus 300. Super Bowl, they're the favorite to win the Super Bowl based on NFC odds, tied with the Ravens at plus 675. I will start by saying 8-1 in one-score games. They play 6 playoff teams last year that made the playoffs. This year, they're playing 11. Second luckiest team with injury luck. In the Super Bowl, they had no starters missing from week 1. And even so, like throughout the regular season, Hurts missed a game, or maybe this receiver missed a game, but it wasn't like nothing season long or crazy, right?
Yep.
We've talked about it, how like last year was the Niners that happened to. The year before it was Baltimore. The year before that, it was Baltimore again. Like, what the fuck did they do to deserve that?
Yep.
Then it makes you appreciate Harbaugh and Lamar, that they were playoff teams during those spans, right? But back to Philly. There hasn't been a repeat winner in this division in a very, very long time. I personally think that the defense is the backbone of this team. With Vic Fangio, he's an elite defensive coordinator. Their defense don't give up big plays, so they're like bend but don't break. Mm-hmm. And then in the red zone, they get really, really stingy. Arabia, I got to be honest. Find me a weakness on the Eagles if you had to find one.
Well, I'll start with I don't see any weaknesses in any of their starters. They're 11 on offense and they're 11 on defense, special teams, coaches. I don't see it. We can talk about core depth because on every team, core depth is about 40 to 50% of the team. You got to know who's going to step in. God forbid there are any injuries or suspensions or whatever, right? So there is a cornerback 2 question with Ringo. And I think fans and the organization has seen that Ringo is just kind of trending in the wrong direction. On Monday, a couple of days ago, he got reps with the second and third teams at training camp, but had no first team reps for the first time. First team was Cooper DeJean, one half of the Amazing Whites, the Exciting Whites, and the other reps went with like Jackson and things like that. And so yesterday, it was more of the same. They had Cooper DeJean on the outside of their base defense, but Ringo, I think, is proving to not really be part of the conversation as far as starters anymore. And that's okay because, again, that starting defense is fine. The Packers might be the youngest team in the NFL, but the Eagles have the youngest defense. They're young and they're fresh. Another observation is at edge. So it's reported that Azeez Ojulari, who was the Eagles' most splashiest, I guess, signing in this offseason, they were kind of chill in that regard. He's also trending in the right direction. Right now, Josh Uche is the third edge behind Nolan Smith and Hunt. So there's just some things happening at edge as far as core depth and as far as, CB2. That's about it. Like, God forbid the starters aren't able to come in. You're looking at maybe some second or third string questions, but name a team that doesn't have that. I mean, like, if we're talking about weakness down to the second and third string of a position, I mean, I think they're in great shape. And like you said, Vic Fangio is running a defense that, granted, could be difficult for some to pick up. I mean, heavy zone, almost no cover 2, no blitzing. On third down, he's in cover 6, almost no cover 2. But I think the fact that it's a young defense that all around is just really complete. I can't name any starting or even maybe second string weaknesses at all. You got to go to that third string.
Yeah, and one other thing, too, that I really love what Philly does, George, and I saw how – this is how Arabia, the Giants, fell apart. After that second Super Bowl that they won with Eli. Instead of building on a strength, they tried to take a running back. They tried to take a receiver. They tried to take a corner. They took a line. It's like, bro, build on your fucking strength. How about that? Right. You know what Philly did? First of their 5 picks on defense. 3 of the next 4 on O-line. It's like, bro, listen, our O-line is top 5. Our D-line is top 5. Oh, Jahad Campbell? You're just chilling there in the first round? Bet. Yeah, bring him in. Another guy from the SEC. And this is why Baltimore is always good. This is why Philly's always good. This is why New England used to be good. Yep. It's you build on your strengths. And, all right, my D-line is stacked if you're the Giants. It was already good. Mm-hmm. Abdul Carter's there? Bet. So we're going back to the glory days. I had to turn this into the Giants. Of course. It's how you know we're back, right? But with the Eagles, the last thing, this is I think very telling. And Arabia, George has completely swung me on Jalen Hurts being the MVP this year. It's just the narratives, the talent, the weirdly enough, the revenge tour despite winning a Super Bowl. Yeah. Right? We don't get that
hate was put on him at the end of the season. Like, oh, he won a Super Bowl, but he still sucks in the regular season.
Yeah. So this is going to be the 5th year in a row he has a new coordinator. But he's been successful with these new coordinators anyway. And this is the first time that they're promoting from within the staff. Yeah. So, like, the verbiage is the same. It's not like they're bringing in some random guy from a different team. It's like, no, this isn't the same umbrella. So in the past, this would be a crutch. Right. But to me, it's like, Hurts has done this before.
I have to ask the question now that, you kind of presented it in the way that Jalen Hurts himself has been going through all these different offense coordinators. I was going to say, as one of my notes, because, the team's stacked. They're going to do what they're going to do. I'm a huge fan of the Eagles this year. Best running back in the league, best offensive line in the league. That's all you need to tell me. But I was going to say, remember the name Kevin Patullo. You've never heard it until now. He's a new offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Embarrassment of riches. Okay. Is it Jalen Hurts' coaching tree or is it Nick Sirianni's coaching tree in 2 years when Patullo ends up getting a head coaching job because he had unlimited options? So I just need to know whose coaching tree is it? Because right now you got Gannon, you got Steichen, you got Kellen Moore, you're going to have Patullo. Vic Fangio if he ever leaves. I guess that can't necessarily fall under Hurts.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying here. Nick Sirianni is starting his own coaching trees.
Arabia, how do you feel about that one? Is it Hurts or is it the coach?
Well, Hertz has actually had 12 different play callers in 10 years if you date back to college.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
insane.
Too.
So yeah, it's less than ideal for any quarterback. But the last time that I feel like he played piss poor with a play caller was when Nick Sirianni was play calling that first half, and then after that first half of the season, Shane Steichen took over, and then he kind of went up from there. But otherwise, he's adjusted super well. The thing that I will say, there's the Arabia part of me that
this is my favorite part of the show, by the way. I like the split personalities. You know why? Because I'll be honest, Arabia, I kind of lost a little bit of my fandom with the Giants because I was tired of watching 17 points a game and us winning 4 games a year, right? A little. But now that I'm back, you're going to be getting the Nick Deus Giants fan, or you're going to get the Nick Deus the analyst. So I'm loving this, and I'm stealing it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a split personality, but Arabia really appreciates Jalen Hurts the man, because I was covering the Super Bowl. I'm going to just tell this really quick story. I was covering the Super Bowl. I'm in New Orleans, and of course they have media days. So every day at the hotel, you can either choose to go cover the Eagles or you choose to go cover the Chiefs. They're usually around the same time, so you can't do both. So during the Super Bowl, the days leading up to the Super Bowl, I went to go cover the Eagles. So, I go to Saquon's table, and it's just full of media, and I go to Reed Blankenship and Mailata and just all these different people. So I go to Jalen Hurts. Of course, his is full of media, and you got to get in there or you're not going to ask your question. You got to be aggressive. No one's going to just stop and wait for you. So I'm trying to get in there with my questions. Huge news outlets are there. I'm little old me, Jalen Hurts specifically takes the time to stop everyone so that I can answer a question. Like, he looks at me, everyone's asking him questions, and he's like, "What do you have?" And I was like, "Oh shoot, yeah." And then asked him my question. He made sure I didn't have any other follow-up questions, and then he let everyone else. And he has an all-woman management team. He's very intentional about women in his space, and I think Black women in his space. So Arabia appreciates him in that regard, which is why it hurts that all 32. Which is why it hurts that all 32 has to bring up the fact that, yes, he had the number 6 best offensive line as far as pass block win rate. But he had the second most pressures in the NFL. It wasn't because of the offensive line. It was because he held onto the ball for too long, 3.1 seconds, which was the longest in the NFL. So I think if he is going to go on this revenge tour, I think if he is going to try to get MVP, there are some technical things. He has to go through his progressions and make decisions quicker, get the ball out of his hands quicker. He was dead last in EPA per attempt, last in success rate, and bottom 5 in sack rate and yards per attempt. So as much as I can appreciate Jalen Hurts, the guy, and what he's trying to do this year, this offseason, he has to have bettered himself technically in order to get there.
Man, first of all, I love that story so much. That's super
that
dope.
Is sick.
Real quick, one of my buddies, Jerome, is a big Eagles fan. He ran into Jalen Hurts prior to last season, and he had a different interaction with Jalen. Mind you, he's an Eagle fan. He's like, "Yo, Jalen, I'm going to need more touchdowns than quotes." Because, he was like, he always had like crazy Instagram captions and quotes and all that. He's like, "I'm going to need some more touchdowns than quotes, bro. Like, get it fucking together." And then he goes on to win the Super Bowl. I'm sure his interaction with Arabia was much more pleasant.
Absolutely.
But it was funny because he has the eagle tattoo. So he was like down, but he was like, "Yo, bro, he's just he's a great interview." But he's like, "I need more touchdowns." So I was like, "Yeah, I get it." But yeah, Hurts, the last thing on the Eagles, right? And to George's point, like, one thing that has helped me in the betting space, Arabia, is like, let's get cute elsewhere, and like, let's just take Philly to win the division, right? Just the talent alone. Let's take Kansas City to win the division. Let's get cute in the NFC North or in the AFC style. Like, sometimes it's pretty obvious, right? Like last year it was Detroit in the NFC North, even though it got crazy, last week. But for the most part, let's not get cute. And I just think that they're going to lean more on the passing game this year in the regular season, if I had to give my analysis, than they did last year with Barkley. So I
Yeah.
got them going 11-6. One of the reasons why, like I mentioned, their record in one-score games was impeccable at 8-1. You know, they were a team that won 13 games last year. If they regress just a little bit, you know, about 11 wins. I think 11-6. Let's just get healthy.
Yep.
All right, nothing crazy going on. So my division is like this: 11-6 Eagles, 8-9 Cowboys, 8-9 with an asterisk Dart starts, and then I got the Commanders at 7-10.
Nice. I got the Eagles at 10-7, which after thinking more about it, I probably should bump that number up, but I just figured that this division is going to be a lot more competitive top to bottom, and we're going to get a more middle of the pack vibe from everybody. So Eagles 10-7, Cowboys 9-8, Commanders 8-9, Giants 6-11.
Arabia, what do you got for the NFC East?
I'll say Eagles 12-5. I'll say Commanders 9-8. I'll say Cowboys 8-9, and I'll say Giants 7 and what's the rest? 7 and whatever.
And 10.
Equals 7-10.
All right, listen, from 4 wins last year to 7,
Hey,
it's
you're
promising.
moving up. You're
Moving
moving
up.
up.
We're moving up.
The charts got the up arrow.
Hey, like I said when she joined the show, I don't think I know anyone that loves football as much as Arabia does.
You
You're
know, I'm
doing
like,
so
oh my
much media.
gosh, are we not gonna have a 3-hour conversation about the NFC East? Like, is that it?
That's all.
want a
Yeah,
John
that's
Gruden
all.
whiteboard?
We got some more guests, and hopefully you got to come out to Vegas. We got to get you to come out to Vegas, and then
Yeah.
we have this conversation in person. And the Giants better not be 7-2 when you come out to Vegas, because I'm not gonna know how to act. It's
That's okay, because my Commanders better not be anywhere close to 7-2 either, because we're gonna be going back and forth like me and Mike did. What's up? We can run it.
I love it. I love
What's
it.
up?
Arabia, you're the best. Thank you so much for your time. I know how
Thank you for
busy
having
you
me.
are. Let the people know once again where they could find you and all the stuff you're working on.
So you can find me on all the social medias at All32NFL. I have a show coming out. My co-hosts are Matthew Judon, Chant Bailey, and Coach George Hegeman. I have some NFL things coming out that I can't talk about right now, but they should premiere September 4th. Look out for that. And also, it should catch me on It Is What It Is as well.
NFC West.
This is a big division for us, Nick. You got your MVP choice.
I got both my conference winners here. I got best records in the conference here. I got a lot of things here.
We got the acronym boys up in Seattle.
Yeah.
JSN and the MVSs.
We got everything.
Oh, dude, I'm fired up for this one. Not so fired up about the Cardinals, but Nick, we are joined for this segment by ESPN betting analyst Pam Maldonado. Pam, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I've been doing nothing but talking football for like 3 weeks straight, and we haven't even started yet. So I'm all types of hyped. I'm probably like overly excited. I can't wait for football to start.
Oh, same.
Don't you feel like every year you just get more and more excited for September to roll around?
And then by October, you're like, oh, why do I have this team? Like it always starts super strong. And then mid-season, you're like, golly, you're just like hating life.
Yeah, that happens a lot. But you know what else too? You just look up and it's week 9 and you're like, where did this happen?
You start getting sad. Oh, we're halfway
And
through
then
it.
you start getting sad. And then you're like, oh, well, I guess I have time for golf now. Darn.
Well, I don't golf in the winter. She's very sharp with the golf bets too. So, yeah, did you play today?
I did not personally play today, but I have my final 2 tee times booked for the season. I play on Saturday, I play on Sunday, and then I don't touch the golf course until Thanksgiving Day. It is pure football from now until February.
Damn, that's the type of commitment you need, Nick, if you want to ever be good at golf. I mean, it's
so once a month at the driving range is no good.
we got a long ways to go.
Probably not. Okay. All
Got a long ways to go.
I'll defer to you guys. You guys are the experts on this one. So maybe I got to hit more than just once a month at the driving range.
That would be smart.
Let's talk to Pam about the NFC West.
Yes.
Before we started recording, when I said that I'm the most excited about this division, I got a yuck from Pam. So I would like to ask, why the yuck, yo? Like, why don't you like this division?
It's not the division. I think there's a lot of yuck teams in the NFL this year, but actually it should be like that, right? There's only a handful of teams that are elite enough to make a Super Bowl run, and at least the NFC West has one of those teams, so it's not a complete yuck fest.
So what is the team that you're referring to?
The 49ers. I feel like this is probably the easiest division to handicap. The 49ers can win the NFC West. They can even make a Super Bowl run because the entire table is set for a rebound, let's call it that. We already know what the ceiling looks like for the 49ers when they are healthy. And when they're healthy, that's 13 wins, NFC Championship games, top 5 rankings in almost every offensive metric and defensively too. So then that could be like the biggest factor. They finally caught a break with the schedule makers. Net rest advantage. They have a lot of healthy pieces that are back. And even last year when they had a huge injury, bad luck in the league, the most injured team in the NFL, Brock Purdy, who is a quarterback that I'm not fond of, was still top 5 in yards per pass attempt, 4th in success rate, EPA per attempt, deep ball completion. He was a really good quarterback, so maybe I'm wrong in that aspect. So now you're getting a fully healthy team in probably one of the weaker divisions. I really like the San Francisco 49ers to make a Super Bowl run.
I love what you said there because I couldn't agree with you more about Brock Purdy. I thought last year was very telling of the kind of quarterback he could be because got nothing from Debo. Ayuk got hurt. McCaffrey was hurt.
Yep.
Their first round pick was shot this time last year, right? Ricky Pearsall, he comes back at the end of the year. And you heard all the numbers that she mentioned. He played like a top 5, top 6 quarterback without these weapons. And to her point about the bounce back, right? Shanahan is the king of the bounce back. Like anytime this dude is below 500, the next year, 12-5, 13-4. And it checks out that way. Bro, this year they're only playing one team that's projected to have double-digit wins, and it's the Rams twice. Right? And we'll get to the Rams in just a little bit. I think that Robert Saleh back at defensive coordinator. Pam, I've been talking about this for years. Like, some guys aren't Batman, and that's not a bad thing. I think he's a great Robin, and Robins, to me, in the NFL are all coordinators. I think he's an awesome Robin. Head coach, granted, it was the Jets. They've been a mess. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I'm not a Jets fan. I'm a Giants fan, but they've been in the dumps my whole life with the exception of Rex Ryan for like 2.5 years. So I'll give him a pass for that, but he's a great defensive coordinator. Even the players talking about it, how having him back in the locker room, it just does a lot for their defense and their mentality. And to her point, easiest schedule in the NFL, they're not playing a first place schedule. They're playing a last place schedule, which when's the last time that happened to them?
Yep.
So everything tracks for the Niners to win the NFC West plus 150, 7-1 to win the NFC, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl, 10.5 win total. We did the way too early. If you remember the day after the Super Bowl, I said Niners and Bills.
Yep.
Got a little sprinkle on that, just a little bit, little Salt Bay over there. Why not 40, 45 to 1?
I was about to say, yeah, it had to go over 40.
Yeah. So it's hard. It's hard to disagree with Pam. And the more I look at it, it's like, am I just gun-ho on the Rams because of my Stafford love and McVay love? This might be, it's just screaming at me at plus 150.
I just don't see the allure of this receiving core. Like, it doesn't shout like a receiving core that I want to have if I'm trailing in a game in the third quarter and I need to get the ball moving. And I know Brock Purdy's been very efficient. Brock Purdy, to me, looks twice as good when Christian McCaffrey is gassed up and running. Now, I think they do have to be careful with Christian McCaffrey. I mean, this is a running back. Now we've seen multiple teams. This is a person that he pushes his body to the limit, makes crazy plays, but at the same time, that puts him in spots where he could be a little more injury prone. And I think that Christian McCaffrey is more important than Brock Purdy on this offense. But I do agree that they are going to be a very competitive team, and it's going to be them and the Rams. But I do have the Rams beating them both times in their divisional matchups, and that'll be the difference maker at the end of the year between the first seed in the NFC and a wild card spot.
Well, there's a couple of things that you guys said. You're talking about Brock Purdy, and I think for me personally, that's where I have to go to first because I didn't really like him. I didn't like his production that he came out of college. I didn't really like his production in his first year. I thought that I was with the rest of the pack thinking, well, it's the weapons around him that made him a good quarterback. But last year it was kind of like, oh no, I'm going to prove you wrong. And he did. Purdy didn't just survive the season with all of those weapons that were injured. He actually thrived in chaos. And so this season he got paid like a franchise quarterback for a reason. And so that mindset alone is the reason why I have flipped into thinking San Francisco is not only going to have the rebound, but actually can be contenders. Well, you also mentioned Saleh and the defense. Well, the defense also took a step back, but even there, they've now got a blue chip pieces in Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Mikael Williams, Bryce Huff, Nick Martin. This defense should actually be really good, and they give them upside at a very low cost. So you're still talking about a top 5 defense in success rate through week 11 with some of those injuries, having lesser components part of their pieces. So now I'm thinking that collectively as a unit with Brock Purdy, with an improved defense, and then we talked about McCaffrey, 29. Yeah, and a running back. He's probably not the most durable right now, but he is still the most efficient running back that's in the league. I would still put him in that category. Even if he had a broken season last year, San Francisco was still top 10 in EPA per rush. So you look at all of the things that, well, I don't like this, I don't like that. There's an answer for it. So that rebound word, key word, is the reason why I like San Francisco so much.
Nah, I'm with you on McCaffrey too. Like you can't see it here, but there's like a glass window outside in the, oh, there you go. Right. So one time we were talking about McCaffrey and the year he was having, because he was my offensive player of the year, and right over my shoulder was a dude wearing a McCaffrey jersey, and I was just like, it's a sign from the heavens. It's so poetic.
One of the greatest moments.
Yeah, it was a really fun moment. And to your point, like he is one of the most efficient running backs. I think the reason why they made that trade, it just opened up their offense. Like you've seen under Shanahan, like he's the Shanahan running back. Like if you was to envision the kind of running back, my only concern is what George brought up. Like Ricky Pearsall now coming into his second year, Jawan Jennings in the contract. They just traded for Sky Moore earlier today at the time that we're recording. Brandon Ayuk coming off the injury. And, you know, it's been a running joke on the show that like Brandon Ayuk for $32 million, it's a lot. It don't get me excited. But he's a big part of what they do with the Niners. And he's a guy that goes up and gets it for Purdy. Him and Purdy just have amazing chemistry also. So maybe his value to the team and to the quarterback is of that of $30 million.
Right.
Even though there's some other guys where you're looking like, that's why like Jamar Chase felt the way he did and T. Higgins felt. But, you know, the more Pam talks about it, she just kind of validates my thoughts that I had on the Niners.
I can be very convincing.
Nah, for sure. And I mean, like, it's a lot of the things that you brought up that we have written down in our notes, and that, you know, I'm a big last place, first place schedule guy. Injury luck is important. Record in one score games. All that matters.
Yeah, so if you add it all up, you've mentioned all of the parts. You have an elite quarterback play, regression working in their favor, injury luck should be swinging back, and you probably have one of the softest runways in the NFC. So now you've got a 49ers team that is capable of not only exceeding their season win total, but also if they do stay healthy, at least compared to what they were last year, then they're not only winning the division, that's how they become Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on the Niners. I actually have them at 13-4. Despite them not being in the Super Bowl for me. I have another team.
I'm not fully convinced that I want to put them as they're going to be the Super Bowl, but can they be contenders this year? Absolutely.
Okay. I'm fully convinced that this team is in the Super Bowl. I am not getting worried about the back injury for Stafford. I think it's just a dude that's 38 and doesn't want to practice.
That's fine. That's what you got to tell the media.
You know, I'm 34 years old. I don't really want to do my jiu-jitsu warm-up in the beginning. Yeah, I kind of half-ass it. Then when it's time to go, it's time to go. And that's how I feel Stafford is.
Yep.
Stafford and the Rams, they are plus 175 to win the division, 10-1 to win the NFC, 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. Win total is 9.5. Pam, I've been on the Rams from the moment they got Devontae Adams, because I feel like Devontae Adams is the best addition any team made this offseason on offense or on defense. With McVay and Stafford and Puka, Kieran Williams, Adams there also. they have the best offense in this tenure that McVay has ever had and Stafford has ever had. And mind you, this team has won a Super Bowl. Adams now as a number 2 wide receiver. I think Puka at the end of the year, if he stays healthy, you're like, yo, this is the number 1 receiver in fantasy and in the league.
Yep.
And I know it's still like kind of uncomfortable for people to have that combo because, you know, he was banged up a little bit last year. He's not making the money yet because he was a 5th round pick coming out of college. Don't forget, we were on this last year when they were 1-4 with all the receivers hurt, and then they got hot, and then they ended up winning the division. You guys might laugh at this, but in the event Stafford has to miss a game or two, Jimmy G as a backup, I'm cool with.
Hey, if he's handing the ball off, bro.
Damn, I'm cool if Jimmy G got to step in for 2-3 games. I'm cool. Now it's gonna be a little awkward in the huddle when Devontae's like next to him and he goes, "Hey man, I watched the wide receiver documentary on Netflix. All you did was fucking trash me." I get it. It's gonna be a little awkward, but you know, time heals all. I think their defense is gonna be really good. They got a lot of players that I don't think are household names yet outside of Verse. But like Curl, Young, Witherspoon, Durant, they got some guys that have made plays. And look, man, I think for me, the biggest thing on a serious note is Adams in the red zone is a massive upgrade from what Cooper Kupp was. And that's where they really struggled in the red zone. I'm all over the Rams. I'm ready to put them as my NFC representative of the Super Bowl. Take that, Pam. I know you're not happy about that one.
Well, when I said yuck, I was referencing your prediction on the Rams, not on the division. And it's for, you know what, for me, it's more of just like I lean on under 9.5 with not a lot of conviction. So for me, it would be a pass. But the good thing about the Rams is that they were battle tested. They opened 2024 season 1-4, and yet they still rallied to 10 wins. That alone is resilience. So you give me some better health and a softer schedule, then I'm probably going to be a little bit more inclined to have hopes for this team. But there's parts of the Rams that I absolutely cannot back to go over 9.5 wins or to win this division because they do have a brutal early season. You have weeks 1 through 6. You're going at Eagles, against the 49ers on a short week, at Texans, against the Ravens. After a London trip, you play 5 games before the bye, and then they went 1-4 in 2024. Key injuries are also going to be huge because you mentioned Nakua, Cooper Kupp. They missed most of the 7 games in the last season. So depth is going to be tested again. And I think game script also comes into play. They only led at halftime in 5 of 17 games. There's just a lot of question marks for the Rams that I don't feel like they have solidified answers to. If we're talking about like the 49ers, you know what they look like when they're healthy. This team you don't necessarily look like because they can be healthy and they're still not performing to their level of expectation. So because of that, I'm less inclined to believe that this is going to be a bounce back year for the Rams.
Yeah, no, I get it. I could definitely see that, you know, the process at the beginning of the year and where I struggle though a little bit with the way that they ended the year and almost upsetting Philly in the snow. I can't stop thinking about the fact that if that game is played in non-snowy conditions, that maybe the Rams win the Super Bowl last year. Like you're talking about a team that was just able to get hot at the right time. I do think that they have the best coach in this division, and it's close between Shanahan and him, but it's giving me Bucks in 2021 with Tom Brady vibes, where you got the pieces on the outside, you got the veteran, you got a great OC. Just give me magic now. And we didn't get a chance to see it last year. The defensive line with Verse is going to be insane. He led the league in pressures last year. Ford, Kobe Turner with 9 sacks last year. I'm very hopeful that this team is going to succeed. I do think we're going to see Kyron Williams and Blake Corum become like a secretly competitive running back room where you weren't expecting that duo to perform the way they did. But I think the Lions really unlocked it last year with the way to have a power back and to have a speedster.
Thunder
and
and lightning.
Yeah, Sonic and Knuckles, right?
Yeah.
They'll come up with their own cool nickname or whatever they want. But no, I'm high on the Rams. I have them winning the division at 12-5. I have the 49ers finishing 12-5 too.
Yeah,
There's two things that you said. One, I want to see magic, and two, they got hot, and that's kind of that was part of my argument, is that they needed some like furious comebacks in order to get 10 wins, and because they trailed at halftime in only 5 of 17 games, and yet they still won 10. So that is not sustainable or something that they can build on into the following year. You did say something that I do agree on, and that Kyren Williams is going to have he could have a good season, and still the Rams underperform their season-long expectations. Kyren Williams, his rushing touchdowns, I love his season-long props for his overs. I love his season-long prop on his rushing yards. He averaged 20 touches last year, 14 touches in 2024, and the Rams are top 10 in EPA per rush, inside the top 10 inside the red zone, where they actually struggled because it was passing related. So I think there's an opportunity here to kind of build on what their strength should be, and that's utilizing more of Kyren Williams inside the red zone. Lean on over rushing touchdowns, especially if it's like around the 10 mark.
Yeah, and one other thing that she said before too, they kind of hear me out because I know I've been dumping on them for like 4 months now, but you know how we talk about the Dolphins being top heavy, and like if Waddle pulls a hamstring for 6 weeks, Rams are kind of the same way, right?
Agreed.
Like Stafford, Williams, Puka, Adams, like, it's dope. But then if you got Tutu Atwell, now got to get 8 targets. It's like, I don't know if I like that.
They were pushing it last year.
They were. And I like him for, you know what, twice a game, let's throw a 60-yard bomb and maybe you could open things up for us. You know, and Higbee came back. Don't forget he got hurt in the playoff game against the Lions, so he missed the majority of last year when he came back. I think I know he's your boy for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
When he entered the lineup last year, they became a top 10 defense, highest rate in pass rush, highest rated defense with the pass rush with him in the lineup. I really do think, Pam, could we agree with this? It's a 2-team race in the NFC West, correct? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not going to say 2-team, but if there was a 2-team, I wouldn't have put the Rams as a second.
Whoa. So
lead us
who would
up.
be your second then?
I do like the Seahawks. I think they have a potential here to exceed their season win total, and only because I have a lot of question marks on the Rams, and I have a lot more conviction in Seattle in the Seahawks getting 9 wins, especially if you believe in like a schedule edge and that defense, Kubiak, Darnold. I think there's going to be a revival there. I think there's a really good opportunity here for the Seahawks to make some noise because it's not as popular of the name as the Rams right now, considering they have all of the stacked players on roster.
Oh man, Pam, you were doing so well with us.
Oh, what? No. I'm high on the Seahawks.
You're gonna agree?
I'm high on the Seahawks.
You're gonna betray me?
No, I just like
Betrayal.
gingers and gloomy
Betrayal.
conditions it's trending upwards for Sam Darnold and his red hair. I'm a fan, and by the way, I think that drafting a left guard. Come on now, teams that draft left guards are my favorites these days. Other than that, I think Charbonnet and Walker, best running back duo in that division, without a doubt.
I think the Seahawks are definitely great enough how am I going to put it? I'm going to say that like they're like the Penn State. They're going to beat the teams they're supposed to beat. It's just a matter of, can the Seahawks upset some of the good ones? And that's where the question mark comes from.
Oh, okay. So like I feel very passionate about this. I said at the moment that he signed with the Seahawks, the Darnold contract is going to be one of the worst contracts in recent NFL history. I think no player has ever.
Yeah, comes into play.
No, for sure. But you know what also comes into play?
A proven system elevating bad quarterbacks.
Right, without a doubt.
Even Brock Purdy was one of those players, and Derek Carr. So I think there's an opportunity here to see a much improved Sam Darnold.
I'm with you on what he's stepping into. I also know that he's not going to have Justin Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, Jones, Kevin O'Connell as a head coach in the offensive scheme, playing indoors also. I like JSN, Cooper Kupp. Yeah.
Them getting rid of Lockett and getting Kupp is like such a lateral move. It's crazy.
To me, I just think Darnold, no one has cost himself more money in an 8-day stretch in sports history like he did between that Lions game and then the Rams game, because it was there for him to just stay in Minnesota. And I just think that, we talked about it when we talked about the NFC North, Pam, how I know it sounds crazy, but like 110-1 on McCarthy to win MVP. I've made dumber decisions in my life considering that Sam Darnold was an MVP candidate because of what he has around him. So my whole handicap is like, all right, McDonald as a second year coach, his defense with Baltimore improved in year 2 with him over there. So I think the defense is definitely going to be the strength of the team, but it's just hard for me to get Darnold playing with Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, and Jones to now go to Seattle where he has one weapon. That to me is the biggest.
Some of that can be balanced out because of the schedule. And at the top of the show, you mentioned at the top of the segment, you mentioned I like to look at schedule. Well, schedule here is a large reason as to why I like the Seahawks here. They have a huge rest advantage. They play only one team all season with extra rest. They play 5 games against teams on a short week. They have the 4th best rest advantage. That's going to largely come into play, and it is historically a predictive metric for team for overperformance. So the numbers and the roster may not tell the full story, but when you're given an easier slate based purely off of scheduling, that can give you a natural boost.
Yeah, the schedule, when I was looking at it, I kind of wrote like middle of the pack. It's not a like I'm a Giants fan, Pam. I don't know what we did as a 4th place schedule to get the schedule that the Giants got. It sucks. I'm not excited about it. Seattle doesn't have like the murderer's row, right? They're not going to play that 5-game stretch where you're like, oh my God, how do they get one win out of that? So it's kind of balanced. So to your point, when you're talking about the schedule, I agree with you on that. That's something I'll agree with you on with the Seahawks. But to me,
You're talking about the strength of the defense. Well, look at some of the quarterbacks that they're facing. Bo Nix, who I think can have a great season, but then you mentioned McCarthy, Derek Carr, Kyler Murray twice. There's an opportunity here. There's an opportunity. There's a path.
And their secondary isn't Legion of Boom, but like competent. It's a competent secondary, and even though it's McDonald's second year, it feels like year 1. Like it definitely feels like they've got all the pieces in place now, and now we can get an accurate depiction of what this team could do. This team gives me the way that I felt about the Titans last year vibe, where it's like I'm very high on them, but they could burn me like a motherfucker, and I could look bad. I want Cup to do well.
And the defense is probably what's going to help this team get through, exceed expectations. They had a really strong 2024 season. They were top 5 in pressure rate. They had a pass upgrade with DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams. You have names in there that are going to help this team be stronger than they were even last year. So they had a top 10 secondary, solid run defense additions. I think potentially it's going to be the defense that carries them and the schedule that's going to help the offense exceed expectations.
Wow. Listen, you made a compelling case for 6-11.
I convinced.
That's what I got the Seahawks. I like it. I'm gonna put my foot down. It really comes down to Sam Darnold, and I you know what else I like to do? I would love to pick your thoughts on this one, Pam. I like looking at players, and I kind of eliminate your best and worst year, and then that's who you really are. Like you look at Matt Ryan when he won MVP, right? It was like 35 touchdowns to 7 interceptions, and then you look at the rest of his career, and you're like, that's not who you are. You're kind of more of year 7, 8, and 9 than you were year 10. How do you feel about that? Because like with Sam Darnold, I think last year was just an anomaly. You're not going to get that again. And I think that the quarterback that we've seen all these years is who he really is. And last year you're not going to get that again.
I think the same thing could be said about Trevor Lawrence. Like people are still giving him the benefit of the doubt of, well, this is the year. He's going to finally, is he? because he's been around for a long time, guys. Can we just say that this is who Trevor Lawrence is? And I am a Jags fan, and I love Lawrence. I've loved him back since college days, and I'm done. I haven't seen the progression. He's dead last in every metric. This isn't a coaching situation anymore. This is a mechanics. This is stop. It's kind of like dating. Don't show me your potential. Who are you now?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence has shown us he's not a great quarterback. I believe in boom or bust. Maybe you have some parts in 1 year that can help you, but then for the most part, like flukes. Yes, flukes do happen. Brock Purdy last year, perfect example. He's not a fluke. He proved it to us. Quarterbacks like Trevor Lawrence has done otherwise. I'm not a believer.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I'm glad that we're on the same page because we talked about Trevor Lawrence when we were doing the AFC South. And you know what? I feel like it's a perfect segue into another guy that I kind of feel the same way. Because my biggest handicap, Pam, when it comes to the Cardinals, who are plus 500 to win the division, 25-1 for the NFC, Super Bowl 50-1, 8.5 win total. It's who's Kyler Murray? I think the model of inconsistency, right? He had that 1 year, his second year, they do the Hail Murray when they beat the Bills. I vividly remember because I had a 40-1 on him to win MVP. And then that next day, it was him and like Josh Allen was like a coin flip. And then he gets banged up against the Pats. And then ever since then, it's just been like, things are going great. And then he gets hurt.
Yep.
And then he plays hurt. Like he does play hurt. He plays tough, but he does miss time. He's missed time in 3 of the last 4 seasons. And I just don't know who he is. He's like, to me, I think of quarterback 18 in the NFL. I think of Kyler Murray. Like that's where I have him at. And model of consistency, being inconsistent. At least I know what I'm getting with him. I'm just curious how you feel about Kyler Murray as a quarterback.
I don't think that he's a great quarterback at all. I think one of my favorite preseason wagers, predictions at least, is taking the Kyler Murray passing yards under. It's set right now at 3,400.5. Last year he had 38, but this number just feels way high when you actually dig into what Kyler Murray is, and more importantly, what he isn't. His biggest issue year after year is that he is not good with the deep ball. He doesn't know how to generate some of those chunk plays because you've seen over the last 3 years, he ranks dead last, 35th out of 35 quarterbacks on passes over 10 plus air yards in EPA, in yards per pass attempt, yards in completion percentage. He's not pushing the ball downfield, and Arizona knows this. So the offense has become more of a check down, run heavy system to mask it. And it's one of those things where last year he was able to exceed his expectations because he was actually healthy in all 17 games. Do we believe that Kyler Murray is bulletproof again? Because I don't see him as being a durable quarterback, potentially. So even though he threw 3,800 last year, he played 17 of those games. So yes, he cleared that number, but everything has to go right for him again. 17 healthy games, trailing scripts, soft matchups, and if there's any slip, that under is cashing because I don't believe in him as a quarterback. Great running back. He's a great mobile quarterback, but he doesn't have the arm.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I need my quarterback to be locked in. I need my quarterback to care about the city. I need you caring about the team. You can't be streaming Call of Duty and like, and I'm a video game guy. You know, I play my FIFA every Friday for 5-6 hours. Like I'm back in high school. I be gaming. I'm into it. But like, I'm also not leading a franchise. And I don't know. Like every quarterback in the Lamar's locked in. Mahomes is locked in. Hurts is locked in. Like you gotta be locked in, bro. Burrow's locked in.
Come on now.
Yeah, like that's what I would like, Pam. If I'm giving you 200+ million, I want you to be locked in. Have your other ventures and business. Like it's cool, right? But I can't have this. I can't. I'm out. I'm out on Kyler Murray. I'm out on the Cardinals. Trey McBride might be the best tight end in football, not named Brock Bowers. Dude is allergic to the end zone, though. I think last year it took like until week 16 or 17 for him to score. He was on pace to break records, like most catches and targets in NFL history without a touchdown. Buda Baker in the defense, probably the most underrated defensive player of this generation.
Yeah.
He's always solid, plays all the time, plays hard, but he's on a 6-win, 7-win team every year. It comes down to Kyler Murray for me. I just think he's inconsistent, and that's why I have them as a 7-win team. 7-10 is what I got the Cardinals. I'm not too excited about them, Pam. Be honest with you.
No, I think the under 8.5, under 7.5 is definitely the play. If we're talking about the NFC specifically, yeah, they might have made progress last season, but I would say in the NFC West, I think they're the clear bottom team in this. And you did mention McBride. I agree with you. He is a legit player, and that run game was elite, top 5 in EPA and success rate. But this team, again, it goes back to Murray, still heavily relies on the short stuff and yards after the catch. Yards after the catch is not sustainable unless you're 49ers, of course. But Murray's arm, it just isn't giving them enough chunk plays. So over the course of time, if there's any type of regression, I would expect it to come from Murray from this offense. And yeah, I like the under.
What do you got, George, for the Cardinals?
You guys have nailed it all. I mean, I think James Conner is a first-round fantasy draft pickup. Like, they are going to use and abuse him every week. I do think it's a solid choice, given the fact that he gives you production receiving as well. But we're going to find out after the first 3 weeks when they play at San Fran what type of team this is. Like, I won't know how good the Cardinals are after they annihilate the Saints. I won't know how good the Cardinals are after they probably beat the Panthers at home. Once you go to San Fran week 3, I'll know what this team is, because they were competitive last year. I vividly remember making a good deal of money off of them last year, betting them with the spread, just because teams were overlooking them, books were overlooking them, and they were able to, remain somewhat competitive. But
that's their MO, where I too pay attention to them in the first half of the season. And I'm like, oh, are they sneaky good? They're really good at covering spreads as underdogs. But then that's what happens to them every year. It has been their MO to start really hot, and then they drop off in the second half of the season. Murray-led Cardinals, 7-4 before week 11, 4-10 after. This is who they are. This is consistent. And in 2025, 6 of the final 8 games are against teams expected to have winning records. So they already have a bad habit, and now you're going to have a tough schedule to close. So it may be a similar story. Oh, the Cardinals look sneaky good again. And then wait until midseason, and you're like, oh yeah, this is who they are.
Yeah, and I think that they feed off their leader, Kyler Murray, because that's kind of how Kyler Murray is, right? First couple weeks, you're looking at it, you're like, oh, shit.
Oh, football's fun.
Yeah.
And then October hits. Yeah.
Listen, Call of Duty always comes out in November, bro. Pam might
Battlefield 6 this year in October.
After that starts popping up. And then also, Marvin Harrison Jr. Will never be called a generational talent. So Pam, every year I make a MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and Offensive Rookie of the Year parlay. It was $100 to win $210,000. I hit on Allen Barkley, and of course Marvin Harrison Jr., the generational talent, was the favorite amongst the bets that I put, and he was nowhere near. So he is one of my ops, as the youth likes to say. So
I like his season-long prop, Marvin Harrison. I like his season-long prop for touchdowns, but I wouldn't necessarily touch the yards for a lot of reasons we've already said. His usage right now is just very limited. There's too many go routes, but high-value targets make him a solid touchdown prop guy and not necessarily a yardage guy.
Oh, I am fully convinced he's going to go nuclear this year because he's nowhere on my radar.
Because you didn't bet on him.
Yeah, and out of spite, right? Like you're in the betting space. You know how that goes. Sometimes you're like, yo, I'm so high on this player, this team. They scar you, and then you don't take them the next year. And then that's the year that they had when you thought they would have him, right? So, draft Marvin Harrison Jr. because I'm not on him, and I'm sure he's going to go crazy. All right, we'll end with this. 13-4, number 1 seed for me, the Niners. 12-5, playoff 5th seed for the Rams. 7-10 Cardinals. 5-12 Seahawks. What do you got?
I got the Rams at 12-5, winning the division, beating the 49ers twice. I do have the 49ers finishing at 12-5, getting the first wild card spot. Seahawks at 9-8, Cardinals at 7-10. Pam?
Right, projected win totals. I'll go with the 49ers 12-5. Seahawks, both the Seahawks and the Rams, 9 wins. And then the Cardinals, 8. And that's, I think, generous.
Okay.
It's a competitive division.
I like it. Yeah, based on what Pam thinks it's a competitive division, you think it's a competitive division. We'll have to monitor what happens with the Seahawks.
Right.
And it's always fun. I like it when we have guests on and they're like a lot higher on the team,
dude.
And then like it makes it fun.
When she yucked your yum there, that was one of the most
yeah.
all time just dunking on you moments.
Yeah. And when she said 2 teams in the NFC West, and I was like, "Is the other one the Rams?" And she's like, no.
No.
Yeah. Hey Pam, this was awesome. Thank you for your time. I know how busy you are this time of year, and just giving us some time. It means a lot from George and myself. Thank you so much. If you're ever in Vegas, come by the studio. We film twice a week during football. We would love to have you on. Let the people know what you're working on before you go and where they can find you.
I'm working on Team No Sleep until February, first off. And then everything else you can find. I post everything to my social medias. It's Pamela M35 on X, Pamela.Maldonado35 on Instagram, which is a lot of like bodybuilding and golf stuff. And then, yeah, that's where you can find it. And ESPN.com.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
We'll make sure to have everything in the description of the episode. We'll be right back after this break with more for the preview show. You know what, bro? I gotta say, man, if you would have held out for more money, I might have been in trouble because the social media is through the roof.
Yeah.
The guests that you've been putting together. Salute to you, sir.
I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, no.
I'd be an owner that I'd be very transparent.
And I appreciate, but at the same time, there's other things that you're investing in, big studio. It's not cheap to run that. So like, I can understand that you're negative cap right now. You're over the cap. You're over the cap.
Over the cap. Yeah. We got to make some
out
roster
shooting the
moves.
coverage right now, or out kicking the coverage, however they say it, but yeah, Pam was outstanding. By the way, football bets sharp, but in golf, she made so much money in golf this year. Betting Scotty Scheffler to pretty much win every tournament and finding ways to get Scotty Scheffler at like plus money in different like head-to-head matchups and to be top 5 and a whole bunch of shit. So she's a good follow. She's a positive EV follow.
No, I love it, man. And shout out to her. I know sometimes going on a new show can be like, I wouldn't say intimidating, but like, our vibe is very different, right? That's why I like to say that our show is way different from other shows. I love that she adapted to it right away and was trolling us, which is dope. I always love it. Arabia, the first time she ever came on the show, she did like a 90-second wrestling promo where she just violated the Giants. and I like that. It's dope.
Yeah.
So shout out to you for reaching out to her. Shout out to Pam coming on the show.
For sure.
Let's pivot off the NFC West, George, and talk about the AFC West. Best coach division in the league, bro.
Without a doubt.
Like and it's like the OG, right? Because in other divisions, you got like the young, hot 40-year-olds.
Right. You got the Kevin O'Connell. You got your Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting fucking from the Packers.
Matt LaFleur.
LaFleur. Come on.
Yeah, you got Ben Johnson now. That's the hot, hip division.
New kids.
Yeah. You know what that is? That's the 23 to 26-year-old bottle girl. It's nice. It's fresh. It's new.
Correct.
But sometimes that, there's a hot 40-year-old.
Sometimes you need that hot 40-year-old that crushes sales.
Crushes sales, is experienced.
Yep.
Has been through some things.
Yep.
I like a little baggage. Not too much. A little baggage. Like a grizzled vet. And that's what you have in the AFC West, bro. Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh. So all have been to a Super Bowl. Some have won Super Bowls. So let's start off with actually, who do you want to start off with?
I want to start off with the Chargers.
Ooh.
I want to start off with the Chargers because year 2 for Jim Harbaugh just sounds like an automatic playoff berth. Even though they made it to the playoffs last year and with kind of a team that you knew that wasn't the final form that he was trying to get at. He was given the running backs that his brother didn't want, and J.K. Dobbins and
Gus Edwards.
And now he's got his Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton, where you have 2 bruising style running backs to fall behind an offensive line that got better by getting Becton. You got Joe Alt at left tackle. Like, this team is going to be good at running the football. There's no question about it. Now, their interior D line should be a little bit tougher than they were last year with Tart and Mack. But their wide receiver class, I mean, it's below mid, but I think they will emerge as superstars this year, because that's what always happens with teams that embrace running the ball first, opening up the plays down the field with the play action, and that is Harbaugh's system. And so Ladd McConkey, if I wasn't in love with Brock Bowers as much, he would be my favorite Georgia Bulldog, just because of his versatility and what he was able to do for that team last year. He was Herbert's favorite target, without a doubt. And so I'm expecting to see a lot of that again this year. And as a player in Jim Harbaugh's first or second year with Chicago, he helped the team go 14-2 and make the playoffs. As a coach, his second year with the Niners, it resulted in an 11-4-1 record with a Super Bowl appearance. His second year at Michigan, the team went 10-3. Book this team for 10 wins. That's all I can say. How do you feel about the Chargers?
No, I couldn't agree with you more, man. I think it's a top 5 head coach and quarterback pairing. My only pushback is I like him until January. Justin Herbert in the playoffs, I don't know what's going on with him, but it's pretty rough. Now, he last year was kind of game manager-ish, right? They re-signed Keenan Allen. I think him and Ladd McConkey in the slot can make noise, but on the outside, what do we have? I'm concerned.
Keenan Allen leaving, seeing if the grass was greener, realizing it wasn't greener, and then coming back. Like, Charger fans are over the moon for this move. They're like, oh my gosh, we got our target back. You know what I mean? But I'm like, let's table our expectations. We're not talking about Mike Evans here. We're talking about Keenan Allen. And, you know, optics wise, for what they did for a franchise, it can look like they had the same type of impact, when in reality, impact aside, talent wise, I mean, it's a night and day difference. So,
well, you know, I don't know if you knew this, but the Bears pick that they got turned into Ladd McConkey.
wow.
So you traded Keenan for a new Keenan and then got Keenan again.
That's like the ultimate, bro. That might be one of the best, like, trade and then get backs if Keenan Allen ends up popping off this year.
Yeah, and I think Keenan is the type of receiver that, because he's such a good route runner, it's going to prolong their careers.
Yep.
Right? Like the Tyreek Hills of the world, Deshaun Jackson, once he lost that 4.2 speed, it's like your career you're limited. Where these guys, that's why I like Devontae Adams. He's 32, but not all 32-year-olds are made the same. Cooper Kupp, 32, same, but like,
yeah,
a little, it's different.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm worried about what they have on the outside. Slater out for the year, but they signed Becton.
Yep.
To your point, Harbaugh year 2 breakouts. They want to be defense, and run the ball. And then they have a guy in Herbert who got into a shootout with Joe Burrow and lit it up. They take Trey Harris in the second round. They get Hampton in the first round. They build on what you said, strengths. Well, I want to run. I want to run it back in the first round.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think they're a borderline playoff team. I got them at 10-7.
Is 10-7 going to be good enough to make the playoffs?
So that's the big thing, right? That's the big thing. Another thing. Do you know who Madison Beer is?
She was seen with Justin Herbert. I don't know who she is. Looks like a great girl.
Oh, dude. Great girl.
Because the pictures with Justin, they were the paparazzi ones, right? Where the chicks are wearing their like athleisure, and Justin Herbert's like looking like a fucking. He has cleaned up. Like the millions he's made, he's invested in acne care and got the haircut. But so Madison Beers is sucking him, or
listen,
maybe allegedly sucking him?
Allegedly, singer, songwriter, streamer. I just categorize her as great girl.
Right.
She's a New Yorker. Shout out to Long Island. Fantastic last name. Beer. Yeah. Come on now. Love a nice cold one. Could this be his Haley Seinfeld? Right. We've seen what some good
sucking at the right time.
Great girl, fanfare, popular.
Right.
Maybe this is the MVP season from
Very
Tillery,
Los
bro.
Angeles of him to do this. Like it's changed him. You know what I mean?
I mean, bro, let me tell you something. This is the kind of girl that I want, and I'm not a $250 million 6'6" quarterback. So I'm happy that he ain't with someone that's hurt.
Right.
I think this is a good judgment call on his end.
That's good. So you're giving him the endorsement. I don't know shit about this chick. She sings music?
Yeah. She's a songwriter.
Oh,
got famous because of doing like what's that called? Not cameos. Covers of like Justin Bieber and stuff.
Got it.
She got a fan base. She's popping, and you know she's a beautiful girl.
Got it.
The LA lifestyle. He's the man, bro. He's the man
For sure.
Like he's like, if you were to envision what a perfect quarterback would look like, you'd be like, yo, Justin Herbert.
Well, I think it probably took Jim Harbaugh painting the picture for him to realize it. You got to think like Herbert comes into the league and he's got Brandon Staley, who I mean, I can imagine seeing Brandon Staley on a beach. You know what I mean? Like he looks like the type of guy, the long sleeve swimming shirts. That's the type of guy that, you know, Justin Herbert was brought up in Los Angeles with to be like, all right, hey, coach, show me what's possible here. Jim definitely has shown him.
Yeah.
And last year, I think too, it helped out his career tremendously. I saw a lot of similarities in what James Cook and Josh Allen did in Buffalo, to where it's like, let's take the load off and put the load on to her. Madison Beers was just shown to me. But
Great girl.
just that's good. That's good for the people. Yeah, I'm confident in the Chargers this year, and I'm. This division to me is, I said it, I was a hot take. If all four teams made the playoffs, it would be the first time that it's done since they realigned the divisions. I mean, it's possible. I just think they're all going to beat up on each other too bad, and that's going to be the downfall.
Well, I'll tell you this, right, from a schedule standpoint. That first game is in Brazil, week 1. They play the Chiefs. Then after that, they have 2 games in a row at home. Technically, they're playing 3 straight home games because they're considered the home team. Might be a benefit for them because, like, LA don't really have the best home field advantage. But they could start off 3-0 if they win that first game, man. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of, on a serious note with Justin Herbert, there's a lot of pressure on this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me put you on the spot. Top 3 most pressure quarterbacks going into this year. I'll give you mine. Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott. I think those 3 have the most on their shoulders between like contracts, perception, team moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, I would say Tua.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Tua fits in that list. And then you could also throw in a lot of these people, it's like the first year, second year, like they're not as like established.
Can I tell you my honorable mention?
Yeah.
Jordan Love.
That's a great one. No, he fits the mold too.
Yeah. So if we go top 5, I'm down to throw Jordan Love and Tua in that because I think that's great.
That's it.
But
that's the list.
for her, because if you look at it, right, who is he paired with? Hurts, same class. Burrow, same class. Tua, well, not Tua, but like Mahomes, Allen, Lamar. Like all these guys have won MVPs or Super Bowls, or there's no question, no debate about Burrow as a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah.
And you're paired with them. Now it's like, I'm going to need something.
Yeah.
I'm going to need something. I can't have you throwing 4 interceptions.
That's the thing, bro. I mean, you look back at the season and you're just like, wow. You know, one game tells all, but like that's the way that history is written, and that's it. The NFL's very fickle, and if you don't show up in big time moments, like you'll forever be forgotten, bro. Like I mean, like the career that we're gonna remember from Joe Flacco just based off of big time wins compared to what Justin Herbert's been able to provide us, it's night and day. And Justin Herbert, in my opinion, if we're just to say everything stays the same going forward, but he's still solid. Like you, of course, say Joe Flacco's a better quarterback than what Justin Herbert is when Justin Herbert probably was more effective and efficient than Flacco ever was. But it's just the big time game factor. And so I agree with you. We'll definitely get a good test of where he's at. I would say midway through the season, if they embrace the run first mentality, I think he's going to look really good. It'll be like those Jared Goff games where Jared Goff was like 16 for 19 just because everybody's wide the fuck open.
Yeah.
I
want to stay with Denver only because, like, if you look at everything is the same between the Chargers and the Broncos from a betting standpoint, right? Both plus 300 to win the division. Both are 12-1 to win the AFC. Both are Super Bowl odds of 30-1. Both have a win total of 9.5. Every year you have to take a stand on a team. And I believe I'm not buying the Denver Broncos hype at all. Their defense, amazing. Signed Greenlaw, Tafunga, first-round corner out of Texas, Barron. Building on his strength, your defensive player of the year was a DB on your team, Patrick Surtain. They are the most public team in the AFC. Any sports show you put on, sleeper team, sleeper contender, dark horse Super Bowl candidate, it's all Denver. That worries me. Number has moved a lot since the end of last season. 30-1 to win the Super Bowl was as high as 60-1 after Philly won the Super Bowl. Is Bo Nix on the same level as these quarterbacks in his conference? Denver in the NFC? Yeah, I'm in. Burrow, Allen, Lamar, Mahomes, the who's who in that conference, right? You're higher on Rodgers and the Steelers than a lot of other people. Drake May. Like, there's Matt. I know Drake May, I just threw him in there, but, getting desperate for more. But you don't know. But offensive line, top 10. Weapons, it's Sutton and who? Evan Ingram?
Yeah.
Okay. Sean Payton has his quarterback for sure. The biggest issue why I'm off Denver, two things. I don't like the public hype. It's crazy. 8-0 versus bad teams last year, teams that didn't make the playoffs. 1-8 versus good teams. The one win was the Chiefs in week 18 when no one played. So I think Denver is a fraud team. There's a term in MMA called fraud check where it's like this big favorite. He's like minus 500 against some grizzled vet. And you're like, why is he minus? You're like, bro, he's about to get fraud check. He hasn't fought anyone as good.
Right.
And I think Denver is my fraud team this year. I think they're a 7-win team. I actually have them coming in last in this division. I got them at 7-10. I am not on the Broncos.
Yeah. The more I looked at their roster, I'm like, man, they picked up Dre Greenlaw, which I thought was a just huge plus. I was like, man, the defense, which was a really, really good defense a year ago, kind of re-ups. I'm in same agreement with you. It's where, like, who is Bo Nix going to throw this to? They didn't get a running back that made me feel like, okay, this is going to be a competent back out of the backfield. They got McLaughlin and somebody else, but the thing that makes me excited is I knew Bo Nix had aura when he was yelling at a Super Bowl winning head coach, Sean Payton, in the middle of a game because he felt he was right. And Sean Payton, gave it back to him, but there was a mutual respect earned at that moment in time, which I feel like a lot of quarterbacks are terrified to do. Kirk Cousins will wait till he get in his car to voice memo his coach.
I didn't like how you were talking to me there, Coach.
Coach, seriously, this be a little soft. No, yeah. No, Bo Nix is like, fuck you. I didn't like that play call.
Yeah.
I made the check. Don't be mad at me. Like, and that right there that's tough to battle against. I just don't think that. I think last year they underestimated the shit out of the Broncos. Like, everybody came in penciling the Broncos on their schedule as a win. And so when the Broncos came in and they're actually competent and Bo Nix was risk averse, where he was really trying to make big time plays, and it was an exciting team to back last year, and I was getting like let me be right about Bo Nix, but I'm in agreement with you. This is the worst team in the division. we're going to know, Nick, how good they are starting week 3. Week 3, they play against the Chargers. Then they play Monday Night Football versus Joe Burrow and the Bengals at home. Okay, if you lose that one on Monday Night Football at home, you're off the list for me. And then the following week after that, they go to Philly. If you go 2-3 in that stretch, I'll shut my mouth about this team, and you guys are solid. You go 1-2 or 0-3, we knew. So that's my take on the Broncos. I got them finishing at 9-8. 9-8 this year. This division's stacked. So I mean, I think it's only fitting that we go to the second best team in this division, the Las Vegas Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders, they play against the Patriots week 1. And I just feel like...
Real quick, can you give me the division?
Oh, yeah.
And the win
The
totals?
Raiders are 15-1 to win the division. They're 50-1 to win the AFC, and they're 100-1 to win the Super Bowl. Their win total's at 6.5. The Raiders play the Patriots, or at the Patriots in week 1, in the morning slate. There should not be a single television in America that isn't clued in on this game. You have a whole bunch of things going. You have 2 brand new regimes that have completely overhauled, and you want to get a good understanding of the version of that team that you're going to see. This is it. And it's going to be very telling for me early on to know, all right, are the Raiders about that action? Because I do think that the Patriots are going to be a solid team this year. Brock Bowers is their number 1 target, but a solid wide receiver 2 needs to show up quick. A lot of people are big or high on Jacoby Myers. Yeah, Trey Tucker, and then they got a rookie, Thornton, out of Tennessee that is pretty solid. But, I mean, Brock Bowers being the number 1 target is great for me. He obviously made it work last year with 112 receptions. Somebody needs to emerge quickly. I can't be having it be week 3 and this is still like a committee of guys getting 3 targets, 4 targets. You know what I mean? I need to see, without a doubt, Jacoby Myers is going to be targeted 10 times a game, 9 times a game. So there's still some questions out on that. I've heard this the other day that the team is making a push for Trey Hendrickson. If they don't get that deal worked out, the Raiders are one of the teams that are willing to shill out for that. And if you had, this is future booking here, Max Crosby and then Trey Hendrickson, this is white walls. You got white walls on the edge. And maybe a little mix wall with Max Crosby, but you get what I'm saying, bro. That could be a terrifying defense.
Yeah, led the league in sacks last year,
Yep.
Hendrickson.
Yep. And the secondary has been the worst in the league for 4 years. So somebody's going to need to step up in the secondary department to make, the defensive line shine. If you blanket somebody for 3 seconds, it's more than likely that Max Crosby's going to get sacks and vice versa. So how do you feel about the Raiders?
So they win 4 games last year. Pete Carroll in his career has won less than 7 games, which means they would go under their win total. How many times as a coach would you say, if you had to guess?
Twice?
Very close. Once. It was the first year he was a coach with the Jets. I think Geno Smith and Pete Carroll are worth 3 wins. You know how we say Vrabel is worth 2.5, 3 wins?
Right.
Well, I think Geno and Carroll together are 3 wins. So that brings them to 7 wins, right? I also think they lost some games, 1-score games, so I think there's going to be regression there. Offensive line isn't the worst. Chip Kelly's the offensive coordinator. I like that.
Yep.
Genty should get 400 touches, one way or another.
Correct.
Maybe they're wide receiver by committee, if that's even a thing.
Right.
As opposed to maybe 8 different guys are going to get 2 targets, and that's how we play. And then Bowers gets his 8.
Yep.
And then Genty gets 30 touches a game. Wide receiver, like I said, very poor. The wide receiver room, very poor. Brock Bowers, best tight end in the league, probably one of the best offensive players in the league. Every year there's a sleeper team in just football in general.
Right.
I think they might be my AFC sleeper team,
Let's
bro.
go.
Check this out.
Let's go.
Teams to host WrestleMania have all made the playoffs since 2020.
Book it.
Plus 400
It was
to
here.
make the playoffs. It was here. It's going to be here next year. Yo, hear me out. I feel like you got to bet the Raiders to win the division at 15-1. Reason why I say that is I always feel like if you think a team can make the playoffs, bet them to win the division, unless it's the AFC South where, like, it's going to be one team.
Right.
But in this case, I like it 15-1 to win the division. Yo, they got some winnable games, bro. Now, again, I'm higher on Jacksonville. You're higher on the Colts. I'm excited about the Giants. They also play the Titans. And then they play in division. They always play these teams tough in division. Bro, they could win those 4 games. Like, yeah, the Raiders might be on a schedule for a team and be like, oh, shit, we got the Raiders. Let's go. Well, the Raiders feel the same way about those teams, too, that I mentioned.
Yep.
And I think there's something about the new regime. We got to figure out, George, who's this year's Dan Quinn.
Got it.
Why not the guy that Dan Quinn was under, Pete Carroll in Seattle? That was his defensive coordinator. And I think Pete Carroll is a stopgap coach. So is Geno Smith. And like, bro, for as bad, you got to remember, we said this about the Falcons. Pretty shitty quarterback situation they had with Kirk Cousins. Pretty shitty what they had with Minshew and AOC.
Yep.
Come on, man. Geno Smith, for as much shit as he gets, he's an adult.
Yeah.
And I think on this team, new regime, some excitement. This is the most excited I've been about the Raiders since I moved to Vegas. I would love nothing more than the Raiders to be like, bro, you know how lit it would be if they hosted like a wild card game?
Oh my God.
Meaning they won the division?
Yeah.
It'd be fucking crazy, bro. It'd
Yeah.
be lit.
Yeah.
Super lit. So I think they make the playoffs. I got the Raiders at 9-8 and as my 7th seed. And I really do think that I'm just going to jump on the bandwagon of them being the team in the AFC that is like last year's Commanders-ish.
You know, there's certain moves that organizations make when they get coaches that, like, there should be no question about it. For the next 5 years, the culture is going to shift. I don't feel the same way about Ben Johnson and the Bears, right? But you know exactly the type of culture you're getting with, our boy Pete Carroll and the Raiders. The last thing I'll leave it on, the bet that I saw that I was very excited about, Genty to score 10 or more touchdowns, plus 260. I like it, especially with the type of production that I know he's going to get. I'm a fan of his running style, and I think that they're going to feature him as an every down type of back. 10 touchdowns at a plus number, that's one every other week. Maybe a week he doubles up. He's one that's going to be, what do you think he's going to be on anytime touchdown parlays? He's going to be hovering around plus 100, plus 150 to start. And then based on how, he performs, we might see that be a minus number the rest of the year. So I have the Raiders finishing at 11-6.
Whoa, you went even crazier. Wow, so we're both on the Raiders to make the playoffs, huh?
Yes. I think we're both on them being the media darlings. I think this is just a new form, a new regime for the Raiders, and it feels right. I will put them in 15-1 to win the division, just because of what we're going to talk about next with the Chiefs, where I'm like, we always talk about get cute everywhere else, but like the Chiefs, like let's lock this in for the next 5 years, and there should really be no questions as long as Mahomes and Andy Reid are at the helm. But bro, this is a team that 17 consecutive one-score games. Fuck out of here, bro. That'll never be done. Bro, teams won't even get to 12. These guys are 17 in a row dating back to 2023. The luck has to run out. And that's where I'm going to start this conversation with the Chiefs. Do you feel like this is the year that a regression to them might be 10 wins?
To that, yes, I do. So Minus 110 to win the division, plus 375 to win the conference, plus 850 to win the Super Bowl. 11.5 is the win total. Super Bowl hangover? It's been a while since we've seen that for them. 15-2 last year, 11-0 in one-score games. I do think that you should have, I'm not going to have this, but you should have some Chiefs Super Bowl equity because their floor with Mahomes is the AFC title game. Then you can hedge off it if you'd like, right? To turn a profit. 5 Super Bowl appearances, 7 seasons, 5 Super Bowl appearances, 7 AFC title games. I think there's some questions on the offensive line, even though they drafted Josh Simons out of OSU. I think left tackle was the reason they lost the Super Bowl last year, if you go back and watch that game.
Yep.
They get Rice back. They were tied with the Giants for the most explosive plays last year, 20 or more yards. That's awful because I don't think the Giants had any explosive plays. The Chiefs play 8 night games, Christmas and overseas. They play 9 Sunday games out of 17. So, like, since they're so popular, let's showcase them everywhere.
Right.
Is Xavier Worthy coming off that Super Bowl where he went crazy in the second half? Because a lot of it was garbage time, but is that now going to be like, all right, let's piggyback off that, feature him as a number 1? I don't want to get cute. I want to pick them to win the division, and I am picking them to win the division. However, I got them at 11-6, going under 11.5, winning the division. We could look back at Thanksgiving and be like, yo, minus 110 was crazy. When Mahomes is 35-5 in his career against the AFC West.
Right.
Daddy Pat. That's what the Broncos, Raiders, and Chargers must be calling them. So, to your point, is there regression? Yeah, dude, there could be 4 games regression from last year, and they still get to 11 wins. And that's what I got them at. I got them at 11-6. I got them winning the division. But I think this is the year where they're going to be had come playoff time. But regular season, no, I'm not going to get cute here.
Yeah.
I'm going to get cute elsewhere.
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to be back to having the same conversation again come playoff time where it's like, well, how are we going to bet against Mahomes again? You know what I mean? Unless the Eagles are lining up across from him, I think I might stay with that same fucking tone and attitude, if I'm being honest with you. I haven't seen otherwise, at least in the AFC, so I will continue to hammer that dude. However, still the cream of the crop. Like, I mean, they lost Thornton, Thuney, Uche, and Wharton, like people that obviously Thuney was like a big piece, versatile piece that they moved around last year to help out with that offensive line that was struggling. Bro, the fact that Carson Steele was getting meaningful carries last year in games, this team was in trouble, and they still were fucking winning games. So with the healthy Isaiah Pacheco, I think that this team can explode offensively in ways that they couldn't last year, and in ways that we saw 2 years ago when they were, you know, their most prolific version of themselves. If Josh Simmons at left tackle is trash, this team is fucked. They're going to be.
That's a really good way to put it. Yeah.
They will be looking to add depth as soon as possible to the offensive line. So that's that. An 8-game suspension for Rashee Rice. They traded Sky Moore. So Worthy and Hollywood Brown especially, it's like, bro, it's time for you to have a year. Like, you have been just like a luxury item on both the Ravens and now the Chiefs. It's like, how blessed can you be as a receiver to get Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, and we still don't think of you as a legit wide receiver too? Like, too many drops in big moments, so he's got to step it up. And then Juju, you know, he's solid. I appreciate his production, but let me see what else I wrote here. What don't I know about this team that doesn't get solved with Andy Reid being the coach? Yeah. Andy Reid will solve everything. And they, by the way, you see people shot up the Kansas City Chiefs headquarters. It didn't shoot up. A bullet hit like
the headquarters?
Like where Coach Reid's office was, like 15 feet from it.
Sheesh.
Apparently this is the second time this has happened.
That's
Crazy.
Wild.
The only way to stop the Chiefs, some are saying.
Take out Mahomes.
No, take out Andy Reid, bro.
Yeah.
Mahomes goes in.
Damn, that's crazy. No, I didn't see that. I want to just reiterate something and just add clarity.
Yes.
It's anywhere from 4 to 8 games for Rashid Rice. There's a hearing that's being delayed. He just got clearance to travel with the team to Brazil. Both visa and the NFL allowing him. So at the time that we're recording, we're not really sure. Look, that game is on Friday. But you know, at the time that you're hearing this. So yeah, I mean, dude, I had told you like, yo, 25-1 for comeback player of the year, because I think he's a hell of a receiver. His rookie year was outstanding. And him, Worthy, Hollywood Brown, Kelsey, whenever you need to take the Ferrari out the cart or out the garage, they could be interesting. But I still think that they're the cream of the crop in the division. I just don't think that. I think their time in the AFC might be done, but not the AFC West.
I get you. I definitely, there's a little bit of fatigue that we're starting to encounter here.
Yeah.
And they need maybe it's just another major acquisition on the offensive side that will, you know, reinvigorate our love for what Patrick Mahomes like does with these players. But my final division standings are the Chiefs at 12-5, the Raiders at 11-6, both those teams making the playoffs, and then the Chargers finishing 10-7 and the Broncos finishing 9-8.
Wow, you got all 4 in the playoffs, huh?
No, I don't have all 4 in the playoffs. I had marked it with the asterisks there, but then after I kind of laid everybody out together, I'm like, nah, it's impossible. Yeah. They would all have to be 10-win teams, or they like you get creative with they win the matchups early on in the year and they have like the tiebreaker.
I got Chiefs 11-6, Chargers 10-7, Raiders 9-8. Those are my 3 playoff teams in the conference. Well, in the division.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got Denver at 7-10. I'm going against the grain here on this one, and we'll see. We'll see. You know, I kind of felt strongly about Houston last year, even though they made the playoffs. Way easier division,
right?
Way fucking easier division. So you got to take a stand. You can't take over on every team, and I'm just fading the public perception on them. Okay, NFC North, dude, might be, George, dare I say, most compelling division in the league this year for me. Because of all the divisions, I think any of the 4 teams can win the division and it wouldn't shock me. I can't say that about all the divisions. It's the only division in which all 4 teams have 8.5 wins or better. Their Super Bowl odds are 35-1 or better. All the coaches are great against the spread. And it's the only division that the odds are the tightest from favorite to long shot. Vikings plus 550, Lions plus 140, and that's your first and worst by the odds.
Right.
So the division is super compelling. I've had some takes, where I'm not high on Detroit. Are you high on Detroit this year?
I am. I'm high on the fact that Aiden Hutchinson literally is him, bro. Like whenever I was
DPOY, baby. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, and I wanted to just find exactly what I wrote out here for him, because it's the truth about the way that I feel about that team and that defense. So you got I don't love the new OC in the defensive coordinator, right? Like that always is something that shocks me. But for John Morton, who's the new offensive coordinator, and Kelvin Shepard, who's the defensive coordinator, put the ego to the side, copy, paste. Just copy and paste. Do exactly what Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn were doing last year. This team will be extremely solid. Obviously, an offseason to get healthy for the defense makes me extremely hopeful. But what I was going to get at with Aiden Hutchinson and TJ Watt is we used to say TJ Watt was like worth a point, maybe a couple of points on the point spread. Aiden Hutchinson's the same exact way. Like he is literally unguardable. And the reason why I say this is, and I'm loving these teams that do this on YouTube, the Lions have a show called Inside the Den. If you haven't watched it, they've only had 3 episodes. I appreciate it. It's their own version of Hard Knocks. You think Penei Sewell's good, right?
Yeah.
at least 5 clips on there of Aiden Hutchinson absolutely embarrassing him. And I was like, sold. This dude is insane. So the offense, I still think, is just extremely high powered. Jared Goff is as solid as they come. I feel like that team got too creative last year. Like, they didn't need to do all those cool trick plays and shit. They would have still been blowing teams out by 40. It's just that Ben Johnson will occasionally throw it to the right tackle, and now he's the most sought after offensive coordinator. It's like, pump the brakes, people. The fundamentals win everything, and so that's why I am very, very high on the Lions this year. This team just shouts NFC South number 1 seed, or NFC number 1 seed.
Again, huh?
Again.
Damn.
That's culture. That's fucking culture right there. That's a straight culture pick.
Okay. 10.5 wins, plus 140 division, 4-1 NFC, Super Bowl 10-1, 7-2 on 1-score games. I actually like them to miss the playoffs.
Wow.
Plus 220. Hear me out.
Surprised that's not a little bit more.
Yeah, I am a little surprised about that too. Ragnow retires. The schedule more difficult. Zietler signs with the Titans. Lose both coordinators. Road games are at Baltimore, at Washington, at Cincy, at Kansas City, at Eagles. Defense will be better despite losing Aaron Glenn because of all the injuries they had.
Right.
If Hutchinson is going to be a DPOY candidate like he was last year before he got hurt, it'll elevate everyone around him. This is like, it's a hot take that I have them missing the playoffs because if you just look at talent, there's a lot of talent on this fucking team. But I have to trust like my insight on football and knowing like, yo, you lose both coordinators, you're going to have some regression.
Yep.
The schedule, the 1-score games. I will say this. They're kind of a buy low team in a weird way because they've been the team everyone's fucking glazing the last 2 years.
Yep.
And I think old me would be like, yo, I'm in on the Lions. Like, if they didn't have the losing of the coordinators, the schedule, I'd be like, man, I'm going to be on Detroit this year. But I think for Super Bowl and conferences, no, maybe for the division, yeah. Maybe, to your point, first place regular season, sure. But golf is going to golf, man.
Yeah.
And there's just something about it when it comes to those big moments. He just folds. And I want to give a shout out to Brian Branch. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch. Like, you know, Collinsworth.
In the fucking...
Yeah. Collinsworth always goes, this guy. PFF, number 1 overall defensive player. You know, like he always makes plays.
For sure.
So, personally, I think the window closed for them. And it's hard because you look at the roster and they have mad fucking talent, bro. They have talent everywhere. But I'm taking a stand and I don't have them making the playoffs. It's because I'm higher on some other teams in the division.
You got to tell me what that team is next.
Okay. Do you want me to tell you another team I'm high on or my division winner?
You got to get me with your winner now.
My winner?
At this point.
Chi-Town stand up.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, bro.
Wow. By the way, I'm going to my phone here now because one of my friends, Nikki Bellinger, that you probably remember from Sticky Paws.
Yeah.
Big Chicago Bears fan. So I was like, hey, NFL preview show tonight. I want you just to give me, you're a diehard fan. Give me a rundown of everything you said. Tell me what you think their final record will be. And I'm almost certain it's the same one she had.
11-6.
She had them at 12-5.
Okay.
High on the Bears, though. Drinking the Kool-Aid.
The Bears.
The Bears.
All right. 8.5 win total, plus 500 to win the division, 15-1 to win the NFC Super Bowl, 35-1 to win the Super Bowl. So, George, let me tell you why. New interior offensive line. I like that.
Yeah.
Drafted a tight end in Loveland. Got good weapons. DJ Moore. Roma Dunze, right? I like Swift in the backfield. I like the 2 tight ends, Komet and Loveland. And also that first drive in the preseason against the Bills I know the first, what do they say? The first 15 scripted. What's the next 15 to 30 look like? Well, I like the misdirection. You know, Loveland down the field, Komet down the field. Love the Ben Johnson hire, right? Young quarterback with an offensive mind. I like everything they've done the last 2 years in the draft and in free agency, and I think there's a first-year coach bump. They play a last-place schedule that they'll benefit from. Roller coaster of the schedule in the sense of like, tough game, should win. Tough game, you know, like
right.
roller coaster in the sense of like, there's no
not gonna be a
murderers.
stretch. Yeah.
There's no stretch where you're like, oh fuck, if you get one out of these next 5, you'll be satisfied. There's none of that. One of the most exciting games for me on the schedule, they play the Commanders, number 1 versus number 2 picks. Their season got them derailed with the Hail Mary last year.
Yep.
And I think it's just a massive upgrade,
What
man.
week is that?
Let me tell you right now, Commanders versus Bears.
Because that will be I pray to God we're not in Ohio.
Well, it's a primetime game, October
perfect.
13th. So is that
The week
Sunday?
after.
It's the
Yeah.
week after, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's a primetime game,
Yeah.
which rightfully so. It's in Washington, so they go back to the place where it happened.
Jesus.
But dude, I really just like the schedule plays in their favor, the additions they've made, the regression of the Vikings and the Lions, the staying put the Packers are. And that's because that's the other team I'm high on. Man, if I had to pick one team to go worst to first, that's not the Niners and it's not obvious, like
Right.
duh. I think it's Chicago, bro, at plus 500 to win the NFC North for all the reasons that I mentioned. And of course, I got my dark horse MVP pick, if I want to gamble a little bit, is Caleb Williams, which we put that video out.
Put it in. We put it up.
And we put it in there too, man.
So I was trying to think of like, there's an analogy here for the Bears, right?
Okay.
There is something here. And so the Bears' new acquisitions are like Bill Belichick's new girlfriend. They're the fresh addition everyone's talking about. It's like Bill got the new girl. You know, you see fucking People Magazine, Entertainment Tonight. The Bears finally get their coach. Now to partner up with the quarterback, the number 1 overall pick that's supposed to resurrect the Bears, and it's a fun story. It really is. Dennis Allen. Nobody's talking about Dennis Allen being the defensive coordinator. Dennis Allen's reign as defensive coordinator when he was with the Saints. The Saints were 65-32, making him the second most successful defensive coordinator in Saints history.
Bro, another guy as a DC, we love it. Head coach,
100%. And so I think that their defense was already rather solid. Their secondary is amazing. Jalen Johnson, Byard, Brisker. Stevenson had the shitty play with the Hail Mary, but I think aside from just that one lapse of judgment, he was pretty good. And DeAndre Swift, a resurrection of his career is inbound. Like I know that whenever you're a new coach in a location, you look for players that you've definitely engaged with and interacted with before. And there is interactions with them in Detroit, Ben Johnson and DeAndre Swift. So I'm a fan of that. I mean, I have the Bears at 9-8, which is second overall in the division, coming behind the Packers. But I just wanted to read off some of the things that Nikki said, because I know she's going to be tuning into this. Bears are always compared to the 80 standards, heavy investment in the coordinator and the secondary line. If Chicago finds the special sauce Detroit's had for 2 years, magic could happen. And then she's all about the mindset. So drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Delulu is the Salulu for the Bears. And then she said something that was hilarious to me. She said, what the fuck with the person who died? She's like, with Virginia McCaskey down, it gives us enough wiggle room now to be a little more free as Bear fans. So, I don't think they feel the same way that the Colts feel about Jim Irsay passing away. So this could be good for the franchise. I don't know the inner workings of the Bears that much, but I've heard Virginia McCaskey passing away means something. Second best in the division for me. I mean, that's a huge improvement to the year before, and I partially am drinking the Kool-Aid too. I feel this division is just I'm not as high as other people are on it as a whole.
As a whole, that's fair. No, that's very fair, man. I'm very high on this division. And you look at their schedule: Monday Night Football Week 1 against Minnesota at home, at Detroit, home Dallas, at Raiders, at Commanders, with a bye week in between. So you're gonna play some teams that obviously 2 division games off the rip. Dallas is looking at it like, I don't mind playing Chicago. Right? The Raiders coming here, I'll tell you this much, it's going to be like 75-25 Bears fans.
Of course.
So it'll basically be a home game for them. So, look, the schedule is not the craziest. Like I said, it's a roller coaster. And then after that, they play the Saints. Then they play at Baltimore. Then they play at Cincy. Then they host the Giants. Go to Minnesota. Host Pittsburgh. Like, it's kind of a roller coaster. Like, they have that 2-game stretch where they play the Bengals and they play the Eagles. But again, we'll get to the Bengals in a little bit. In the next segment, I'm not exactly the most excited about them too. So, yeah, man, I'm on Chicago, bro. I'm on Chicago to win the division. It's my favorite long shot division bet of the offseason.
I wish I could be more behind it. I'm such a Dan Campbell fan, and
listen, you know what this could be? You know how we just said about the AFC West?
Yep.
Yo, don't get cute. You're getting a plus 140 on the Lions. Like, don't get cute, bro.
Right.
It could totally be that.
Now, I need to know who is your do you have Bears then Lions, or you have Bears Packers?
Packers win total of 9.5, division plus 250, NFC 10-1, Super Bowl 21-1. They are 5-1 to the over win totals under LaFleur. I believe they have a top 10 defense. They have a very solid running game. They have a bunch of weapons on offense. No one that you're excited to plug into your fantasy lineup unless it's Josh Jacobs, is how I look at the Packers.
Right.
My question to you, and I mentioned him before, bro, with Herbert. Who's Jordan Love? And I think there's a lot of pressure on this dude. I'm a fan of him. I love gunslingers.
Yes.
Love gunslingers, right?
Agree.
But what's the next step for him? He's not practicing coming into this year. And I think there's a lot of pressure on him, bro. There's a lot of pressure because he's supposed to be the successor in Green Bay. They paid him to be so. And look, for as wacky as their season was last year, they made it to the playoffs.
Yep.
Right? They were a wild card team. Cornerback is an issue.
Yeah. Losing Jair is big.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this much. They're a wait and see for me after the bye week. They have a week 5 bye. And then let's see what they look like.
It's a good gauging point at that point in time. I mean, Josh Jacobs, everything they could have wanted and more coming from the Raiders and just being that premier staple of the offense, even though I don't think that that's what LaFleur likes. I think LaFleur appreciates having more of a spread out type of concept and not having to rely so much on the run. But if you ask me, what was the moment that really changed Jordan Love's career? And we go back to the 23 divisional round versus the 49ers, and a game where he's driving down the field to beat the Niners in the playoffs, and he throws it, I believe it was a second down, across the middle of the field pick that, if I can remember it, Nick, the way that I'm describing it to you right now, I can only imagine what that does to your psyche as you move along in your career until you have a moment that makes you forget it. And I just don't think that this receiving core shouts. This receiving core is one of the sneaky best ones, where it's like, as a collective, it gives me like the feelings that I feel with the Colts, where it's like a whole bunch of mid-level guys that all have popped off at different moments in time, but never really had like the wide receiver one stamp of approval. Matthew Golden, I'm hearing great things about.
Yeah, it's the first round pick they've spent on the wide receiver
since what? Donald Driver?
The 90s?
I don't even know, dude.
But to your point, Jaden Reed, Watson is out, obviously. They got Mecole Hardman. They got Dontavian Wicks. They got Golden. They got Dobbs, Tucker Kraft. right? Josh Jacobs in the backfield. Their backup is Malik Willis, who we saw Matt LaFleur win a couple games with him last year too.
Yep.
So it comes down to Jordan Love, man. It really does. Like this team could go anywhere from, truthfully, 13-4 to 6-11.
I like it.
Like I think they have the widest range because I just don't know what Jordan Love is, and that's the biggest handicap for me for them here. But I like them to make the playoffs.
It's less of what Jordan Love is and more of what Josh Jacobs can be. Like he literally could be the Saquon Barkley. Yeah.
Well, you saw a resurgence last year in his career, Barkley's career, Henry's career. So all of that played into it, and let's see if they could duplicate it again. But for me, I got the Packers at 10-7, second place in the division.
I got the Packers at 7-10, and I also have this other team at 7-10, the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, before we get to Minnesota, I have Detroit at 9-8.
Okay,
but I have them missing the playoffs. Minnesota, 8.5 win total, plus 350 to win the division, 12-1 to win the NFC, Super Bowl 22-1. My division winner is the long shot of all of them. Let me ask you, why do you like Minnesota? Or do you like Minnesota?
I am in between on Minnesota right now.
And I feel like that's the most accurate take to have.
I'm not like... So the success that Sam Darnold had last year with Kevin O'Connell, like I don't feel that same type of way about J.J. McCarthy. And I almost should because J.J. McCarthy was in the fucking offense last year. He was in every single quarterback meeting. He's seen the way that this offense is supposed to run. And it's an embarrassment of riches for a rookie quarterback to be walking into and having the luxury of Aaron Jones and Justin Jefferson. It's like, bro, it ain't always like this. All right. So you have to appreciate while you have it. But the things that I liked about this team, Jonathan Grenard, 84 pressures. The reason why I bring this up, that was second most overall behind Jared Verse. Great pass rush, right? The O-line suffered some injuries last year. Hargrave being an addition to the middle of the defensive line makes me like feel solid about it. And they traded away Harrison Phillips just this morning. So that's a captain of the defense that is no longer going to be there, but they've already put the pieces in place to replace. I found this stat to be interesting. And this is like one of those ones where it's like, obviously the coach has a factor in it, but can J.J. McCarthy step it up? Kevin O'Connell has been top 5 in passing touchdowns every year he's been head coach, which would mean that J.J. McCarthy is going to throw for 30-plus touchdowns this year. That would have to be the number for him to stay in the top 5. At least 25 passing touchdowns. This team was third best in the league last year in turnover differential. So like you bring up one score games, I also think the turnover differential is a thing that alternates from year to year. Last year, they were extremely lucky. Cameron Bynum went off. He had like, I think almost the most interceptions in the league. He was up there, but this team had a lot of luck. Their defense is good. Kevin O'Connell isn't on the field, but he produces passing touchdowns with quarterbacks that you wouldn't expect. 7-10 for me. 7-10. I think you will experience, like, J.J. McCarthy wouldn't have started last year. Is it fair to say that? Or I might be wrong with that.
I don't remember what their competition was in the summer.
It's tough to remember, but I don't think it was like, oh, this is McCarthy's team coming in, which makes me hesitant to like the excitement level we should bring to the Vikings.
Yeah. Hey, man, that was a great take, great rant. Flores gets turnovers as a defensive coordinator. Usually turnovers are hard to, like, you know, if you're plus 30 in turnovers, it's hard to expect that the next year. Right? You're always going to see some regression. You know, they could be plus 20 in turnovers, but it's like, well, how many of those 10 really fucking swung games? You'd have to go back and see. Addison is suspended the first 3 games because of the DUI. There's not a better situation. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. There's not many better situations in the NFL you could come in as a rookie or a second-year guy or like a cast-off like Darnold did than this. O'Connell, Jones, Jordan Mason they signed from the Niners. Jefferson, obviously, best receiver in the league. Jalen Naylor played well. TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison, right? Like, bro, you're coming into an offense that's fucking loaded. So just don't crash the car if you're JJ McCarthy.
Yep.
Now, if he steps in on the offense, 120 to 1 to win MVP in some places. I've made dumber bets. Just think about it. Like, think if he steps in and he has the year that Darnold had last year.
They win the division.
They win the division. He's an MVP candidate at 120 to 1. Like I said, I think I've made way dumber decisions. And I think the situation he's coming into is like, bro, look, you could be coming into the Jets.
Fuck, bro. I would take I'm just thinking, I would take myself at 250 to 1 stepping in at quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings. Like, come on. I think I would literally be able to throw for at least 2,500, 3,000 yards. And the Minnesota Vikings. Bro, we'll run bubble screens all day. I can't really push it down the field, but
yo, you know what's funny? I got into
whatever KOC tells me to do, I'm doing.
I got into an argument one time with my friends. I was like, yo, I can complete a pass in an NFL game. They're like, bro, you're fucking crazy. I'm like, bro, I can complete an NFL pass in an NFL game. They're like, bullshit, what are you calling? Tyreek Hill jet sweep?
You do a
little shuffle pass, right? I'm just going to be over here like, that's a pass. Hey, that's a pass. Listen, you don't like it? Fucking argue with the NFL and the play calling and the playbook, right? And the rule book. So when you want to argue with people, be like, yo, I can complete a pass in the NFL.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, bro. I mean, I could for sure throw an arrow route. Get me on a play action. And that's when I would feel most comfortable. If I'm being honest, if I'm on the run, little flood concept. All right. Enough.
Oh, bro, you can't like hike, throw a swing pass to Saquon Barkley. You can throw a swing pass.
But if I got Aaron Jones in the backfield, do I sucker him in? I'm suckering the linebackers in for an easy 10-yard
you're
completion.
I'm not going downfield. I'm kind of pussy.
3rd and 8. Can you complete a pass for a first down? That's not a jet sweep.
I don't think you'd
That's
be
a
able
hook.
to.
That's a dig.
I don't think you'd be. I'd have to play 2012's Ravens offense, just 7-step drop back, throw a Hail Mary, pray for an offensive, pray for a defensive pass interference. Nah, but yeah, if you guys want to steal that, go ahead. If you want to argue with your friends and prove a point, like, bro, anyone could catch a snap and just shuffle pass.
100%.
Yeah. So you can complete a pass in an NFL game. So McCarthy, 120 to 1. I'm just saying, I think it's really interesting if he comes in, right? Second year. We always like the second year trend of quarterbacks, even though he didn't play last year. Not for nothing. He has a lot of pressure on him too, bro. A lot of pressure on him. Even though Sam Darnold pissed away $100 million with those 2 games against the Lions and the Rams, they ultimately decided to let him go to turn the car over and the franchise over to him. So offensively, they have a lot of talent, and defensively, their scheme, I think they're an 8-9 team. I have them at 8-9.
All right, you want to run through your through the list?
So I have Bears 11-6, Packers 10-7, Lions 9-8, Vikings at 8-9. I have the Bears and the Packers in the playoffs.
I got the Lions at 11-6. I got the Bears at 9-8. I got the Packers at 7-10, and I got the Vikings at 7-10. Before we bring on our guy from big ups to the members of the Patreon, patreon.com/veteransminimum. $1 a month. That's all we're asking for. We got 13 new members pledging $1 and some people pledging $5 on the Patreon, patreon.com/veteransminimum. Look, now with the football season being here, going to be transparent. We got to pay for studio time. So if you guys could help donate $1 a month for us to get the studio time in, it would help. All that money is going towards the studio time that we have here at The Win.
So it would mean a lot to us. It's literally just $1. And trust me, it does go a long way, right? George, if we could 10K our way $1 at a time, like we could do a lot of fun shit. We got a bunch of trips planned. We're gonna go see our boy Maurice in Ohio also. So yeah, please, it will mean a lot to us. Again, you know what I've started doing? Because of the Discord, these fucking guys in the Discord, shout out to them. I was talking about tipping culture, and I was like, I'm not tipping you $1 for bringing my coffee. And then they're all like, stop being a cheap fuck. You won't even realize it on the statement. And I was like,
you're so right. I'm
that's
tipping.
a checkmate. So I tip now.
I'm a tipper.
I'm a tipper now. I give the $1. Give us $1. Patreon.com/veteransminimum. It goes a long way. Okay, George.
Yes.
Our next guest. All right, George, we made it. The last division we're going to be previewing, and we had to go get a main eventer. We had to get someone that, it's crazy how life works. Friend of the show, friend on a personal level, business level, content level. We're going to be out there in October.
So excited.
We're going to go see that. Haven't been to Ohio before, and who better than to give us the welcoming of Ohio than an icon, a legend. A national champion, even though, that flag did come out a little late. I had to troll him the other day. Maurice Clarett.
Hey. What's up, Maurice?
Let's go. What's going on, man? It's football season, baby.
We're back.
We're back. Mo, we're back. I know Titletown is in your Ohio State. I know you're excited. Like I told you the last time that you came on the show, and I've told you how many times, I'm really proud of all the stuff that you're doing. It's super dope to see the homecoming for you and how they've welcomed you over there. And you know what, man? Like I'm sure for these guys, they're getting a boost in their morale and their confidence seeing you over there. So I hope you got a ring out of this entire equation.
Yes, I've got 3 rings. I wish you know what I wish you would have told me that so I could have showed them off, right?
You got 'em, man. What? I would have that, dude. If I had a championship, bro, never coming off.
Clanking it on the table everywhere you go.
I'd be like, yo, what are you saying over there? Click, 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 click.
Yeah, I wish you would have told me that. I'd have brought the jewelry out, man. And you can wear them all the way up to the point right before the first game of the next season. So after that is old news. You know what I'm saying? That's the etiquette. Wear them all the way to the door. College football kickoff next week. So this week would have been very appropriate.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's good. I like that. That's like not touching the trophy when you win the AFC title, right? Or they don't do it in football, but in hockey, it's big.
In hockey, it's like you don't touch the conference trophy because that's not the one you want.
Right.
You want the.
It's not the one you want.
You want the Stanley Cup. You want the one that really matters.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, we have to get Mo on because Ohio. We got 2 teams in Ohio here.
Yep.
Cautiously optimistic on both. Be honest with you, George, but we got to start with the reigning champs of this division. Baltimore Ravens, 11.5 win total, -140 to win the division. AFC, they're +300. Super Bowl, they are currently the favorite with the Philadelphia Eagles at +650. My handicap is pretty simple, honestly. Lamar and Harbaugh alone, that's 11 wins if Lamar is healthy. Defensively, I think they've made improvements through the draft. They're a team, like we mentioned before, with Arabia. Mo, I love when teams just continue to build on their strength. I saw my team, the New York Giants, fall apart because they tried drafting running backs and receivers and DBs. It's like, no, build on the D-line and the O-line. Keep acquiring assets. Keep building it that way. And this is what Baltimore does. I think the one thing with them is their defense. They have a guy in Kyle Hamilton, which in the beginning of the year, George, if you remember, they were using him like how the Steelers used to use Palomalu, like really close to the line, but that's not how he really flourishes. And then when they backed him up, remember, this was a new defensive coordinator because McDonald became the Seahawks head coach. They were like, yo, you could roam now. And then that's where you saw him really flourish, and the defense kind of turned it around.
Yep.
And I don't really have many holes on this team, man. I really think that they're a team that they're, like I said, 11 to 12 win team when Lamar is healthy and with Harbaugh. And, the one concern I do have, Mo, the better in me is they're a very trendy Super Bowl pick, right? But I don't think that's wrong. How do you feel about Baltimore?
No. No, it's not wrong. I can tell you this just from being around winning programs, be it basketball, be it football, be it everything. They've just created a winning culture. And I can't say enough about that. Like, so when you have Lamar, he goes out every season, he's going to perform well, he's going to run well, he's going to throw well. You go ahead and you put King Henry back there, who's used to winning in college, who's used to winning in high school, and he brings just that winning mentality to them. And they get to the door a couple times. And like you said, they build on the strength of their teams. Like I'm just telling you, like it's just hard to break that. And when you look at who's in the division and you look at who they're going to come up against, you have they're my team, but you have a losing Browns team, right? And you have a losing culture, and you just have them trying to put the pieces together, and you have the whole circus at quarterback, right? Then you have the Cincinnati Bengals. It's widely known that they don't invest in offensive line. Baltimore's strength is their defense, aside from what you have on offense. And then you have the Steelers, and the Steelers with a 40-year-old quarterback or 41-year-old quarterback in Aaron Rodgers. So it's not hard to see why they'll win the division, in my opinion. And, once you start making it to the postseason and you have that expectation and you have coaches coming in the offseason and they talking about that being a possibility and it becomes real, I can see why they're favored every year. And you have a playmaker in Lamar Jackson and with King Henry who could take you far. So, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination, considering just all that they've created over there in Baltimore.
Nah, for sure, man. And also the other thing is it's so important. You always harp on that, on it is what it is. And just in general, if people follow you on social media, you always talk about that winning culture and culture matters.
Mhm.
And they got that. Like Harbaugh's been there. Harbaugh and Tomlin are the two longest tenured coaches in the league. They just so happen to be in the same division. And oftentimes I feel like they forget that about Harbaugh because Tomlin's in there.
Yeah.
Right. And they built that culture. And to his point about Derrick Henry, like, running backs over 30, people like to fade them, but he's coming off a monster year. And I think it's only going to get better for him because of how that scheme is with Lamar. It's like, bro, if Henry don't get it, Lamar's going to be running.
Yeah.
And, they add D-Hop. They have Zay Flowers. They got the two tight ends with Andrews and Likely. There's a team that it just comes down to January.
Yeah.
Because last year, Lamar only had 4 interceptions, but then he had 2 really bad turnovers in that playoff game against Buffalo. And everyone remembers Andrews dropping the pass for a touchdown. But I look at it like, there was 70 seconds left. Allen was going to have the ball the way Allen was playing and all.
It was inevitable.
Yeah, so just to defend Andrews on that, it's hard to nitpick at them. What do you think?
I would just say the lack of depth outside of their superstars would scare me. And this is a team that in the past, it kind of comes in clusters. Like they have been a team that when it happens, similar to the 49ers last year, it kind of comes in droves. And that's the one thing where I'm like, okay, King Henry goes down. Are we relying in Justice Hill? You have Bateman, Flowers, or DeAndre Hopkins go down, and you're kind of back to like Lamar has Mark Andrews as his number one option. And that's never been a situation in which he's thrived. This team, like you said, they're going to go far. Just solely based on Lamar not winning the MVP trophy last year. I mean, the amount of anger that he has, or that he should have, for being snubbed from that award. I mean, I know it played into your favor and everything, but we both knew it. And you were shocked a couple of days before the award when the odds flipped and they made Josh Allen the favorite. You're like, holy shit, they're actually gonna snub Lamar. So I think you add that factor into it. And this is a team that is a guaranteed playoff spot. Like there's no way around it. I like Malachi Starks for defensive rookie of the year as somebody who's learning underneath Kyle Hamilton that can really, if you're going to win that award, you're going to have a leader next to you in that position making you look equally as good. Because they're not going to his side.
Right.
So they're going to your side.
And the other thing too, Jair Alexander comes on over.
Mm-hmm.
Humphrey is there. Wiggins. Like they got their secondary is the strength of their team led by Kyle Hamilton. And then what do? They spend a first round pick on Starks.
Yep.
I love that. That's why good teams stay good, bro. Like, they could have easily tried to take a running back and, Henry's 32. halfway through the year, so I just love it. It's hard to nitpick everything that you and Mo said. I couldn't agree with you guys more. The Ravens, to me, I have them winning this division, and I have them at 12-5. I really think that, Mo, we always talk about this on the show, like in the betting standpoint. It's like, man, get cute elsewhere, right? Like sometimes it's so obvious who the winner is going to be, and I feel that way about Baltimore. It's like, let's get cute in the NFC North. Or in the AFC South. We don't got to get cute here. Here it's like, it's a 12-win team with Lamar at the helm. So that's how I feel about that. Let's go to one of the Ohio teams. It's the Bengals. Ready for this? I think Joe Burrow throws 60 touchdowns this year, and they win 6 games. That's my prediction. Because, bro, they're 9.5 win total, division plus 250, AFC 9-1, Super Bowl 20-1. I think they're one of the most incompetent franchises in the NFL. Yes. They reached on a first round pick, and then they didn't want to pay him. And there was crazy loopholes in the contract. He was threatening to go back to school. Hendrickson grew up a Bengals fan. His dream was to play for the Bengals. Wants to take a team-friendly deal, but the team-friendly deal that they're offering him is like, bro, let's not get crazy. Listen, I know you're my squad, but I ain't taking that much of a friendly deal. I'm not trolling. I really think Burrow could break the touchdown record this year, and they win 6 games because defensively they might be the worst defense in the league. Offense might be the best in the league. Their offensive line got worse, and it was already bad. And then their defense can't make any stops, Maurice. And ready for this? You know who I almost gave it away. But you know who Joe Burrow reminds me of? Tony Romo. The play style, everything.
No, but this is history, man. I've been in Ohio the vast majority of my life, right? And the Bengals, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's how the money gets divvied up and ownership just doesn't care. I don't know who's basically calling the shots, but when you have a generational talent with Mr. Burrow, right, and you have the makings of somebody who you can build around and probably bring players in who probably wouldn't normally want to be in Cincinnati, and you would want to build your line because you've given him this massive contract and put these assets around him. And also, go from what other teams do, to invest inside of defensive players to limit the number of touchdowns that can be scored on you. The Bengals just don't get it right. And when you're in Ohio, you just hear all the backstories that ownership just doesn't care. Just the way that they treat players, just even former players talking about who's played there, of just how they feel about the way the program is ran. It just ran like shit. And that's why you have these situations. That's why you have your quarterback all banged up all the year. That's why you just can't catch your stride or just basically be in the conversation of saying, hey, these guys can compete for the division title. And instead, we've made a story out of Joe Burrow and all of his potential of what he could be versus going on another Super Bowl run like they did before in the past by assembling the pieces and doing what you said that Baltimore did, build on the strengths. And so I'm thankful that the Bengals keep messing up, keeps giving Cleveland a chance to be better than them, even though I know that they probably won't because they can't figure the quarterback situation out. But that's my opinion on the Bengals. The Bengals just are a struggling franchise who has a superstar quarterback and 2 superstar receivers. So that's my take on them.
Yeah. That's one of the few situations in the league. I mean, I guess you could kind of point the Cowboys in that direction too, or it's like my favorite type of college teams where the defense could be shit, but you guys are going to put up 45 points and 35 points and you're going to have all the numbers in the world to contend. I thought Chase Brown last year was actually pretty solid too, like a person that replaced that Joe Mixon type style and being able to carry the team in meaningful games, December, January. Offensive line I got questions about, and to piggyback on all the shitty things that the Bengals do, I still will never forget the AFC Hard Knocks episode and the way that their meeting room looked compared to every other team in the division, and it looked like a middle school auditorium. And it was etched in my head forever. And this Trey Hendrickson situation, I mean, it's just a good test case as to how not to handle situations like this when your defense isn't good. Like, give us some hope.
Yeah, I'm always on the show talking about how quarterback wins and losses are not quarterback stats. I think for Burrow they are, because like this is a 3-win team without him.
Yeah,
and I might be generous.
Yeah,
like he's carrying them, and the one thing, Maurice, that has changed for me the most as a fan is like understanding how hard it is to win. I used to be like, bro, he don't got a ring, he ain't shit. And like as I got older, I'm understanding the business side of it. I'm understanding that like, all right, I'm the star quarterback, but if Maurice and George aren't playing and they're the second and third highest paid on the team, it's like, well, next guy up. No, next guy is not making $42 million, so it's not next guy up. I don't want to hear that shit. That's one of the arguments that always drives me crazy. And that's what I'm seeing with the Bengals and Burrow. It's like, look, I've been looking at 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. Because if they do make the playoffs, he's won in Buffalo, he's won in Kansas City. He lights up the Ravens every year. Every game that they play, he goes 400 yards, 5 touchdowns. They scored 42 points and lost last year. So he played. It's a familiar foe. So maybe that's the angle. You take them to miss the playoffs. You take their under 9.5 wins, but then you also sprinkle on the Super Bowl, because if he does throw for 60 touchdowns and legit carries them, and George holding 20-1, you feel good about that. That's from a betting standpoint.
For sure.
Now, I really do think they're a 7-win team, and he throws for 50 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But what difference is this year going to be from last year? I just don't see it.
Yeah.
So just
go ahead.
No, just think about what we're talking about in comparison to what we just talked about with the Ravens. You're talking about winning culture. You're talking about adding on to the team. You're talking about Super Bowl contention. Like the same things that we see, hear, and feel is the same thing that those guys see, feel, and hear in the locker room.
Yep.
And imagine if you're just walking into that. You know what I'm saying? Just mentality, mindset. Like we're not forming an opinion about the Bengals that the Bengals don't have internally. And you're talking about guys getting up and going to work in that environment. You know what I'm saying? We're literally the only story about the Bengals is all of Joe Burrow's potential versus, man, we have these assets on defense. Like we still fucking arguing about contracts week 1. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when I talk about just losing programs and losing mentalities and losing cultures, that comes from dumbass owners and dumbass general managers. And that stuff seeps into the culture and it ruins the experience and it ruins guys' careers because somebody above them can't get it right. And I'm like, the barometer that I'm using is what we started out, all of us talking about Baltimore and the expectations of that. And then you're talking about all the pieces that it's going to take to get to the Super Bowl versus like just this Joe Burrow story that keeps them interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, I couldn't agree with you more. I really think it's that. And it's so true. Like the structure and the culture in one team is non-existent in the other. And sometimes it comes down to that. And I really do. Look, I think the Bengals, I have them at, where is it? 8-9. They're 8-9. You know, I'm going to give Burrow the 2 wins that he has no business winning. And then, like, you know, last thing on them. And again, the reason why we're spending so much time on them is they're so popular. They didn't really beat anyone good last year either. And, not for nothing, like, Burrow, there's a 3rd and 6 where if he could pick up a first down and the guy's wide open, he tries to make a crazy play and against the Chiefs, and then they lose with the no call, the 4th and, like, 30, whatever it was. And then against Philly, he didn't play well. All right, costly interception in one of the Ravens games. So it's like, now how do you nitpick a guy that threw 40+ touchdowns?
Yeah.
With everything that we're saying, it's just a lot for him to try to overcome, and I just don't see it this year. Like I said, they're 8-9 team. Pittsburgh.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, Maurice loves
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
ayahuasca and the enigma that is Aaron Rodgers. 8.5 win total, 6-1 to win the division, 25-1 to win the AFC Super Bowl. They're 50-1. You know what? You lead us off, because for me, my biggest question mark is what is Aaron Rodgers in 2025? So what do you think he is?
I think in 2025, this is away from what a New York media wave can present to you. And honestly, you were the one that started to lean me into being convinced about the Steelers in the middle of the summer when you said, "Oh, George, I watched Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers highlights from last year, and you know he still kind of fucking got it. Like he still makes throws every single week that NFL quarterbacks wish that they can make." And when you have a head coach that I think can honestly rein, his craziness in and rein his ego in, you add a crazy wide receiver with DK Metcalf. I'm hopeful that this team can buy into running the ball first, which I think is what they're going to do with their new running back that they got out of Iowa on top of Jalen Warren. And I think that they're going to get back to like the Pittsburgh Steelers win in the ways that they did when they had Big Ben and Jerome Bettis. And it was we controlled the time of possession. We're smarter than you. I'm putting a lot of my trust into what I would consider Mike Tomlin's genius. And Maurice, I don't know if you knew this, but I mean, it shocked me that Coach Tomlin's never won a Coach of the Year award. What better of a year to have him win Coach of the Year, Aaron Rodgers win his 5th MVP. That's all I'm saying. I think that there's a path here. There's a path.
Well, I won't go as far as to say he's going to win MVP, but I'm drinking the Kool-Aid of him basically having a good season. And the reason I'm saying it, it slightly lives in the same realm that you're talking about when you say being in Pittsburgh versus being in New York. One good thing is that I haven't seen him that much in the offseason in the media personally, right? So that was like a good thing for me with him, right? That means to tell me that somebody told him to come to Pittsburgh, focus on football, and just like keep the main thing, right? And then when you think of Pittsburgh and when you think of Green Bay, these are two towns and two cultures and two football-rich places that I think that just made I don't know, just make him feel special and make him feel like it's all about football again and takes away from the social life that, bigger cities may bring to you. You know what I'm saying? That stuff that he was doing with Pat McAfee and the stuff that he was doing, or just the personality he was in New York, like that stuff is stuff that he can wait to do after football is done. But for the reasons just based on the placement, I'm not even talking about the players on the team, the placement of him being in Pittsburgh and me growing up in Northeast Ohio and Pittsburgh is about a 30-minute ride from each other. I can just see him falling in love with the game. This thing is a quarterback-friendly league, and just the culture that Mike Tomlin has put with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he's going to have a great year, a lot better than what he did in New York.
Yeah. How high are you on the?
Yo, I'll be honest. I updated my notes. I gave him one more win. You guys swung me. Listen, I'm not married to my thoughts and my opinions. I'm into conversation. Now, he brings up a good point about Pittsburgh and Green Bay, right? Yeah. Like it's really a football town. Cities. Yeah, and for him, maybe, it is the last dance, right? Like how many more years is he have? And the reason, Mo, I always felt like Pittsburgh was such a layup for him to go is because he can't pull the fuckery he did with Salah and the Jets in Pittsburgh.
No.
Because Tomlin is there, and Tomlin's going to be like, bro, we're not messing with that. Like, he can't collapse the organization. Now, can he collapse the organization from his performance? Sure, but the antics of because they already shut it down. Yeah, I want to bring in Alan Lazard. Good luck.
Right.
We ain't doing that. No, we're not doing that. And that's what they did. They were like, yo, bro, listen, we're putting our foot down, and you want to come be a Pittsburgh Steeler? We're going to do it our way. And I like it from that standpoint. Their defense, very, very expensive, kind of getting up there in age. I like Slay. I like Jalen Ramsey. Wrong side of 30 now for those guys. Hayward just popped up with contract issues. They paid him last year. TJ Watt, 31. He just got paid. Justifiable contracts, but I think their offense might be worse than it was last year, and last year was bad. You got Freiermuth, you got DK Metcalf, who DK Metcalf, awesome receiver. Mo, there's way too many times where I'm watching Seahawks games in the past, and I'm like, yo, is he even playing?
Yeah.
And I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all. Like, if he's not getting the ball, he don't even block. Like, he's a guy that completely gets checked out of games. And that's my big concern with them, because last year they were a one-trick pony as far as, like, George Pickens, and now it's just DK Metcalf. So that's where I'm a little concerned.
I do like the combination better. All the reports in the offseason have said that the relationship between DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers is a positive one. It's almost like DK Metcalf. I don't know if it's just been the colored hair, but he's always given me Dennis Rodman vibes, where he's just like the oddball that, the show's about him.
Yeah.
Him eating Skittles as a professional athlete and broadcasting it when he's like, you're getting paid millions, bro. Like, let's upgrade to steaks and avocados. Let's start seeing all the food groups, not just all the colors. So he's always been an oddball to me, but I think it's two oddballs that understand each other. Like the two weirdos that finally work it out. That's the vibe that I get from him. And so I think this will be the most productive version of DK Metcalf that we've seen.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh, what else you got?
I'm just telling you. Yeah, just like Northeast Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, this is like a blue collar area. So like all of that, like, West Coast free living, wild, crazy,
Colored hair.
superstar vibe. Yeah, just the stuff you get in bigger cities where you have more cultures that's accepting of it. Like you will be looked at as weird out here. It's like straight old school blue collar factory living Midwest. Like that's what a lot of our area is. You know what I'm saying? So they're stepping into that, and that's where I say where if you don't have anybody to come to the clown show, you're not going to be a clown. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff I say with Aaron Rodgers, but the same thing with DK Metcalf. He's not about to walk around Pittsburgh like that and just move like that. He'll be like, yo, bro, that's not what we do. We're here to play football, old school, strap on your cleats, strap on your boots. The same thing with Jalen Ramsey. All that over the top shit, like you're here to play football, bro. But I think, Nick, you made a great point when you first said, the way he went out and with the Jets, he didn't want to be remembered as that because he's a legend. He's a living legend in the game of football. And I think he might have sat back to himself and said, man, fuck that. I don't want to leave this game with those performances or people remembering me that last way. And I want to go out on top. And I think there's a pride within that I think that he'll just perform well. So I've talked shit about him in the past, but I'm actually wishing him well because, I do want to see him go out the way that, legends are supposed to go out.
Nah, I'm with you, man. I think, that I like to look at athletes sometimes, Maurice, and look at like their best 5 years. Bro, 2011 to like 2016 Rodgers. You're talking about like 40 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
And just insane. Like him and Jordy Nelson he was doing crazy stuff. Let's end with the last team in Ohio, the Cleveland Browns. Win total 4.5, division 35-1, AFC 100-1. Super Bowl 200-1. Defensively, it's going to be their strength, obviously, right? The defensive line, and then Myles Garrett. Jerry Jeudy, I think, is going to ball out because there's not much behind him. So I think he could get like 160 targets. This is going to sound crazy. 2 years ago, Joe Flacco led this team to the playoffs with Stefanski. They just announced him as a starter. Now, I don't think he plays the whole year. I think, ideally, they're clearly in a rebuild. But they play him a little bit. They struggle. Then they turn to Gabriel or Sanders, whichever of the two they prefer, whoever's doing better.
Right.
Njoku's probably going to be a top 5 tight end for fantasy football folks because him and Flacco played really well. And I think this team is going through a complete rebuild unless Stefanski and the front office actually wanted Gabriel and Sanders. I think this could be the last dance for Stefanski if they do clean house.
Oh, for sure.
With starting Joe Flacco. Not much. I think rightfully so. Long shot, probably last in this division. I just found it interesting, Maurice, that Joe Flacco is starting at 38 years old and this team made the playoffs with him 2 years ago.
Man, this is horrible, man. This is a reality show. It's good entertainment, man. I'm a Browns fan. I'm like a diehard, grew up a Browns fan, love everything about the Browns. But my Browns, this is just a reality show, man. The same thing that you all been watching on TV with the Shador spectacle. That's basically what we've been getting in state, right? They can't figure the running back situation out. They haven't signed my guy Quinshawn Judkins from Ohio State.
That's
You
crazy.
can't figure that piece out. Yeah, and you just have a defense that kind of holds you all into this. Even Miles, he didn't want to be around until they dropped his ass $20 million more a year. So it's like, you stayed for the money. It's not like you stayed for the organization because you were tired of losing. But that's what you have, man. You just have like an organization that I don't think that they're going to win more than 8 games. I don't know if it'll be low as 4, but I don't see them winning more than 8. You have a great defense that had a bunch of potential, but they just could not put it together for whatever reason. Um, I don't know what they're going to do with the quarterback situation. I know Shador's entertaining. Shador is just like a reality show, but I always go back to what I said in the beginning and what you all started talking about with Baltimore. When we started talking about Baltimore, it was they were building on the strengths. We talking about going to the playoffs. We talk about how dynamic they were as a team, and that's. And then when you get to the rest of the division, we're talking about like the entertainment of Rodgers, Joe Burrow as a thing, and then now for Cleveland, it's just the Shador versus Dylan Gabriel show, and the defense who will be calling older next year. So, my guys, but they ain't about to do shit this year.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I never like when an organization struggles to sign their draft picks like that.
It's terrible.
Especially
a solid running back like that. Like he would have figured out a good deal of, what this offense can do, at least start to develop some sort of identity.
But also like how we started, and not only is Maurice from Ohio and I wanted him for the AFC North, it was calculated because I know he was going to bring up the winning culture because he always harps on that. And it's true, right? Like you want to build something promising and something where like the players kind of police it themselves. Like, we're not going to act this way. We got a game tomorrow kind of thing, right?
Right.
So you look at how teeter-totter everything is in the division. And that's why there's stability with the Ravens. And then with the Bengals, it's like, well, we got this great quarterback, but it's fuckery everywhere else. And then now with Cleveland. And I think it just sets a bad precedent, bro, for your team. And then other players getting drafted, and how Mo said, like, Cincinnati's becoming an attractive destination because of the quarterback. But then also, if you have an option to go elsewhere, you're like, I ain't trying to do all that.
Facts.
Fucking middle school auditorium for a meeting room and all that shit. And they got the worst like catering in the league. You know what I mean?
Facts.
So that all plays into it. So overall, for me, Ravens 3-4 games better than everyone in the division. I got them at 12-5. Steelers 9-8. You guys swung me on that. So if they go 8-9, I'm gonna blame you guys for ruining my record there. I got the Bengals at 8-9, and then I got the Browns. I'm gonna go 6-11.
I'm going
6-11.
Steelers 12-5, shocking the AFC. Ravens at 11-6. Bengals will somehow find a way to get to 10 wins. They're going to be 10-7, and then the Browns, I have them at 5-12 with Shador staying a part of the team. And Mo, I don't know if you had already told Nick what your feelings on Shador were, but do you feel like he is a competent quarterback and can help the Browns in the future, or is it just a show? Because I honestly just want to know your take on Shador.
Yeah, my take on him is I would scratch all this other shit that people are doing. One, I'm a businessman, so his ass will be in there because he's going to bring people out. If you're from Ohio, he has the impact from a football standpoint the same way that LeBron had it when he was here from a basketball standpoint. You have everybody throughout the state who just wants to see this kid do something, right? And so when we're going to look at a season, I would say, fuck it. Like he's going to put people in he's going to put people in the seats. And can I get him enough real-time experience and put him in safe positions, right? To basically build the culture, build what we can do here. One thing I'll say about this, he's a winner and he has energy. I don't give a fuck what you're doing. The attitude of winning, getting players excited about playing football, players knowing that there's people coming to watch that because of him sort of having like this energy and this aura about him, I would build around it. And when you see him go out there and he had a solid performance. I know it was against some 2s and 3s in the preseason. I would be building on that, man. That's no offense to Dylan Gabriel, that's no offense to Joe Flacco, and that's no offense to Kenny Pickett. But as a businessman, you would want to see people come through Ohio, be happy about coming here. Maybe he may gauge the interest and become the new Joe Burrow to attract talent that wants to play with him, right? That's my opinion on him. Like, is he some blazing quarterback that's about to go out here and do the same thing that Aaron Rodgers did? No. But do I think he has enough to keep people interested in the brand of Cleveland football? Yes. And do I think he has the personality to go out here and be a community man? Yes. So I think that being his name, who he is, and Dion being his father, and they can make it bigger than what it is, yes, I would play on all of that. But I still don't think, even if Shador's in there, that they go out here and win 12 or 13 games or even have a shot at winning the division. But I would be building it for business and also for the future.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, I got
agree with
nothing to add to that. I couldn't agree more.
And I'm glad to know what the sentiment in Ohio is right now. I like, if they're playing into it or if they're like fed up with it, because it is over the top.
I tell you like this: if y'all came here, I wish that I know y'all going to a Bengal. One, I'm happy to host y'all when y'all come here. I'm actually gonna look forward to that.
Oh yeah.
And I'll get y'all VIP experience the whole time y'all come here.
Yeah.
But I wish that y'all can actually see how people feel about him in Ohio. Like, he's an excitement. Like, when LeBron was here, LeBron was bigger than life, and so people would get dressed and come all over the state just to go to regular season games. And this could be like a fucking game 32, you know what I'm saying, in the middle of fucking December, playing Joe Blow. People were still going to the games and they're excited about it. And so just all of the stuff from Jackson State to Colorado to Dion being current and relevant, and to Shador with the Heisman Trophy, and then them feeling like he got stubbed to be in the draft. Like, this is an underdog culture. And so that's the culture, the blue collar culture that's driving his fan base here. And y'all, I don't know if y'all see it, but he does a lot of community work here. He's out and about and talking to high school kids. And, there was a big apartment complex that had burnt down, and he went out there and was playing football with the kids. Yeah. So, like, he's just, and he's a likable kid, you know what I mean? And so Cleveland needs that. Cleveland doesn't need, like, Joe Flacco wasn't Aaron Rodgers. We don't need that. I wish that they would just go and say, hey, Shador, we're going to build around you, and Kenny, you'll be his, not Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, you'll be his backup, and that's what we're going to do. But I don't own the team.
Yeah, I mean, shit, that's the same thing I said about Russ and Jackson Dart.
Yeah,
they're not the answer, so why not throw them in there now and see?
Yeah, we're like, what are we doing? We're delaying the inevitable.
And to his point, to just end on this, it's the excitement, right? So, have I been this excited about the Giants? No. I don't want to see Russ.
Right.
Let me see Dart. If I'm a Browns fan, let me see Sanders.
Yep.
Let me see Gabriel.
Yes.
I don't want to see Joe Flacco, bro. I don't want to see Flacco. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? Hey, Mo, you're the man. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to you coming on the show again. Looking forward to connecting with you out in Ohio. Excited for that weekend, and then of course your contributions to It Is What It Is. Let the people know where they can find you on social media and what you're working on.
Yeah, you can follow me at Maurice Clarett. Just pretty straightforward, just my name on IG, and the same thing on Twitter or X, whatever you call it. But this year I'm excited, man. I have a new show coming out. It will be on the network, and we'll be talking about college football, pop culture, and all things that everybody talks about. But there are some college football legends that I've basically connected with, and we're just gonna be talking shit towards each other. The inaugural episode, it's me and DJ Williams. We sit down and we recap the flag, that the inevitable flag from 2002. And I brought the rule book, and I just want to give guidance that when we start talking about the flag, we're going to use the rule book to say, hey, if this was pass interference or not. And so I can't wait for y'all to see that. But man, I'm looking forward to it. I enjoy this thing. I enjoy that David invited me to the platform, but I just enjoy creating content and just enjoying laughs with people on these platforms.
Mo, listen, the better in me is going to tell you this, right? When the flag is in your favor, great call.
It's the best call in the world.
Great.
No mistakes.
Yeah. They called defensive holding in favor for you, and it was not defense. Great call, man. Listen, the refs.
Yes. Phenomenal call.
Great call. Make sure to follow Maurice Clarett on social media. Mo, you're the man. Thanks again for your time, bro.
Yeah, have a great one.
Peace.
Dude, if we make that Ohio trip happen, that shit's gonna be dope.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's gonna happen.
Mo is gonna roll the red carpet out for us. Life is crazy, man. Life is crazy.
Never would have expected it.
Yo, never.
I mean, I'm literally 13 years removed from just like eating Cheetos and just laying on the couch being like thinking about high school football, and now we have former almost Heisman Trophy winners,
national
champion inviting
out
us
the red carpet for
to
us
go see the past national champion.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
Listen, bro, like I said at the
It's
beginning of the show, yeah, I've given 10 years to veterans minimum. Through the ups and downs, it's been the most consistent thing in my life. It's gotten me through a lot of fuckery I've had to deal with in my life. And you know what? A lot of it self-induced, right? Was going to be a police officer, the fallout I had with the original guys, and now trying to rekindle that relationship with a lot of them. I wasn't in the best place, but the fans always fucked with me. They helped me build out everything. It got me to Vegas. I'm living an absolute dream life. We never would have connected if it wasn't for that. So I'm super grateful. And then making these little connections. And I've told you, my network is your network, bro. And I don't open that to just anybody. You know how many friends I have that I can't bring around Cameron and Mace? I'm talking about like child. I just don't know how they're gonna act.
Yeah.
You know, and I've had people be like, yo, bro, can you put me on? Or like, hey, can you talk to Cameron to help me with it? I'm like, I can't. Do you know how long it took me to build a relationship like that? And I was on the phone with him today as I was driving in here, bro.
Yep.
And I was telling him that, and he was laughing. He was like, yo, I'll help you out if it's your people. I was like, yeah, but I don't want that. Like, it took me for me to give the cosign for you. I gotta trust in you. I gotta believe in you. And now with everything that's being built and everything that I got going on, I have conversations with people like, yo, if you just would have rocked with me, I'm looking to hand off shit to people.
Yeah.
And I'm always going to call my people first. Like I did for
It's the truth.
You and Austin the other day.
Yep.
It was a potential project that I think it'll happen down the road, but it's like, hey, you got a production team? Of course, I got the best. Who do I call? You and Austin first. I'm always going to try to put my people on first. So I say all that because like, yo, dedicate. I know it sounds crazy. I think it might have been Jack Settleman from Snapback Sports. Shouts to Jack. He had mentioned something like this. I don't know if it was on the show or off the record. He's like, bro, just put 10 years into something. It's like impossible for it not to work out. And if it don't work out, it just wasn't meant to be.
Right.
But like 10 years. That's all I think about. And in the end, it's the foundation for everything. So I'm just echoing a sentiment from earlier in the show. I just appreciate all of you guys. And yeah, it's been a hell of a ride. And it's going to continue. It's going to continue. But, you know, life is dope, man.
For sure.
Yeah.
It definitely 10 years into it. Yeah, we're in the middle of one of the most expensive hotels on the Las Vegas Strip. One of the most expensive studios on the West Coast, let alone just the Las Vegas area. Like,
it's been cool, man. Just find something it sounds like a girl's Instagram caption. I know it sounds corny, but I'm a testament to that. I just care about certain things. I do them all the time and I have fun doing it. From there you can figure it out. And there's the TED Talk.
Boom.
Okay, George.
Yes.
AFC standings. Run through yours.
Number 1 overall seed for the AFC is going to be the 13-4 Buffalo Bills. Second seed, the Chiefs at 12-5. Third seed, the Steelers at 12-5. Fourth seed, the Colts at 10-7. Then I have my wild card teams, the Raiders and the Bengals, both at 11-6, but the Raiders being a higher seed than them, and then the Patriots getting that final wild card spot at 10-7. What about you?
I like that you have 4 new playoff teams.
I was very adamant on I am not regurgitating shit from last year. It's like what is it? Always like 3 to 5?
I think every year there's been at least 4. I think. Definitely 3, but it's like 3 to 6 new teams almost for certain. So like if you're picking the AFC the same as last year, you're gonna be wrong. Just history just tells you that, especially since they expanded to 7 in each conference. So I did like that you mentioned that. It's kind of the same with me. So I got Bills 14-3, Ravens 12-5, Chiefs 11-6, Texans 10-7, Chargers 10-7, Steelers 9-8, Raiders 9-8. I only have one team in the AFC making the playoffs that didn't the year before, because I have a shitload in the NFC. And I'll lead with that. My first place team, the 13-4 49ers. Eagles and Bears at 11-6, with the Eagles being the 2 seed. The Falcons 10-7, Rams 12-5, Packers and Bucks at 10-7, with the Packers as the 6th seed. So I have Raiders, Bears, Falcons, Niners as my playoff teams that weren't in the playoffs the year before. That's 4. That tracks. Who do you have for the NFC?
I got the Rams as my number 1 seed at 12-5, the Bucks as my number 2 seed at 11-6, the Lions at the number 3 seed at 11-6, the Eagles at a 4 seed with a record of 10-7. Then my 3 wild card teams are the 49ers at 12-5, the Cowboys at 9-8, and the Falcons at 9-8. I know that NFC East is going to be very competitive. I do see 9-8 being a wild card worthy record in the NFC. There is a lot of competitiveness in that conference. So the teams that didn't make the playoffs the year before, the 49ers, the Cowboys, and the Falcons. So I have 7 teams total out of 14. So literally half the field is wiped out. Most notable is the Ravens not making the playoffs for me. I really think that's not on a lot of people's radar, but I'm hopeful in the Bengals this year and being able to at least have an offense that puts up 35 a game and, figuring something out on defense eventually.
Man, listen, I love us maybe throwing a ticket on them to win the Super Bowl. I don't want nothing to do with the division. Don't want nothing to do with Burrow MVP, like we mentioned with Maurice. But 20-1 to win the Super Bowl. If they make the playoffs, you're probably looking at like plus 400 for them to win the Super Bowl. You got a nice ticket there. And then you got Joe Burrow.
Bro, I do have them making the AFC title game.
Okay, so who's your AFC title game?
My AFC title game is Bills hosting the Bengals. And, the most important game in Buffalo Bills history at the old stadium for the final hoorah. I think the Bills get over the hump this year. One of the things, and I know it could seem like it, but I also, Nick, in past years, we've had alternate Super Bowl contenders. This year, I was like, I'm a firm fucking believer that this is the year for the Bills to get over the hump. And I like the Rams. And so when you had said Bills and Rams, I had to make that happen. So that's previewing just a little bit of what we're going to say for the Super Bowl preview. But who do you have in your AFC title game?
I got the Bills and the Ravens. A rematch of week 1 in the same venue. I got the Bills winning it. The Bills are going to be in the Super Bowl this year. My NFC is a rematch of the 2021 NFC title game with the Rams and the Niners. This time the Rams win in San Francisco to go to the Super Bowl to play the Bills.
Yeah, instead of the Rams and Niners, which I think that they're going to be must-watch TV, those two teams in the 2 divisional games they play. This is Baker's year for the Bucks. So I have the Rams hosting the Bucks and the Rams making it to the Super Bowl. Bills versus Rams in the Super Bowl, and this is where we differ. The Los Angeles Rams will be the 2025 Super Bowl champions. Nick?
Wow. Okay. I have Bills Rams with the Bills winning. Listen, Bills Rams Super Bowl is going to feed a lot of families.
It will.
Full transparency. I've tweeted this out and I feel passionately about this. I've done round robins, which means any of these 4 combinations.
Mm-hmm.
Bills, Ravens, Niners, Rams. If I get the Super Bowl, any of those 4 teams, I'm profiting. Like a lot. Lowest number is 40-1. Highest number is 55-1, which is Ravens and Niners. So I've wagered all of those. It's the same thing I said about Caleb Williams, MVP, Stafford, MVP, Jalen Hurts. My official pick is Stafford, but I've made some bets, substantial bets on those guys too. I'm with you on Buffalo and the Rams. It'll be fun. Remember, they played in the regular season last year, and it was like the best game of the year.
Yep.
So that's good, man. That's good. That's it. Year 10 of Veterans Minimum. I can't thank you all enough. If you're new to this show and you made it this far, rate, review, subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. Not every episode is 4 hours, I promise you.
Yes.
It's been a staple. It's the anniversary show of Veterans Minimum every year. It's the reason why we go as long as we do on this show. It's because we literally preview every single team. And when you have guests on, it goes longer. So I love you all. I thank you all. We'll see you. Very important. We're going to be back week 1 fallout. So after week 1 Sunday, that Monday is when we're filming again. So we're going to let the preview show breathe this entire week. Just for picks purposes, I'll put a graphic up of our Ursalitas and shit and all that. And trust me, for week 1.
Anytime touchdown parlay.
Yeah, anytime. We're going to have the graphics up. So make sure you're following us on social media at Veterans Minimum. And this way we'll be able to track those. But for us, this is the only show for this week. And then after that, we're going twice a week for the rest of the football season. You guys know how it is. We got a lot of fun stuff, trips, guests, the whole 9. So thank you all for listening. At Nick Day is 10 as you can find me. George, where can they find you?
At Mr._George_Carmona. It's been a pleasure, Nick. 10th year anniversary. We did it, brother.
Peace.
I'm a gold medalist, bronze like your medal is. So many deer in headlights, but it's bedtime. Hear that supper bell, main course, be the venison.
Dab. Most dangerous game. Either kill or be killed.